death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all doing well, and welcome to the grand finals of Season 2 in Total Tavern. So this is the culmination of the second season. The top 16 players, essentially, of course, some of the players in the top 16 couldn't make it. So there are some players who were a little bit lower on ye old bracket, but they are up here, and they're causing upsets for sure. So let's revisit a little bit. Let's go back to Season 2. Let's give you guys a recap of what's going on. So I will pull that up on Total Tavern, and we are going to look at the tail of the tape. So today we're just doing the top four. Typically for these like really high-end, high stakes tournaments, I like to just kind of cast the top four and let the players play in the earlier brackets with less lag potentially, right? So to try and minimize the chances of lag as much as possible. So currently we are going to go back to Season 2 and let's go ahead and take a look. So these are the Season 2 brackets. Moffat was number 1, but he was not able to make it today. Houseplant was our top seed. Hadri's, Anticity, Voidlaws, Roflin, Platypus, Sandwich, Subutai, Tim the Wilder, Ulrich, Kark, Housecat of War. I did qualify for the event, but I decided to not play because I wanted to, let other people play and focus on adminning and stuff. Dedoxin, Drakens, and then we have Clear, Zyphos, and I think that's the full tail of the tape. So essentially, we go from the top to the bottom. Everyone at the top is going to be getting an invite, and we just go down that way until we fill up our pod. So taking a look at the actual brackets for today so far, pretty wild stuff, man. So in the first match of the day, we had a pretty substantial upset, actually. So Houseplant was our highest seed going into the tournament, and he was playing, obviously, our lowest seed. But the lowest seed happened to be Zyphos, who's a very good player. So Zyphos actually won 2-0 in that matchup, which is pretty crazy. Then we have Anticity, played Drakens with a very narrow 2-1 victory, a solid game. I was watching a stream a little bit earlier, which was very cool. And so Anticity versus Zyphos is going on right now, and we're going to be casting the semifinals and the finals every single match. So we'll be doing the best of 3, the best of 3, and the best of 5, and that is going to be that. Roflin was defeated by Housecat 2-1. Ulrich defeated Sandwich 2-0. Subutai lost 1-2 to Tim the Wilder in a very RTK Civil War. Platypus was also defeated by Kark. So definitely a lot of upsets. A lot of the top seeds in the tournament have already been eliminated, which is pretty wild. Voidlaws with a win over Dedoxin, and Hadri's advanced past Clear because Clear, unfortunately, was not able to arrive. So all these games are going on right now, and they're going to be finishing like any minute, and we'll be getting the first top 4 match going very soon. Turin, has a developer from CA ever dedicated servers? I've mentioned it, and it's kind of like, it's something we'll think about someday, but like, it's not. I don't think we're going to get dedicated servers anytime soon, which is a shame because one of the most fun things about like Age of Empires, for example, is these like big team games you can do, and I'd love to do stuff like that, like in Total War, but it's just so it's so laggy. It's very problematic, right? All right, no worries. All right, so you're up, and you're up. Where's Void? All right, so it looks like we have the official update. So we're going to be starting our first match today. Moffat was invited to the tournament, but he said he had some life stuff going on, so he wasn't able to attend. All right, so let's update this. Just got some news. We had Tim the Wilder win 2-0 over Kark, and we're going to be jumping right into our first match. So the timing of that is actually quite perfect. So Voidlaws also defeated Hadri's 2-0, and now it's going to be Tim the Wilder versus Voidlaws, and that's going to be the first match that we're going to be casting today. So let's get this party started. Let's invite these fine gentlemen and have some fun. All right, there we go. And there we go. All right. So as far as the maps go, the first map for today's contest in the best of 3 showdown is going to be We are on the top 4, so it's going to be Road to Val's Anvil for our first map, which is a lovely map, a very, very nice one, made by Waka Waka. So let's get them in here and have some fun. Thank you guys for joining, and we'll see who joins first, and we'll update the nameplates. Yes, yes. Yeah, White Lions are a good unit. Absolutely, absolutely. Missile resist, armor, good generalists. They're not like dependent on, you know, bonus versus infantry or a bonus versus large. Like, there's a lot of units like that in the game that have really bad stats that are compensated for by like a bonus for something. But they're like, White Lions are decent against cav, decent against infantry. I really do like them a lot. Matt, I know. That needs to happen. We need to have people throwing games and causing. We need some drama in our community for sure. All right, let me restart. Probably my fault. All right, so I just need to restart real quick. So just 1 second, my friends. For some reason, I need to get the map pack rebooted here. So let's see if we can do that. Rehosting. Okay, cool. So I will restart my game. Should be good. Garland, how you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. High Elves are in a good spot now. They're not like, you know, super strong or anything like that, but they certainly get to the job done. Okay, so that looks good to me. Looks like everything, let's make sure it's all updated. Okay, 1 sec here. Tim was saying he had a pretty ferocious series versus Gark just now, which is pretty cool. Okay, and let's load this up to the top. Reducing the mod. Okay. So let's refresh, see if that works. Total Tavern Tournament Map Pack. Should be good. I know we just had a patch on it, so hopefully I don't run into any issues with that. No, you didn't miss much. We're just starting right now. Yeah. We're just getting everything's going to be live today. Everything is live. There's not going to be any casted replay. So it's going to be good stuff. Anticity and Zyphos going to game 3. Thank you for the update. I was watching a stream all morning, actually, while I was getting ready for this. All right, let's do that and see if that worked. Did it? For some reason it's strange. Yeah, like I'm on the map pack, but it says they have a different version than me. So maybe I need to close the game completely. It says mine is up to date. Okay. So 1 sec, guys. Sorry about this. Something I should have checked earlier, but for some reason I didn't think it would be an issue because I have not had any problems. I was literally just playing games with Hadries on the map pack. Strange. Okay. So we'll fire it up again. What's the style of the next DLC? I don't know. I don't know why I have a feeling that Creative Assembly isn't going to do like the multiple lore DLCs anymore. Like it's going to be more focused on like one thing. I don't know. Like with the Chaos one we saw, I mean, yeah, it kind of hit all the Chaos stuff, right? But I guess it was multiple lords. I mean, I would be down for them to do like slightly bigger ones and whatnot. Yeah, see, I see people on the map pack, but it looks like it's a different version of the mod, which is very strange. Very strange. Yeah, Silver and Guard are a really good unit too. High Elves have plenty of good stuff. Yeah, they're not like OP or anything, but yeah, they can do the job. Okay, so let's do this. And yeah, I want to get the maps working. That's got to be pretty important here. So maybe I just need to reinstall it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So let's delete that. Yes, and I'm just going to re-download the map pack mod real quick, guys, and hopefully that'll sort it out. Verify on Steam, same bug I had. Okay, well I just reinstalled it. So let's see, Workshop and Total Tavern. We'll get this going. Thank you, guys. Apologies for the slight delay here. All right, I got that fired up. Hey. Jamie, thank you for the donation. Been here since mid-Warhammer 1. Jeez, dude. I feel like it's a time capsule, man. We've been, when I go back and look at those videos from like 2016, dude, that was so long. That was like 6+ years ago, right? Damn, it's nuts. It's absolutely nuts, man. Like I look so much younger. It's crazy. You need to verify files on Steam with the mod active. Got it. Okay. So it's just downloading the mod real quick, and I'll see if the re-download works, Adrius. That might do the trick. I know some people had the same issue this morning, so. CA, can you just add our maps, please, so we don't have to go through all this? Be greatly appreciated. All right, so that's up. Let's see if this works. Have you listened to the new Metallica song? No, I haven't, but based on your suggestion, I'm going to after the stream. Dude, thank you so much, Jamie, for the donation. Hope to become a member soon. Thank you so much. What a cool picture. I know, it's very cool. I'm actually here though. It's not like I'm AFK. I'm chatting with you guys. There we go. Got it, baby. All right. So let's get these guys here. And there we go. And there we go. So that should work just fine. And for the map, we are doing the crossing. No, not crossing. Just having flashbacks to some terrible CA maps. All right. So we are going to be doing Glade of the Everqueen. No. The Road to Val's Anvil. It's the other elf map. All right. So on the top side, it's going to be Voidlaws. Voidlaws, definitely one of the scarier players in the community. He is extremely tough to beat. Now, there's high-level players who are very meta-focused. You know, they kind of chase the meta. They might have like average to mid-level, you know, micro abilities, right? So they compensate maybe for not being the best micro players by having very meta, solid builds. But the thing about Voidlaws is he has terrifying micro, like terrifying top-tier micro, and he also knows how to play the meta very well. So he is pretty much like Moffat. Him and Moffat are kind of the same in that way. They both have insane micro, and they're also just like top-tier meta players too. So it's very scary. It's very scary. Hey, the Smoking Hot Wife is here. Yes. She is here. Buy Creative Assembly and force them to include my maps. Is that what people do? Yeah, it is. Just take over a business. Yeah, of course. All right, so everything is set here. Good luck, have fun on your picks and bans. And we are all good. We are all good. Thank you, Hadries, for the insight there, brother. Greatly appreciate it. But the map is set. Now we got a little bit of time. It's old hangout and story time with Old Man Turin. We're gonna sit and enjoy each other's company until these players are ready to go. Some players were undead mains before they were busted. Oh, my games won't. No. Just top 4, yes. We're just doing top 4. Correct. Which will be pretty long, too, because domination games are way longer. So today's stream will probably be like 3 to 4 hours, if not 5, depending on how the games go. If it goes to like best of 5, yeah. Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? There's a lot of it, yeah. You gotta musk up CA. Just buy it and change the balance to my whims and add maps and everything. Yeah, spend 44 billion on it. Oh my god. I actually have joked about that in the past. I was like, I'm gonna get a job at CA. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna act like I want to actually work there for the long term. I'm gonna just get to a position where I can affect the map pool. I'm gonna get the maps in, then I'm gonna put in my 2 weeks. Just go back to doing this. That's one way to do it. Yeah. There you go. I'm rewatching seasons 4 and 8 of The Simpsons, and oh my god, yeah, Matt. Oh, Snake. I remember that character. Yeah, Simpsons was so fun in the 90s, man. 90s Simpsons was just the peak of TV. It was so good. 90s TV had like late 90s. Well, we had like early South Park or like, you know, mid Simpsons. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. The Mad King of CA. It's one of the games where I don't mind losing. I just have so much fun and play. Yeah. I've kind of gotten to the same boat. Like I obviously prefer to win, but what's really cool about Total War Warhammer is the universe, obviously, right? Like, it has its balance issues. You know, it's not a perfect RTS game, that's for sure. A lot of clunkiness with some of the attack animations and animations being factored in. But the universe is so damn cool, and the diversity range of factions is so amazing that it's like, you can forgive some of the haggardness that we encounter in the game. That's really how you go. That's really how you go. Yeah, King of the Hill as well, says Adam, 100%. I love King of the Hill. Yeah, it's an amazing show. So I'm curious what the first match is going to be. The players will be doing their business here. All right, let's see here. Let's look here. I'm pulling up the map for Tim because he had a question. Ah, yes. We're on the wrong map, yes. Creator Decay. Yes. Had you on top side maps. Sorry. Go have fun. Okay. There you go, buddy. Here's the Proving Grounds if you want to see it. First map is going to be Crater of Decay, which is, yeah, so I had the wrong map. It's Crater of Decay, which is a really, really cool one. It has like this Vanguard capture point on the side that gives you a deployment behind your opponent's lines. It's really neat. I love this map actually. I think it's a really, really good one. What does character loading mean? So if you're playing casual multiplayer with your friends, you can enable character loading, which should actually be turned off right now. And you can load in characters from your campaign, like custom characters, and use them in these battles, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's very fun. Yeah, no, 100%. 8 years of continuous content development and brought back Warhammer Fantasy from the dead. 100%, dude. Like, I think if Total War Warhammer had come out in 2016 and had been a flop and had been abandoned, you know, kind of like gotten some of the treatment that you saw with like Three Kingdoms, I think that Warhammer Fantasy wouldn't be coming back to tabletop. I think Games Workshop like factored the success and popularity of this game in to their decision to bring Old World back to tabletop. Because for anybody who doesn't know or, you know, isn't involved in tabletop gaming, the Total War Warhammer is based on Warhammer Fantasy Battles, which is obviously a tabletop game. All the characters were, you know, had miniatures and whatnot. And it was actually canceled by Games Workshop in 2015. They actually ended Warhammer Fantasy, right? A big mistake, I think, of course. But, you know, it's hindsight's 2020. But, I mean, obviously, like Age of Sigmar sells well and it's doing very well, and they're obviously, I mean, crushing it, I would imagine. So I mean, it may be not a mistake of a decision, but they could have done it in like maybe a more graceful way, or even just revamped Warhammer Fantasy, like give it a complete makeover. Yeah, I don't know, but discussion for another day. Regardless, they're now bringing Warhammer Fantasy back in the form of Warhammer Old World, which is going to be like Horus Heresy basically. So 40K has Horus Heresy as like a side game, and then Age of Sigmar will have Fantasy as well on the side. You didn't miss anything, Wookiee. You're here just in time. Yeah. You're here just in time. So players are going to be doing their picks and bans, and we'll get this party started. All right, cool. So as far as the bands go, we have Vampirates band, the Vampirates, Tomb Kings and Warriors of Chaos, and Grand Cathay. So as far as what's open, the it looks like, oh, he went High Elves banning Dwarves. Okay. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So Tim is sending me all the details right now. So we're going to have High Elves being played by Voidlulls. Really interesting. He's a Vampire Count main. Usually he enjoys playing Vampire Counts quite a bit. But it looks like he's going to be going High Elves in this game. So if you guys want to see like one of the best players in the world playing, you know, playing the High Elves, well, here you go. Hey, Wookie, I appreciate that, man. Great name, by the way. Oh, guys, big hype, by the way. So I don't know if you guys saw the mini that was made. So a fine gentleman in the community, Sir Nicholas, which we'll be doing a video on it as well, he designed a miniature of a Demopug Knight. It's kind of based on the art that we use for our, that was designed by, let me pull this up right now, copy and paste, okay. And we'll show you guys real quick. So, but Lady Turin we've got the mini from him, and Anna painted it. She did an awesome paint job. So we'll be doing a video on that very soon. I'm super excited to show you guys. So, all right. Let me show you guys, pull it up here. So here's the miniature, like completely custom design, dude. It's so rad. Look at this. So this is the Demopug Knight. It's me riding Wookiee into battle with the Warhammer, and yeah, dude, it's so cool. So Anna just finished painting it completely. He's good to go. We just need to do the base. It's so awesome. The Electropug, I know, I love it. And it's the same size as a Demogryph Knight in tabletop, so I can literally use this as a Demogryph Knight. If you want to look him up, you can see all the details there. But I'll, of course, be doing a video linking to all of his websites so you guys can see his other miniatures. He's done some really cool minis. So, yeah, that's the Demopug Knight, which is awesome. So we got Slaanesh versus High Elves in our first game, guys. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Yeah. Summon the Electropugs. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I know, it's so good. So Anna painted it. I didn't make it. That was made by Sir Nicholas. Let me pull this up. So the original concept art was done by Samael, who's another awesome person in our community as well. That's this. So if you look at the Wookiee Claw, it was based on this. So Samael did that, which we use for our screen blocker. And then Sir Nicholas saw it and decided to make a mini based on it using some sort of a 3D design, 3D printing type thing. So I don't really know the details, but Yeah, dude, the painting is so good. Anna nailed it. It is an immaculate paint job. I can't wait to show you. It's going to be leading my Empire army, man. So let's go look at stats for this matchup while we're waiting here. So I know we're just getting the stream started. I like to, even though it's the grand finals, I like to kind of have it be a little bit casual because this is how I like to stream, you know. And let's move over. Let's go to stats and take a look at the High Elves. So High Elves, currently this patch, where are they? Are they? Oh my God, High Elves are down to the pits right now. Jeez. So it looks like they're having a rough-ish time. They were doing so good before, but wow, 37% of the High Elves. Jeez. Okay, well, how have they been doing against Slaanesh? It looks like they haven't played any games against Slaanesh yet this season, so we don't really have any data on this matchup, unfortunately. Slaanesh is obviously the top-tier faction right now, 19 wins and 5 losses. I played a Slaanesh warm-up game with Hadries today, and we were both like, yeah, dude, Slaanesh is just they're just so much better than other factions. Vampire Count's coming in at number 2. Kind of surprised to see that. Doing a little bit better than Tomb Kings, it would appear. So the Undead definitely brought to a more balanced state by the nerfs. And the Warriors of Chaos are actually down at 47%, which is pretty crazy. It looks like Slaanesh is really the problem child because their entire roster, they have like free snares, they have like physical resist, they have ITP on everything. So interesting. Greenskins are doing good. They're at 52%. Solid faction. And ladies and gentlemen of the old world, let us load into the first game of the day. It's going to be Voidlaws versus Tim the Wilder, RTK versus VM. We also have a miniature clan war going on here, which is going to be quite interesting for sure. And you guys ready for your boy Sigvald? He's coming. It is going to be a Sigvald army. Wow, Tim didn't even bring a caster, dude. He must have one in reinforcements, I would wager. I love this map, though. This map's really cool. So this is one of a Waka Waka 3000s maps. It does have a little bit of a choke point in the middle you have to watch out for. Certainly will favor the elves there, but in the open field on the outside, objectives 3 and 2, those are going to be very heavily favored for the forces of Slaanesh. Because you have those like that side capturable point, which actually gives you a vanguard behind your opponent's battle lines, right? So if you capture this vanguard point, like up where my mouse is, it gives you a vanguard point, which gets you behind your opponent's lines. And with Slaanesh, that's just like absurdly powerful, right? Yeah, man. It's time. It is time. Warriors of Chaos are not overpowered. It's the thing that was making Warriors of Chaos overpowered were Marauder Horsemen being overtuned and Hellstriders being overtuned. Hellstriders were nerfed and Marauder Horsemen were nerfed. So now Warriors of Chaos is kind of fluctuating around a 50% faction, which is great. I love to see it. Slaanesh is still overpowered though because their mark is just insane and Hellstriders are still very good. So yeah. Here we are, guys. Grand Finals. Semifinals of the Grand Finals of Season 2. Game 1, Voidlaws coming in with an Archmage of Dwellers Below. We got Silverin Guard and we got Lothern Sea Guard. This is like the classic pointy sticks build. Silverin, actually, with their high armor values and really good melee defense, especially when the martial prowess is active, are going to be able to hold back Slaaneshi Marauders all day, while the Lothern Sea Guard just kind of pour arrows into their lightly armored body. So that is pretty much it for the forces of Voidlaws. And now for Sigvald's crew, it's going to be Sigvald and a million Marauders. Now, Tim the Wilder is one of the innovators of the dreaded Mordor style of play, where you basically just like build up a Dread Legion, you let your opponent triple cap you, and then you just like swarm with like a million units and trying to overwhelm their positions. I think that's kind of fallen out of favor a little bit. I think people did that more so in the beginning, but even still, I'm really curious to see what he's going to be summoning in from his reinforcements, because basically he just has like a million devoted Marauders here. Yeah, just looks like, oh no, he's got some Chaos Warriors in the front too. Not too many of them, but Slaanesh Chaos Warriors are hands down the best Chaos Warriors in the game. Let me explain why. Slaanesh gets physical resist for free, so all of their units basically in most matchups will be taking 10% less damage. On top of that, Slaanesh also gets immunopsychology on every single unit. So dragons, monsters, phoenixes, nothing is going to be terror routing these guys off the battlefield, right? Which is insane. Like, if you look at the other marks, like Mark of Nurgle's like lower melee attack and you're slower. Mark of Khorne is like less melee defense, you know, and Mark of Tzeentch has benefits, but none of them are like egregiously overpowered, really. And then Slaanesh just gets like 2 of the best things in the game. Damage resistance built in to every single unit on your roster, as well as the ability to be immune to psychology. And what else about Slaanesh is that they have really good army abilities. They have a snare, they have a rampage, really, really good stuff. So yeah, they are still very tyrannical, but Voidlaws picked this with intent. He knew Slaanesh was on the table, so he felt as if his elves could defeat the Warriors of Chaos here, or I should say the Warriors of Slaanesh. So Dweller's Blow is for sure going to go down to the Warriors at some point. Maybe an early breath attack. The Dragon doesn't want to land here. If you land the Dragon and get a little bit cheeky, Slaanesh is going to go balls deep, and they're going to summon out some like Hellstriders, and they're going to surround your character, and you're basically going to be losing the game right now. So, yep, looks like Tim the Wilder's going to be playing the side here on the Crater of the Decay. I love this map. Normally, you know, I was a little bit apprehensive about some of the newer stuff here, like these type of capture points, but I think on this map it's great. So we do see the Dragon landing. Voidlaw's going to be landing with Archmage of Life, so he does get a little bit of damage into the Devoted Marauders here. So looks like, yeah, not bad. It's a little freebie. Takes out 4 models, does some HP damage, and also baits out a Seeker Summon. So I feel like Voidlaws did that on purpose to bait out a fast cavalry unit that wouldn't be effective in the fight. Like, I feel like that was a calculated decision for sure. Yeah, Slaanesh units should have a little bit less armor. Like, yeah, I mean, they're already very lightly armored, but there should be some downside to their mark. Granted, it's never going to happen because Creative Assembly probably doesn't want to nerf them for campaign, which I totally understand. But I would wager that Slaanesh would be nerfed in other ways, or people will kind of adapt to them. And hey, you know, High Elves are considered to be a weaker faction, mid-tier faction right now, and if Voidlaws has figured something out here, we'll see what he can make do. So, Objective 1. Looks like it's going to be going to the Elves, although Slaanesh is rushing up on that objective pretty quickly. My only concern is that this Dragon is going to be a big value maker here. We do see some Chaos Furies of Slaanesh moving in. Now, Chaos Furies are really good against archer units, and the reason why is because they're infantry-sized, so like Lothern Seaguard Spears will not help them against the Furies. Furies up in the sky actually attacking the Archmage, which is kind of an interesting choice. We'll see what kind of value can be accrued there as the Devoted Marauders and Chaos Warriors do pile onto the point. The back objective here is going to be taken by Tim the Wilder, and your boy Prince Sigvald now going to be going balls deep up on the back objective. So that's kind of his favorite jam, although, oh, look at this. Voidlaw's actually brought a Spirit Leech caster as well. Okay, is he actually going to be trying to kill Sigvald? That would be really interesting. So now, this is exciting. Tim the Wilder playing the map well. He took the Vanguard point, which means Slaanesh now has a Vanguard point right here, and they can just go absolutely bananas on this back point. I think this is one of my favorite new maps, of course. I love Celestial Lake as well. Those are some of my really, really favorite ones. All right, a little bit of a misplay by Tim. He blobs up and gets caught by a brutal breath attack, and it looks like there's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down from Slaanesh. Was that a Slaaneshi Pit of Shades? It looks like it was cast way too far back, although it does kind of end up hitting the Silverins there. Devoted Marauders are being taken out, and this middle objective looks like it's going to be going to the forces of Slaanesh. Not terribly surprised to see that. They had their Lord there. They had really, really good static archer positions. A couple of these Marauders could swarm onto those archers, for sure, and maybe that Chaos Sorcerer will be able to get that objective eventually. Now in the backfield, Tim the Wilder taking advantage of his Vanguard point. So he does have his captured Vanguard point, and is going to be getting some Hellstriders, pulling them back right now as the Horse Archers, the Heralds of the Wind, as well as the Illyrian Reavers are able to kind of kite them back. And it looks like the Elves will lose this objective. I think that Slaanesh is going to be able to flip this as the Devoted Marauders get their whips out, and they start to give the business to these Lothern Seaguard in combat. And this is obviously not where Lothern Seaguard want to be, right? This is going to be pretty unfortunate for them. Their melee attack is quite low, and if they're not getting their bonus first large, they're not going to be doing a whole lot. So, a lot of Slaaneshi Cav lurking in the shadows. Devoted Marauders moving up, and this is going to be a double cap currently if we look at the objectives. Slaanesh, Slaanesh managed to get the middle objective too. The High Elves own this back one, but not for long, and it looks like it's going to be a triple cap by Slaanesh. Certainly not surprised. Sigvald continuing to go bananas here, so he's going to be chopping through these Lothern Seaguard. And yeah, Sigvald's very, very tough to kill, man. We're seeing the power of Slaanesh as they do start to pull the value back. Their infantry accruing great value, and Slaanesh being a very good pick on this map as well. Slaanesh loves like open space with Vanguard points that are effective, and right now they're getting pretty much all of that. Now, will the Archmage be able to kind of pull this one back? The middle objective is owned very, very solidly by Slaanesh here. Really good Pit of Shades by Tim the Wilder. He's going to be dropping a Pit of Shades here on the Silverin Guard. The Silverin Guard here, of course, holding back these Chaos Warriors, but we will see for how long. Lothern's back online. Is there any semblance of Voidlaws getting some momentum back on this side? Now, even though Voidlaws is out trading on value a little bit, he did somehow manage to get his Mage surrounded by a bunch of Hellstriders of Slaanesh. So these anti-large cavalry are going to be excellent, although it looks like the Archmage is going to be able to get away. It's going to be running through its spears right here. So it does peel through the spears. And is anyone going to go after Sigvald? I don't think so. He's very slippery. You know, he's a slippery man, and he's going to be chasing down the Archmage here, trying to get a little bit of a surround. And Voidlaws with some good micro is able to get that Archmage back up in the sky. But so far, Tim the Wilder showing why Slaanesh is a really powerful faction. All their units are incredibly cost-effective, and he's not making too many micro mistakes. Neither player is really. I mean, aside from letting your Dragon get surrounded by those Hellstriders there, I don't think Voidlaws has made any colossal mistakes. But we are seeing the Lothern Seaguard spam not being super efficient against the mass amounts of cheap shielded infantry, right? Because you're paying for like a hybrid archer unit, which again is good against Slaaneshi cavalry. Like these Seekers of Slaanesh and these other cav units here aren't going to be exceptional against them. And oh, look at this, we got the Fireborn coming in from Voidlaws. So Fireborn are a really, really good answer against Hellstriders. With their high armor and their physical resist, they are able to endure much of what Hellstriders can give. But these are Seekers. Seekers are actually quite good against Dragon Princes. They have magic damage to surpass the physical resist and great armor piercing. Sigvald's also on his way in, and you can see that the Fireborn are poisoned right now. Granted, I think the Elves should do pretty well for themselves here, although it looks like a Fascination's going to go down, trying to rampage and get some extra damage on this unit. Meanwhile, it looks like Void is going to be pushing up on the point, and the Slaanesh forces are routed off the middle, guys. So the Elves are not going quietly. They are able to get this middle point, although more Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh are coming up, and the Elves are looking very, very worn down right here. One Chaos Warrior would probably be able to cut through multiple units of these very tattered Silverins. And again, the fact that Slaanesh is able to get a capturable point back here means they're not going to be at too much of a disadvantage by pushing so deep into your opponent's territory. But I really like this from a map design perspective because the middle is like a choke point, right? Which is going to heavily favor an Elf faction. So obviously Rush factions are going to need to overextend themselves, and it gives Rush factions more counterplay against the choke point, which I think this is just a masterfully designed map. I really, really like it. So Forsaken charging in, they got their pink disco hands flying there, as they do get lanced down by those Fireborn right there. And we do have the Dragon Mage up in the sky, looking to get a Dweller's Blow, I would imagine, but obviously Forsaken do not like taking shock charges. Granted, hey, don't worry about it. Slaanesh Forsaken do have the a little bit of physical resist to compensate for their low melee attack. But big surround coming in from Void. He's got the Dragon Princes as well as the Reavers. Is Slaanesh running out of steam a little bit in the deep enemy territory? We do see some spears on their way in. Sigvald is going to be incredibly tough to get off the point. As a matter of fact, Sigvald should just get over here and hunt down this Mage of Death. I don't know why he's not doing that. Sigvald Tim really, really needs to go for this kill. I mean, the Mage is 100% dead if Sigvald goes for it. Got 40 speed, unless the Dragon comes in and helps or something. And now we can see Sigvald's going to be going for the kill. So the Mage does get knocked over, is going to start taking some really, really heavy, consistent damage. And on the middle point, the Warriors of Chaos able to break these units off. More Warriors of Chaos pushing through as the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh also lending Pit of Shades to the fight. But this objective probably going to be flipping for Slaanesh. Not like in the immediate future, but I think it's going to be happening at some point. We'll have to see. So on the back objective, still owned by Slaanesh, Sigvald being very problematic. And just like we talked about, he is able to hunt down that Mage. Although Voidlaw is using his Dragon character to kind of bump Sigvald away from the Mage for a moment. Give it a little friendly boop on the nose, and now is going to be pulling back. Now it looks like the Elves might have a little bit of capture weight here. Slaanesh doesn't have a whole lot. Slaanesh is up in terms of value as well as points, but they are, of course, deep into the enemy lands. But yeah, man, these Slaanesh infantry are so tough to kill, right? Like, normally you would see somebody summoning in, like, cheap spear units and be like, I have a dragon. I can get past this, right? But in this case, the Devoted Marauders are immune to psychology, so you're not going to be getting a terror route against those guys. You're not. And this point might be flipping back to the Elves, giving Void a 2-cap here. But will the Devoted Marauders get back onto the point in time? It looks like the spears are there. The other spears trying to get to the point, but Voidlaws does intercept those, as Tim the Wilder does try to get the point, but I think it's going to be flipping to the Elves. Very well played there. Now the cavalry unit's starting to cause some problems. The Fireborn routing off some of these units here. Sigvald, he's going to be tough to kill. Middle point looks like it's going back for Slaanesh, and I think this is where, if you're Tim, you just leave your boy Sigvald to kind of fight on this back point with some spears here and occupy much of the Elven forces, and you're just going to be pouring in and trying to take objective number 1. I think that's what needs to be done. Chaos Warriors, though, just absolute chads. And Slaanesh Warriors are really no exception. Yes, they have great stats. We got some Dragon Princes coming in. Interesting. Basic Dragon Princes. Okay, going to be trying to get some shock damage. They do not have great armor piercing, so they're going to be struggling to get through these warriors. In tandem with their physical resist that they have, a little bit tricky. But Voidlaw is going to be going for a back cap, guys. All right. This is going to be interesting. Here they come. Illyrian Reavers, as well as more Reavers, going to be going for the back cap, guys. This is a really cheeky play, but dangerous against Slaanesh. Hellstriders can obviously react super quickly to any sort of a pressure like this, and it looks like there is going to be a response. Now, okay, maybe the Dragon character is going to be coming across here to try and lend its aid to this back cap here. I don't hate that idea, because despite having a value lead, the Elves do have a little bit of healing as well, and much of the value is tied up on the damage to the Dragon, which is still very much functional. So we kind of see Slaanesh running out of steam a little bit on some of the points. They've blown their load maybe a little bit early, although this one should flip for them. I mean, Forsaken, Warriors, and Spears. Yeah, it looks like your boy Slaanesh is going to be getting the point back. Meanwhile, Sigvald continues to be an absolute terror on the back objective. It's going to take Sigvald a while to get through the Silverin, but I mean, hey, depending on how long the game goes, maybe he'll be able to do it. Now, I really, really like this play. Voidlaw's taking advantage of the Archmage here, bringing his Flying Mobile Lord over to kind of push back the Hellstriders. Now, Tim the Wilder, what is his response going to be? The Great Lord of Mordor. Will he be summoning in Seekers? I think that's what it's going to be. We see Tim sitting on 950 in terms of resources. Another Pit of Shades going down up here on the Elves. Beautiful Pit of Shades by Tim. Really, really nice cast. Right in the epicenter of these Dragon Princes. Massive, massive damage on those guys. That could have been a game-winning play, potentially. Nailing that Dragon Prince unit, that's going to be giving Slaanesh a really, really nice grab right there. And it looks like Slaanesh is going to be coming in. They do get the Fascination for the Rampage damage, and a big fight is on. Dragon Prince is charging into the Slaaneshi Cav. Big, big fight in the back objective, ladies and gentlemen. And those Hellstriders do get hammered pretty good, but the Dragon Prince coming in also, he managed to get some spears over here. And this objective still might be flipping. Voidlaw's really scrapping incredibly well, man. Despite being behind on value, but again, the value is tied up in the Archmage here. As far as the fighting goes, it's a little bit more of an even value, right? The Hellstriders, how are they doing? Fireborn are getting worn down. The Seekers of Slaanesh, I think they are both Seekers? Yeah, no, they're both Hellstriders. Okay. So, Hellstriders, of course, immune to Psychology, not going to be breaking. And if you guys don't know, Hellstriders do have stacking ward save, which is just another nonsense thing that Slaanesh has that makes him very, very strong. It does give them ward save kind of as you progressively fight over the course of a battle. So Slaanesh is going to need some good infantry here somehow. It looks like we do get some devoted marauders coming to the point. And Sigvald on the backside just doing Sigvald things. He's basically just grinding on this point. And I mean, if they're not paying attention, Sigvald could potentially flip this. Oh my god. Oh man. So Voidlaws did not capture the Vanguard point on the side, ladies and gentlemen. And that means that Slaanesh still has Vanguard reinforcements that can come in. Okay, this game is getting really, really tight. Really, really tight. Check that out. So, back point taken by Voidlaws. Really, really masterful Elven Cav play. He's going to be getting his Archmage up. It looks like the forces of Slaanesh do have control of the middle objective. We get some Silverin moving up, but I don't think they're going to be having a terribly good time as the Dragon Princes try and pull back. Still Spears here, still Forsaken, and I believe the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows is still fighting relatively effectively. I do like that he brought a Chaos Sorcerer. Chaos Sorcerers are pretty tanky. They do have pretty good stats. You can see 42, 40, and 80 armor, so he's going to be kind of a difficult character to remove as the Eye of Nurgle watches over the battlefield kind of, you know, I don't think Nurgle likes Slaanesh very much, right? Or is it Nurgle hates Tzeentch? I think Nurgle and Slaanesh don't really, you know, yeah, they probably don't get along. I mean, none of the Chaos Gods get along, let's be honest here. So the back cap could be going down here. As we see Sigvald grinding his way. A little bit of a capture weight advantage for Slaanesh. Currently, though, Slaanesh only has 1 point, and Voidlaws is kind of closing that gap right here. And it looks like he's going to be maneuvering over, looking to take this high ground objective as well. As Objective 3 is very, very firmly controlled by the Silverin Guard and a couple of cavalry units. So at this point, I think Slaanesh's game plan is to go for Objective 1 and to go for Objective 2 in the back. This one's going to be tricky. Like, a full health Silverin, a supporting Silverin, a couple of cav units, that's going to be very tough to break, for sure. So the backside, Hellstriders to Slaanesh, going to be chasing down these Reaver Archers, obviously 100 speed and poison. They're going to be able to get the pick there. Very, very nice play there by Tim. I'm not quite sure about the point situation. I think that it's pretty close to a 2-cap situation. But again, looks like this back point is going to be taken, and the Elves are going to be forced to rotate to the middle. And, I mean, they're really running out of time. I think it's a triple cap situation for the High Elves here, as we do see Tim the Wilder taking advantage of the map, doing a really, really good job with that. And, man, if Voidlaws had actually just sent like a cav unit over here to decap this, or one of his like loose spear units, Slaanesh would not have been able to reinforce his back point. And yeah, that could have been a big, big play for sure. So looking over here, it's definitely triple cap territory if I'm not mistaken. He's going to be reaching 3-cap here, and Slaanesh is really, really just blocking them off this point. Just tons of spears, tons of good ITP quality units. Forsaken of Slaanesh, which I think are really, really cool looking, able to get their big pimp claws and chase off the Heralds of the Wind, which is kind of cool to see them getting used. Lothar and Seaguard moving in, but again, Lothar and Seaguard aren't going to be really effective at clearing out Marauders, as Slaanesh seems to be running a little bit wild on the battlefield right now, intercepting some of the Silverins, although the Elves are coming back and have moved away from the home point, which I would imagine is going to be a big, exciting opportunity for Tim. Maybe he's going to be sending some Chaos Warriors over there. That wouldn't be a bad idea. A single Chaos Warrior would be incredibly tough for these forces to remove, as Slaanesh does move onto this point. I just don't think there's any time for Voidlaws to get these back. I simply don't. A really, really good effort, though, man. This is a really good game. But, you know, there were many aspects of Void's build that were just kind of like, the Lothar and Seaguard just didn't seem to be too happy here. Like, against the mass infantry style in the beginning, like, they just didn't do much. It felt like they didn't. I don't know. We'll have to see the value towards the end of the game, depending on how that goes. But it looks like Void's actually going to get the high ground objective. Maybe, is there time for a Hail Mary? Could we see a Hail Mary play? This objective might flip. Many of the Slaanesh units are on the run. We do have the Silverins and Lothar and Seaguard up on the objective here. And, okay, Void actually grabs this point, guys. He's got only like 100 seconds left, though. And I don't think Tim the Wilder is going to let this one go. Yeah, we see the Fireborn coming back in, which is a very, very solid play. We see some spears moving across. The dragon is here. And the Elves have captured this objective, guys, but they have only 80 seconds. So they have 1 minute and 20 seconds left, guys. Here comes a big charge from the Fireborn. Going to be trying to get there. Tim the Wilder, really, really clean micro, baiting them into Hellstriders, blocking them with the Marauders. And the Fireborn are going to get surrounded right now. And the thing with Shock Cav, you don't want to be running from Slaaneshi Cav. You want to just turn and fight. So, any chances here to get the point? I don't think so. Silverin are losing the fight. He's got 60 seconds, 1 minute left, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lot of time to kill Sigvald and push all these units off. What an excellent scrap, though. That was a really, really good attempt. I think with a slightly suboptimal build, he was still able to put up an excellent fight against a top-tier player on a top-tier faction. So really, really good performance for sure. But again, Void is not ever a meme player, nor is he a casual player in any regard. He is like the definition of a very sweaty competitive player. So he picked High Elves not to be the people's champ, not to be like, you know, to meme or anything. He had the intent that he could defeat Slaanesh with them. And, you know, Tim the Wilder was able to just come in with a super wide build and do it. So let's look at value. I mean, Slaaneshi Marauders, you know, obviously trade pretty well, but they're not going to be your big value breadwinner. Sigvald with almost 2,000 value. 1,600 on the Sorcerer. Seekers, yeah, of course, Hellstrider's still really good, right? 900, 900, and 1,400. Though, to be completely fair, though, guys, these Hellstriders were summoned twice, so technically, they actually did not pay for themselves. They did not pay for themselves. 1,420 on these ones. These guys did pay for themselves. They were summoned twice, so yeah, they would have been 700 a pop. So, honestly, the Hellstriders guys didn't even really have crazy performances. I don't think any of them truly exceeded their cost or paid for themselves, so it was just kind of the capture weight. Yeah, and let's look at the Lotherans. Lotherans 700, 800. Okay, not bad value, actually. Silverans do really good, though. Look at that. 750, 1,000, 600. Oh, my God. That Archmage tried to carry that game so hard. Look at that. 3,765. Dragon Princes, I think, were summoned twice, so they didn't quite do super hot either. The Double Mage, kind of an interesting thing. Void did lose his Mage somewhat early on in the game as well. So that's going to be game one, going to Tim the Wilder, the Lord of Mordor. So the next map is going to be... Let's pull this up here. All right. Sounds good. Stand by. Get in. And all right. Cool. So just coordinating with the players. And we are good. I really like the Vanguard point of that map. I think it's really cool. The Elves could have used it as well. They let Slaanesh have it, even when they could have taken it for quite some time. All right, so the next map is going to be... Let's find it. And what is it going to be? All right, where are you at, map? It is going to be the Proving Grounds. All right, so Proving Grounds. I think Void Lulz is going to get on his beloved vampire counts. That would be my guess here, to try and get back in the game. GG, well played to all those players. And thank you guys for joining today. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the Vanguard points are pretty damn good. Value never tells the whole story. 100% true. 100% true. There's many, many variables. One second. Beautiful wife stopping by, saying hello, checking in on me. All right, so what are we going to see here? You know, Tim is a really good Tzeentch player too. I know that in previous seasons, Tim the Wilder has main Tzeentch. I don't know if we'll see that today, but yeah, 100% could be. Slaanesh needs to lose the 10% free resist. Yeah, I think that's a little bit much. I think Slaanesh units being faster and also having immune psychology is enough. I don't think they need the physical resist on top of that. Like, I think if you took away the physical resist, Slaanesh would be, like, pretty balanced. Yeah. They're really tanky. They're not a glass cannon. Like, Slaanesh Marauders with the physical resist, and they have decent melee defense, actually, are really tough to remove. And the Warriors are just, like, tanky as hell. Like, Nurgle is supposed to be the tanky one, but really Slaanesh ones are just tankier. With the physical resist factored in. Although I don't know about the HP pool. We'd have to see. Real question, Turin. Is there any units in the game you think should get more love? Elites? Yeah, there's some. I'll probably do a video on that at some point in the next couple weeks, like a video of like what units I think need love, either through cost reductions or just reworks. So yeah, we'll do that. When does Season 3 end? Season 3 is going to go pretty long. It'll probably, as soon as we have some indication of when the next DLC is going to be, yeah. Season 3 will be going into New Year's, though. Yeah, it'll be going into the New Year's. ITP is insanely good. Yeah, it's pretty wild. There are some factions that trade okay into Slaanesh. I think Tomb Kings, even after the nerfs, can do okay into them. As a matter of fact, if we take a look at that. Yeah, so take a look. Slaanesh has only lost 5 games this entire season, okay? And let's see here. Oh, man, they've actually been beating Tomb Kings? Wow, okay, I guess the Tomb Kings nerf. Who has Slaanesh lost to? They lost the game to Grand Cathay, to Khorne, and Bretonnia. I can see Bretonnia with their new and improved foot squires and like the anti-large cavalry trading well with like Fey Enchantress. Okay. Grand Cathay was probably a map thing. It was like a choke point and they were able to just blast them. Interesting. Yeah, and all the other losses are like mirror matches probably, so yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go, darling. That's right. All right, so taking a look here at the chat. Let's see what the picks are going to be. Sounds good. Tim the Wilder doing his thing. And let's see. Cheers. All right, I just went and told Anticity that he could watch my stream if he wants to. I know he's streaming his games today as well, and he might potentially be sitting there for a while. So if he wants to just watch these games, that's totally fine. He could stream them. Yeah, Dowie I think have some teeth against Bretonnia or against Slaanesh. Yeah, the blasting charges can really wreck Slaaneshi infantry, and Slayers are obviously very good against any of their big stuff. I think Dwarves actually on a small map, on the right map, I think Dwarves can give Slaanesh a run for their money. But it's very map dependent. If it's like any sort of a big map, then Dwarves have no chance. But if it's like a Death's Pass or like a Battle for Itza, a Proving Grounds even, like a map like this, I think that it's very, very possible. Kislev will be back. Don't worry. Kislev has very strong roots. They're a decent faction in many ways. Yeah, let's take off this hoodie, man. It's getting a little hot in here. All right. Kislev needs some air units. I don't know. Kislev just needs more stuff. Like, they're so predictable. You know what they're going to bring, like, every time. Their roster is so limited. They just need more things. Different types of units, right? And that's it. Anticity Slaanesh just took out Xiphos' Dowie. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see it. I mean, the Furies can do the work, and I'm guessing, what map is it on, though? I'd be curious to see that. Do mirror matches not count? Yeah, they obviously just even out, right? So, yeah. On Sotek? Oh, okay. Sotek is an interesting one, Bob. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what Dwarves could do on there. Slaanesh Furies are like the secret ingredient to winning any fight. They are. 100% armor piercing. Oh my god, we got Dwarves! I think we got Dwarves. Okay, Demons of Chaos, Void picks. I went Dwarves banning Vampire counts. So it's going to be Dwarves versus Demons of Chaos or Vampire or Slaanesh. Oh no. Oh no. Are we going to be getting Slaanesh versus Dwarves? Oh, we are. Well, you know, Misha, it's actually, let's see. So it's not that, it's actually kind of cold here by California standards. So right now it's let me check. Let's see what the weather looks like. Try not to get. Okay. Switching it up here. Okay, so right now where we are, it's 19 Celsius for all of you guys and 66 Fahrenheit. But at night and like on colder, it gets pretty down to 0. You said? Yeah, Anna with the conversion. She said at night it gets down to like 0 Celsius, like at nighttime and on colder days. So it's not like, yeah, it can get cold here. I mean, but again, for all of you guys, that might not be cold, but it's pretty damn nice. It's pretty nice. Like it's paradise for sure. Lord Snipe of the Engineers. I'm really curious of what Tim the Wilder is going to be doing. I personally think it's going to be a Dwarven Tide. 19. Yeah. This is like a warmer day, though. Yeah. 0 I can respect. Oh, my God. Slaaneshi Dwarves. I don't think the Dwarves have fallen to chaos, but it's like they don't seem to be into the Slaanesh stuff. Like the Dwarves don't really seem to be about like hedonism and things like that. They're more like greed and industry, right? That's like the dark side of the Dowie culture that can be corrupted. So like when you see Chaos Dwarves, they're just like greedy overseer, like machinists, you know, like mad engineers, that kind of a thing, right? Yeah. 19 is summer weather, tanning time. Yeah, it's nice. 19 is a heat wave in Scotland. Yeah, it's really nice. This weather's great. Slaanesh versus Dwarves, man. This used to be the cursed matchup of cursed matchups. Like when Immortal Empires first came out, the Dwarves had no chance. But that was because Domination Mode was like a Zoomer game back then. It was just like, it was over in like 5 minutes. You would just have like, remember how quick Domination games used to go? So Dwarves would have no chance to like trade. Yeah. That was Total War Zoomer Hammer. Yeah. Just like fast, like low attention span, crazy games. Yeah. It was wild. Negative 12 right now. Oh, man. Okay. I don't envy that. Negative 30 here in Edmonton area. Oh, boy. Okay. That's no joke. So, ladies and gentlemen, the forces of Slaanesh are going to be led by Void. He's going to be coming in with Prince Sigvald. We do have double Exalted Demonette, Spawn, and Marauder spam. Interesting. The Demonettes are very, very glass cannon. I mean, if they get focus fired, that's immediately 1,200 value you're going to be losing for Slaanesh, right? The Dwarves, very, very basic line. I mean, it looks like a game 1 build. Basically, Quarrelers and Dwarf Warriors. No blasting charges, but the blasting charges will be summoned from reinforcements. Quarrelers are amazing here. They obviously do a ton of damage against most Slaanesh units, but they're very vulnerable to being dove by Furies and different flying units, so you certainly got to watch out. That is for sure. So, Mighty Dowie do have their own Wa as well. Thoric Ironbrow's going to be giving the rousing battle cry to the Dwarves to give them some nice stats. So we'll see how this goes. Void brought the 2 E-Girl build. Yeah, there you go. All right, Devoted Marauders into the sunset. Very good. Bonus first infantry and shields. What's not to love against Dwarves? Yes, they lack armor piercing, but their job isn't necessarily to kill. Mainly just kind of hold things in place and allow the other Slaanesh units to do their job. Exalted Demonettes, if these ladies can get on top of any of the Dwarven troops, they will absolutely cut them to pieces. Like to ribbons. Exalted Demonettes are absolutely brutal grinding units. If they're not being shot or blasting charged, they will basically massacre you. Sigvald, obviously great at fighting on points. We saw how effective he was at the last game here. So for the Dowie, it's going to be Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards. Yeah, Dwarf Warriors are fine. They actually trade reasonably well into the Devoted Marauders. You know, their armor and their melee defense. It's not the worst. A couple great weapons. I do like that tech by Tim the Wilder, just in case Chaos Warrior spam was going to be employed here, which is a very viable strategy against Dwarves, is spamming out the shielded Chaos Warriors to just have a durable wall of like grinding Slaanesh units while your cavalry run rampant. It's very good. But the Dwarf Warriors here are going to be just kind of holding it down. Quarrelers, obviously, you guys know what they're about. Quarrelers are very good at shooting into any of the lightly armored units. Good against Spawn, good against Demonettes. You guys love it. You guys love it. It's going to be good. Somebody in chat saying Anticity just played the same matchup against Xiphos, and he had almost the same build of Exalted Demonettes, Spawn, and Marauders. Interesting. It seems like, maybe Voidlaws was watching that game. That could have honestly been it. Voidlaws could have been watching the game between Anticity and Xiphos, and maybe he just copied his build, because that was taking place before this match. Although, no, it was actually taking place during the last match. Yeah, so he would have been in his last game when that was happening. So I don't think that would have been possible. Kind of an interesting scheme that could have been, though. So Dwarves have summoned out their first wave of reinforcements. I believe it was just a basic Dwarf Warrior unit, something very, very cheap. Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. And now they are going to be moving up, looking to grab the point here. So Dwarves are going to be taking a bit of a RTS concave from that big semicircle here and then looking to push up that way. I think that's going to be the game plan. So objective 1 here and 2, obviously Dwarves. Dwarves are the kind of faction that just play 2 objectives until they outvalue you, and then they can move for the 3rd one. But really, you don't want to be playing 3 objectives as the Dwarves against Slaanesh. You're going to get absolutely massacred. It is going to be a super, super bad time. Now check this out, Chaos Chariots. It's going to be the basic Chaos Chariots, not the Slaaneshi Demon ones, and that's the right choice because the armor makes them much more durable against Slayers and Focus Fire, whereas the Demon ones, even though they have a slightly better armor piercing values, they're just too squishy. Like, if they get embroiled in any Dwarven formation for more than like 15 seconds, they're basically going to die. Which is not what you want to be doing. It is not what you want to be doing. The middle objective is owned by Slaanesh. The Dark Prince cackles. Interesting choice to have the Exalted Demonettes over here. A very expensive unit that's not going to be involved in the fighting initially, although maybe he'll just grab the point and then send some Marauders over there, or just leave it empty, and then, can always summon in some Cav or Infantry to respond to the Dwarves if they try and get to that point, right? That is totally the jam. Now, moving up here, Objective 1 is going to be taken by the Dwarves, and Tim the Wilder does have his Blasting Charge line, so Slaanesh wants the Dwarves to push out. They want them to move for Objective 2 so they can try and, catch units isolated, all that sort of good stuff. And what do we see summoned? Are these Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh? Interesting. They don't seem like they're going to be terribly good against the Dwarves. We'll have to see. Will Tim the Wilder come in with the upset here? This is, for a long time, been considered, at least in my anecdotal experience, even though I think the Dwarves have some tools here, I do think it's a Slaanesh-favored matchup. And look at this. Gyrocopter Brimstone Gun is going to be shooting at Sigvald. Of course, Voidlaw's going to be showing that scary micro, and he will be dodging back and forth with Sigvald. That's really curious, though. If he's actually going to be shooting at Sigvald, okay. Interesting. Is this some secret RTK tech as Tim the Wilder is actually doing some substantial damage against Prince Sigvald there? I mean, it's not like amazing, but it's not insignificant either. So the Gyrocopter is going to pull back up. Obviously, we see Furies, but the Furies can't really go after the Gyro because if they do, the Dwarven Quarreler line will get a ton of damage. And we just see a Dwarven Tide, guys. Longbeard's moving in, so Longbeard's going to be on their way up. Sigvald definitely should move in and fight, but guys, here's the thing. People underestimate Thoric in combat. He actually has magic damage, so he surpasses Sigvald's physical resist, and he has amazing armor piercing as well. Thoric could actually put a bit of a hurt on Sigvald. I don't know who would win in a straight fight, probably Sigvald, but like if Thoric is supported by other units, I think he could potentially rout Sigvald off, depending on the circumstances. A little bit hard to say. So the dwarves are doing what they do best, which is a slow push. They're just kind of taking it easy. You know, slow ride, take it easy. Quarreler's going to be unleashing a salvo of fire. We'll see if they get any kills against Voidlaws. Voidlaws, of course, very, very good micro here, but he is able to get a couple models there. Yeah, looks like the Slaanesh Cav do get pounded a little bit. Now I'm really curious about how this is going to go. Thoric's going for it, man. Sigvald's slippery, and he pops his sword and everything. Sliver Slash. And Thoric Ironbrow is going to get his butt kicked while that sword is active. That sword gives you 50% extra damage, which is pretty bonkers. So now Thoric is going to need to retreat. His armor is, of course, sundered because of Sliver Slash. So yeah, you don't want to be taking that fight right now. And Sigvald's going to be pushing into enemy lines. Classic Sigvald, just single-handedly raid bossing. This is actually how Sigvald plays in Age of Sigmar 2. He's just like this heat-seeking missile, which is surprisingly tanky, and you just kind of send him where you want him to go, and he does his thing. But now Slaanesh is going to be collapsing in. The hordes of chaos have arrived, and the Demonettes coming from the side. It looks like they're not going to be focus fired by any missiles. So this Dwarven formation, I think, is going to be folding like a piece of paper. These poor Dwarf Warriors, talk about a mismatch. Oh my god. They're going to get massacred so badly. The other Marauders are going to take a little bit of time, but we do see some of the spawn getting beaten down in the middle. So there's some really, really nice shots there. It's Thoric Ironbrow. It's probably time to sound the Dwarven Wah. And in response, Tim is going to be summoning out some blasting charges to try and deal with some of these units. And look at that, the Rune of Wrath and Rune going down there. Not bad on the Devoted Marauders. But look how one-sided this fight is. Oh my god, the Exalted Demonettes have just buzzsawed through these dwarves. And yeah, man, the Furies of Voidlaws come in from all directions. Going to be jumping all over the dwarves here. Absolutely nasty stuff. And the Rune of Doom also sounds. So these Quarrelers are actually a little bit better in combat. And in the middle, Slaanesh is kind of being folded a little bit. Slight value lead for Tim the Wilder, but he's going to need more than a slight value lead to deal with these Slaaneshi forces as the Chaos Furies of Slaanesh, showing why they are truly nasty. And it looks like there's not any Furies or anything that can really effectively deal with them. And the Dwarves really, really blobbed up here, so a little bit of inefficiency as the Dwarves need to kind of get these characters out of the blob, start getting some blasting charges online, and eventually deal with these Chaos Furies, which are just rampaging through all of these battle lines here. Now, the Demonette's going to be battling more Dwarf Warriors here, so just more kills for them. So they're up to about 500 value so far. The basic Dwarven infantry, though, are holding very well. Like, Dwarf Warriors hold back Devoted Marauders pretty effectively. And he did land the Gyrocopters on the ground, yeah. So he's got the ground gyros, which is pretty hilarious. And he's using the steam cannons to actually try and break the Chaos Furies. And some of the Chaos Furies are actually losing in combat to the Quarrelers, I think largely due to the support of Thoric Ironbrow and the Dwarven Wah that we did see active a little bit earlier. And the side objective, still owned by the Dwarves. They haven't lost this one yet. And the Exalted Demonettes, man, Voidlaws with really good micro. So he pulled back to avoid blasting charges. But this could be a big win for the Dowie if he's going to be able to get these blasting charges. And even trading right now, guys, yeah, Voidlaws he's here to win, man. He is not letting his units get caught by, like, bad engagements. Although the blasting charges do kind of tickle them a little bit, but for the most part, they will be able to get away and pick another fight. Quarreler's still shooting. Fascination is active. And the Dwarven Bowline is actually back online, ladies and gentlemen. And Tim the Wilder is pulling ahead in value. Some of them do get rampaged into melee. Very, very good play there. That was a great play there by Void. He was able to rampage the Quarrelers, forcing them into melee combat. And now we do get some Hell Scourges coming out. So the Hell Scourges jump on top of the blasting charges. Dwarf Warriors, of course, going to be trying their best to help them. But the Slaaneshi forces are being pushed back a little bit as the ground copters support the backfield. Sigvald, though, still is just an absolute menace. Wherever he goes, pretty much doom and destruction do follow. Dwarves holding on to the point, but the Exalted Demonettes are back, and it does not look like there's any missile pieces to shoot them, so the Dwarves are basically having to face tank these Exalted armor-piercing units, which is really not good for them. Fury's able to shut down some of the Quarrelers over here, and looking on the backside of the map, we do see Longbeards trying to chase down Slaaneshi cavalry. Certainly not the Dwarves' favorite task. Probably want to move those guys back up. And guys, the Dwarf Tide, the Dowie Tide, looks like they might be able to kind of get to the middle objective and get a 2-cap here. We'll have to see. Slaanesh is up on points pretty substantially. But Thoric Ironbrow fighting here. The Rune of Doom is active. The entire Dwarf army getting a huge stat buff. I mean, really, none of the other Dwarf Lords can really kind of compare to that, right? It's just so good. 49 melee attack on Longbeards. Talk about cost effective, right? In tandem with how good their defensive stats are. This is a pretty colossal mistake by Tim, though. Chasing with an expensive unit, trying to chase down these cav units when the Longbeards could maybe be over here securing the point, I think is a reasonable blunder. But Tim the Wilder's pulling the value up. He's doing pretty good. But Thoric Ironbrow could be getting his bread buttered here, guys. We'll have to see. Sigvald is coming in. Does he have Sliver Slash? He might have his Mighty Sword. Thoric, of course, is very tanky, and the dwarves really need to hold here. He needs to get some reinforcements. Thoric needs to find a way out of that engagement. If Thoric does die, the dwarves could be in a huge dangerous situation. But the Grudge is satisfied. The dwarves swarming up onto the point, and they are going to be grabbing that middle point for sure. There is not really any defense for Slaanesh, and what Tim needs to do after that is maybe send some Slayers over there to try and get that side point as well and be really greedy. This point might actually be flipping here. It looks like Slaanesh is going to be taking this one, the Dwarven position, really kind of mucked up here with some of the spawn and these different units. And yeah, the Longbeards over chasing in the back could be coming back to bite him. It's still the territory where the Dwarves can win on a double cap for sure. It's not such a point lead for Void that, that is impossible, but yeah, the Dwarves are holding on, man. They are enduring the wrath of Slaanesh, ladies and gentlemen, as Tim the Wilder looks to potentially close out the series with a 2-0 victory over Void. That would be a pretty substantial upset, as I think Void Laws was the number 4 or 5 seed last season, and I think Tim was quite a bit lower, but yeah, still nonetheless, Tim is a multi-time tournament winner, very strong, and we're seeing that in action here. So middle objective is taken. Dwarves are not going to be playing the side point. So maybe that's where, Tim knows the Dowie, a little bit better than me. Because I would have maybe sent a Slayer over to the side point, but against Slaanesh, maybe that's a horrible mistake. And just trying to consolidate on 2 points and really kind of focus your resources might be the way to do it. We will have to see. But this is also a way that Tim could throw. If he doesn't leave enough on the point and allows Void to keep bouncing between objectives, that could be a way that Void could start capturing these points back, and the Dwarves could eventually be put in a situation where they need a triple cap, and that's where they lose the game, right? So the Dwarves are swarming in. They really need to send more. It looks like there's going to be some Longbeards heading over to Objective 3. The middle is being fought over by some Miners with blasting charges and some Hellstriders, but also some Devoted Marauders coming in. I think Tim is going to realize pretty quickly that he needs to get that point back. So he does get this one. The Slaaneshi forces here are being crushed, what's left of them. Some Exalted Demonettes obviously doing very well. But yeah, they're fully surrounded now, and they have light armor, so even Dwarves, especially Slayers. Slayers do hit very hard against light armor, even though they're designed against large things. Slayers still can put a big dent in these type of units, and the Exalted Demonettes are for sure going to be crumbling here. But the middle objective is going to be flipping back to Slaanesh. So Tim might have pulled too much away. We do see Longbeards moving to the third point, and the dreaded Royal Dowie Air Force is here. Going to be lending some fire support as the Dwarves do manage to hold on to the point for a moment. What are these gyrocopters going to be shooting? Maybe going to be going after the Furies? I'm not sure. Bombing run coming down from Tim. Tim definitely has to be careful not to just lose these gyros. That would be an absolute disaster. I think he brought the gyros in to deal with the Sibilant Slaughtercade or the Seeker Chariots here. And now we do see the Chaos Chariots moving in after the Longbeards here on the far side. And they're going to be heading up to the point. And the Chariots might actually not be able to kill them quick enough. Like, Chaos Chariots really don't have the best armor piercing, that's for sure. But Tim needs to get points quick. You can see Slayers moving over. Slayers are really good against most of the Slaanesh army, because when Slaanesh starts to lose the battle in terms of value, they're going to start, relying more so on their mobility. Really nice pick by Void Laws, though. This is the kind of stuff you need to get back in the game. Tim spent 900 gold on a Brimstone gun, or 800, whatever it was, and, now suddenly that's just gone. One Chaos Fury just kind of cleans that up. Sigvald just trapped in a bunch of forces here, just kind of chilling, and we do see the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh getting hammered. Thoric is satisfying the grudge, going to be dropping the hammer, getting it in there, as the Chaos Sorcerer here is potentially on deathbed. He has about 492. That'd be really good, because it's going to be taking away the Slaanesh lore passive, which buffs their entire army. Sigvald coming in, trying to finish off Thoric, but I think the Chaos Sorcerer is going to be down for the count. Some idle Longbeards here. Tim really needs to get those up on the point or get them active. Looks like he's going to be rotating over to the middle, and the side objective is being fought over pretty heavily. These Longbeards are absolute chads, like being swarmed by like 2 or 3 units that theoretically kind of counter them, and still trading super well. That's why we love Longbeards, man. Longbeards are so good. We got Corlers coming out. Tim really going to be pressing for a triple cap right now. That is for sure. So, Tim might have potentially thrown the game by letting this middle objective get flipped. Like, maybe if he had left one Slayer there, I think he could have still gotten the side objective whilst also maintaining the middle. He's obviously going to get it back now. Slaanesh is going to get pushed off. The Slayers are going to cut through most of these units. There's a lot of Dwarves moving on to the point. And these Longbeards are just doing the work, man. They're holding on, but I think they're finally going to be breaking. These Furies are just so damn cost-effective. Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons on their way up. Chariots still 4,000 HP. Need to have some Slayers here. A single Slayer would be so good. And it looks like the Longbeards hold on. Oh, 0 leadership. They're wavering. -3. It looks like the Longbeards finally do break as we get some Quarrelers coming over. And the Dwarves have a solid stranglehold on the side objective. They're also going to be getting the middle here, but it looks like this might be getting pretty close to triple cap territory. Sigvald does have healing. For anybody who's newer to the game, Slaanesh has blessed Sigvald with the ability to mend his wounds, which is very much a thing in 40k too. It's kind of like Lucius the Eternal or these different characters. The Dwarven Wah mechanic is going to be going down. Tim the Wilder really on the ropes, guys, because he still hasn't gotten the middle back. Voidlaws is very, very close to just winning on points. And honestly, Voidlaws has pulled the value back as well. It's 10.5 to 1,000, so the Dwarves barely have a lead right now, like barely. And the middle point, is it going to be flipping? It looks like it is, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Tim to win on just these two. Oh my god, Voidlaws flipped back the capture weight there. So these Longbeards need to get onto that point, man. And now it's going to come down to, can the Dwarves, with their momentum, get this side point? It looks like they're maybe going to, guys. The Fury's going after the blasting charges. Coiler's being intercepted by some of the Furies here as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like the grudge has been satisfied, ladies and gentlemen, as all three objectives have been taken by the proud Dowie. Except the middle. Oh, Slaanesh still holding on to the middle. Dwarf forces on a bit of a rout here, as Tim obviously can't be everywhere at once. Dwarves are very, very slow, but we do have some Longbeards making their way over. Sigvald is trapped in Longbeards, which is pretty much going to be his fate the rest of the game. And man, this is such a good play. The Exalted Demonettes of Slaanesh coming in. The speedy hammer unit in the late game to push the Dwarves off the point. The Exalted Demonettes are just going to buzzsaw through these Dwarven warriors, especially in tandem with the cavalry support that they do have here. And this objective is probably going to be flipping. What needs to happen is Longbeards need to come over here and buy as much time as possible to allow Tim to try and catch up on points. He's going to be triple capping Slaanesh right now, maybe. It depends if these units can get over here. It looks like he's maneuvering over. But Slaanesh is so good at kind of bouncing onto the points, right? So Gyrocopter is coming out, and we do get more Quarrelers, which again are a value trading unit, not necessarily going to be giving you the most capture weight. And the Dwarves are in some serious, serious danger, ladies and gentlemen. What a great game. What a great game. The Exalted Demonette's going to be rushing into these Longbeards here. Longbeard's going to be cut to pieces, that is for sure. So they're going to be taking some heavy, heavy-duty damage. And the objective's going to be flipping. So I think Slaanesh has got this one. The fact that the Dwarves didn't quite get the middle objective, that maybe could have given them enough. But, oh man, I don't know. We still got some time left. Especially if the Dwarves manage to flip this one, there still is time. We do have the double Gyrocopter Brimstone guns out now, which is giving excellent Overwatch fire. And the value lead is being maintained by Tim the Wilder. Here in the back, we can see the Ekron's Miners should be able to defeat these guys. And we do have some more Miners with blasting charges moving up to try and hold that objective there. But Slaanesh is really, really good at just kind of bouncing and getting these 2 points, right? Because the Dwarves got put in a situation where they needed a triple cap, which is not ideal for them at all. So Slaanesh does get this point. The Dwarves get this point. They have a 2 cap right now. So currently, Voidlaws, only needs just over 150 more points to win. And the Royal Dowie Air Force is moving in. We do see the Seeker Chariots actually being killed by a little bit of Overwatch fire from the Gyrocopters up in the sky. And will the Dwarves be able to get up to this point in time? Very, very tough to say. Because, yeah, this point is going to be contested. Looks like they might be able to get there just barely in time. If the Quarrelers can move up onto the point, we'll have to see. We got 2 units of Miners with blasting charges hustling over there. It's about 6 capture weight between these 2 units. And the side objective is owned by Slaanesh. The Dwarves do have some units hustling, some Dwarf Warriors. They're 100% pumping those Dwarven legs. They're pumping those Dwarven legs as hard as they possibly can. But if this objective flips, he needs to move these Quarrelers up on it. Like, he needs to get them up on the point. And I think he realizes this and is going to be sending the Quarrelers up to fight. Obviously, the Gyrocopters are slowly clearing these things off, but it's not going to be super fast. And now Slaanesh has a double cap on the Dwarves again, which is really, really going to be speeding along their demise. We'll have to see. So Dwarf Warriors moving, but Devoted Marauders are in position here. And I would imagine, yeah, he's got some more fast units. Marauder Horsemen going to be coming to intercept these Dwarven units just to reduce capture weight. And the Dwarves are just so tattered here, man. So incredibly tattered. So Miners will be able to eventually get through this. The objective does flip for Slaanesh. And ladies and gentlemen, Voidlaw is going to be tying up the series. That was a really, really admirable effort. Like, the Dwarves almost won that game. They almost won it. So, before the game, we were talking about how the Dwarves have some teeth against Slaanesh. So let me just lay this out. Voidlaws is one of the best players in the entire world, playing in a favored matchup, and he still almost lost it. Tim is an amazing player, and he also, made the Dwarves work. Like, that was a game that could have gone either way, depending on, like, one objective flip. Like, if this objective had been defended by the Dwarves a little bit better, he could have maybe just won the game on 2 objectives and wouldn't have been forced to go for all 3. So it looks like he's going to be getting this objective. The middle one is owned by the Dowie, and that is going to be a victory just barely by the forces of Slaanesh and Voidlaws. What a great game. GG, well played. Yes, bring the count. Give us the Vampire Counts mirror match. That's what we all want. Oh my god, my wife made some really good coffee. Jeez, that's amazing. So these Demonette ladies were pretty mean. 2200 value on that one is very good against Dwarves. Yep, Classic Fury's doing great work. Not a lot of value, but really tying things down. Also, there was a play where Tim lost his gyrocopter for free, and he kind of lost his momentum. That was like his summon, and he lost it. That was like when I think the momentum of the battle kind of shifted. All right, GG, well played. At that point, he needed all 3. Yeah, did he? Okay, well, that makes sense. Still very, very good. All right, so it is going to be the Black Ark. We're going back to a classic map. One of CA's finest maps, actually. It's very, very good. It's not a real tournament without a vampire count mirror. Don't you put that evil on us, Hadries. Don't you do it. Yeah, demonettes are good if they don't get focus fired. It just requires a lot of good micro. Like, yeah, people might, want to make the point, yeah, Slaanesh OP, that's why they won. But you have to remember, many Slaanesh players, even high-level players, would have let those Exalted Demonettes get Blasting Charge, would have let them get Quarreler fired, but Voidlaw's microed them very meticulously. So he played very, very well. Yeah, it was a great game. That was a good one, man. So, Dowie versus Slaanesh was the last game. Now we're going to be jumping into the final match, and then we'll be jumping up to the top side, which is going to be your boy, Anticity versus House Cat of War. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Let's look at the brackets real quick for today. So, Anticity with a 2-1 victory over Zyphos. Really, really tight series. And House Cat of War, I believe, defeated Ulrich 2-1 as well. So let's go and switch over there. Take a look. Yep, top side, Anticity versus House Cat of War. And Tim the Wilder versus Voidlaws. The cash prize for winning today is going to be $200 for first place, $100 for second place. And of course, you get to be added to the Hall of Fame on Total Tavern. So on Total Tavern, we have a nice little Hall of Fame, which will forever immortalize you, as long as I can afford the server fees. for Total War. So, even after Total War Warhammer 3 is long and dead, I will be maintaining this website for whatever games I'm covering. Hopefully it will never die. That's the idea, but you'll be earning a spot. So Season 1, our champion was Moffat. And Season 2, we'll see who our champion's going to be. These are the top 16. But again, we'll see who the champ's going to be for today. And yeah, this is our nice little Hall of Fame. So if you guys want to go look at who the best players of all time are in history, you can go back and look. And really, we are going to be the compendium of Total War Warhammer competitive here on Total Tavern. So yeah, you can see all the champs are. Very fun stuff. Very fun stuff. Okay. Looks good. The bracket, we're doing it on challenge today because, yeah, it's going back to Season 2. So, how did she brew the coffee? I'm a coffee roaster, and now I'm curious. I'm not sure what she did. You'd have to ask her. It's like, I think she has some nice spices in there. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. Hey, Jay Phoenix, how you doing? Hey, Jay, thank you for uploading some new pictures, by the way, to the website. So let's take a look real quick. So we also show off community art. So if you guys are hobby painters in Discord and you want to get your goods posted up on Total Tavern, all you need to do is tag Jay Phoenix in the Jay Phoenix or Melody in the hobby section, and you can get your stuff posted. So we got the Vampire Lord, a lot of cool minis painted by our community members. And we got some new ones, which I'll get to as well. The Skaven by Ratboy. Got a Doom Wheel by Ratboy. I love that, man. We got Thankful and Bone Ripper by the classic competitive player Romulan Dog. Nice Chaos Demons Army. Yeah, very cool. Plague Bears. The whole menagerie. Now, this is one of my personal favorites. This man, Leech Lord, I don't know when he did this, but these are Limp Biscuit themed Imperial Guardsmen. They have the backwards red cap with the baseball hat, and they have the white t-shirt. These are the Limp Bizkit Imperial Guard. Dude, how great is that? How great is that? Limp Bizkit Imperial Guard. Oh my God. Look at that. Yeah, Alexander, that'd be funny. Oh my God. He's got the Limp Bizkit Fred Durst hat. We got some nice terrain done by Melody. Looks like it's for the Sylvaneth. Very cool. Bertrand the Brigand. Oh, that's a nice paint job. Durst Marines. I know. Isn't that good? How good is that? This is a beautiful mini. Beautiful mini. Jay, you're a really, really talented painter. Yeah, really, really talented. And of course, once we get Wookiee Claw up here, my wife's creation, the masterpiece, we'll put it on there as well. Yeah, Jay, great work. Great work. We got an Orc Warboss by Grimm. We have an Orc Warboss on a Wyvern by Grimm. Oh, that's cool. They need to add that to Total War Warhammer. I don't care if it's from Age of Sigmar. Orcs. Oh, dude. These models are so cool, man. Now, this is a really nice detail in this. So it's kind of like, I don't know what red that is. It's like an orangish red, but the silver highlights. He used Stormhost silver. So like, do the highlights on the armor. It looks really good. Croc-R. Oh, look at the Croc-R, dude. Yeah, man. That's sick. So that's a Croc-R model. Look at the river there, too. There's like a nice river. So that's by Morpheus. Yeah, very cool. All right. So let's see what the matchup's going to be. And it is going to be Vampire Counts, Demons of Chaos Tzeentch, banning Empire for this game. Okay, so the players are still doing their picks and bans, so we have a little bit of time. No, there's no miniature contest. No, it's just people in the community post them in our Discord, and then we share them on the website. Yeah. Yeah, good old Fred Durst. I love the Fred Durst Marines, dude. It's so funny. Packs a chainsaw. Yeah, from Break Stuff. Yeah. It's hilarious stuff, man. How's life treating you guys, by the way? Is everybody doing good? Getting through some hard times? Yeah, life's tough, man, but at least we get to have these fun times together. Demons of Chaos for Void Lulls. Oh, yes, bring the Ulgors. It's gonna be probably Blue Ulgor or Bellicor, I would wager. What's it gonna be for Tim? Dark Elves? I went Dark Elves banning Tzeentch. Okay. So Void Lulls really wanted to play Tzeentch, so he's gonna play Demons of Chaos, because Tzeentch got banned. And I'm really surprised to not see Void's Vampire Counts. Because they were not banned this series, but maybe he doesn't want to play them on Black Ark, I'm not sure. Matt says, I just started an AOS army in the color scheme of an 80s Neon Miami. Oh my god, Matt, you have to share some pictures in our Discord, man. You have to. This is the top 4. We're in the semifinals right now. And then we're going to be going to the top side to do Anticity versus House Guide of War in a best of 3. And the winners will be playing in a best of 5. So we are an hour and 20 minutes in. And we'll be here for quite a bit longer. If I casted every single match today, it would be like a 10-hour stream. Yeah. Yeah, I heard Dark Tide was fun. It's a little bit too much clicking for me, though. That's a problem. It's just, I have some repetitive stress injury. And what's good about RTS games is they're not nonstop clicking. Like, a lot of it is like mouse maneuvering, or like intermittent clicks. But like where you're just like mashing a shooting button on is like, it's kind of hard in my hand. Yeah. Alzak says, doing good. Got a nephew about a week and a half ago going down south for a work trip. Hey, sounds good, man. Congrats on that. Congrats on that, brother. Yeah, good times. Picking Demons of Chaos just to spam horrors is a power move. Yeah, well, Demons of Chaos are really good, actually. People sleep on them. Like a couple weeks ago, like a week and a half ago, I won a tournament with them. It was a Swiss tournament where in every single best of 1 game, I played Demons of Chaos and was like, they have some weird meta tricks that can really catch people off guard because they're not commonly used. Yeah, I personally really like Demons of Chaos as a competitive faction. I really like them. It's really fun. You can just do so much different stuff. Yeah, it's rough, man, but you know, I'm good. Like, dude, there's so many worse afflictions I could have, you know. Yeah, like, so that's fine. It's whatever. Just join the stream, dude. The matchups have been good. We had 2 really. One game was more once. No, they were both really close games, actually. We've had 2 really close games so far. Yeah. Now we're on to the 3rd game here. I wonder how good Demons of Chaos would be if people knew their tricks, though. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about Demons of Chaos, Ashariah, which you articulated a very good point. In that Demons of Chaos are kind of a gimmick faction. Like, a lot of their builds are very gimmicky. So maybe if people started to know what was coming, they would just crush them. I don't know. Like, usually with, like, really solid factions, you can bring, like, an army and, like, it can do enough things that it doesn't rely on, like, a single gimmick unit. You know, that's kind of a way that you can tell, like, a faction's really good. So is Turin going to 1v1 Anticity with Demons of Chaos is in one of his hot take videos? Oh, if he wants to, sure. It depends if he knows the builds. If he's been watching my videos and my tournaments, which I think he does occasionally, then maybe. I'm not sure if he does, actually. I usually see him pop on tournaments. He was on the other night. Yeah, like if he knows what the gimmick that's coming, that's the thing about Demons of Chaos. You can catch people off guard the first time, but are they a consistent faction? I don't know. Maybe like a niche counterpick cheese faction is a good way of like kind of articulating the Demons of Chaos. Could be. Could very well be. Do you prefer tile or carpet where you keep your computer? That's strange. A strange question, but I will answer it. I do not like carpet, because if you have bad allergies, carpets are really not a good idea because they hold a lot of like dust and pet dander and things like that. I like tile, and I also like hardwood floors are my favorite. Hardwood floors are the best, I think. I like the way they look. It kind of like gives me that comfortable vibe at home, as you could say. But yeah, the Rogue Trader game looks interesting, Nickelback, for sure. It really does. Yeah, I saw that. As far as what we're going to be covering on the channel in the future, obviously, Total War Warhammer Into the Sunset, Age of Empires 4, I love that game. Company of Heroes 3, I'm going to be diving into that pretty heavily when that comes out. Stormgate is a really, really big one for 2023 that I want to get into. It's like a new big RTS game. Hopefully it'll be good, so I'll be covering that. And yeah, should be good. Picasso, thanks for all you do for the beautiful community. Thank you. Really appreciate that, Picasso, and thank you for being a part of the community, man. It's good times. Good times. Aspip's carpet is warm, but tile is really cold. Yeah, tile does get cold for sure. Yeah, it does. That's good stuff. All right, Demons of Chaos versus Dark Elf. So, how do the Demons of Chaos deal with Scourge Runner Chariots? Let's go ahead and talk about this a little bit. You have a couple options. You have Be'lakor face tanking. So if you guys have ever seen Kung Pao Enter the Fist, it's the face-to-foot style where you just let them kick you in the face till they get tired. So Be'lakor with his ward save and his huge HP pool just tanks the shafts to the face, and then the rest of the army wins. The other style, aside from face-to-foot style, is Blue Ogre with Gaze of Fate to lock them in place and catch them with Seekers, or Blue Fire Spam to snipe them out as well. You can also bring Soul Grinders of Tzeentch with their Javelins, and use the Soul Grinders of Tzeentch to pick off Scourge Runner Chariots. So there are options on the Demons of Chaos roster. I think the one I would be least interested in is face-to-foot style. But yeah, Seekers can catch them, but like a good Dark Elf player is going to just micro back and drag you through the mud. Yeah, you need something that can snare them or shoot them at a distance too. Are you interested in the Rogue Trader RPG game? You know, I like PvP games. I don't like the only non-PvP game Ultima Online is very PvP focused, but well, not focused, but it has that. But that's the only game I really play actively that I don't do a ton of PvP in. Like, my entire life revolves around PvP stuff, really. Warhammer, Age of Empires, Warhammer Tabletop. All my hobbies are just sweaty PvP games, the way I play them. So it's nice to have one game to just kind of play. But what I'm really excited for is when Old World comes out, we're going to start a tabletop channel, my wife and I. And she's going to do painting tutorials, and I'm going to do battle reports, which is going to be super hyped. We'll do Warhammer Fantasy Old World battles. We'll do 40k battles, and we'll also do like miniature game like Mordheim tabletop. So we'll build like a big Mordheim city and have like Mordheim battles, and it's going to be really fun. I look forward to it. I talk to my wife about it all the time. I'm like, oh, I'm so excited for this, even though it's probably like a year or two away, right? Yeah, so excited for that. Did you ever play World of Warcraft? Yeah, I did. I was a Gladiator Ice Mage. Yeah. I was a Gladiator Ice Mage and a Gladiator Death Knight in Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah. We ran, in WoW, we ran a Frost Mage, a Rogue, and a Priest was our comp that we got Gladiator with. Yeah. I can't remember what I did with the Death Knight. Who did I run with? Was it a Rogue? Yeah, I think I ran Death Knight Rogue 2v2, but in Wrath you couldn't get Gladiator from 2v2s. They changed it. Tabletop channel will be fun. When is Old World coming out? Nobody knows. I would guess at the earliest, end of 2023. At the latest, late 2024. That's my like really conservative guess. Yeah. Super cool. I know. Hello, this is Bear. I agree so much, man. Now, I'm really hyped for that. Yeah, painting tutorials are really fun. Absolutely. Anna's great at it too. We'll have it up soon. Misha says, Pewling says, Company of Heroes is amazing. I was super addicted to it for a few years. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'm really excited to dive into it. I mean, I love the Dawn of War games. So like that squad-based RTS kind of style, I think is very fun. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. We will see. Pretty impressive run by many folks today. I'm especially impressed by, I know Anticity has been taking quite a substantial break from PvP. I mean, he hasn't been doing it as much, and he still managed to pull off 2 very solid wins. Yeah, 2-2-1s. Very close games with him. He managed to get there. Zyphos with a pretty big upset, too, defeating Houseplant. Although I don't think Houseplant's been playing as much either, so. Who knows? Who knows? All right, guys, we're loading into the match. Let's get this party started. No need to wait for the old world. Yeah, I want to, though, because the old world is really what I want to launch it with. Okay, guys, it's gonna be the dreaded face-to-foot style. The wimp low tactics. We have Be'lakor. So Be'lakor is just... I can't tell you how many games with Demons of Chaos I've seen where the Demons of Chaos are down like 3,000 value, but all that value is in Be'lakor, and the rest of the army just plows the battlefield. Anticity the Rusty Iron Giant, I know. Yeah, he's great, man. He's got really good fundamentals. Very good competitive core as well. All right, so taking a look here at the Demons of Chaos, Be'lakor, Pit of Shades, no surprises. Interesting choice with the blues. I'm trying to think about their application. I guess shooting at the Corsair handbows with their 90 range and just holding an objective, but I feel like they get out-traded by Corsair so heavily. Now, Plague Bears are a different story. Plague Bears trade very well typically. They're super slow and very vulnerable to missile play, but I'm really wondering how Void's going to do this. Like, I feel like his whole army is countered by Corsair stuff. Like Corsair handbows, Scourge Runners, whatever. Like, well, not Scourge Runners so much, but yeah, like Corsair handbows, missiles, whatever. And it feels like it's going to be hard. So yeah, we got Corsair handbows, we got spears, we got Corsairs, Corsair handbows. Amazing here. Amazing, amazing unit in this matchup. Malekith the Witch King is here. How cool is Malekith? How cool of a character is this? Look at that dragon. That thing is just so awesome. And some Corsairs going to be pushed in the low ground objective because, you know, nothing the Demons of Chaos have is going to trade super effectively against those type of units. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Seekers of Slaanesh are probably your best bet. Bloodletters will also absolutely destroy Blackheart Corsairs, but they are 800 gold, and they're very vulnerable against many of the other Dark Elf assets, so it's a little bit risky. So we'll see. Last question here before I focus on the game fully. What about Homeworld 3? Also, I don't know about that game. If you have anything on it, you can feel free to send me a link in Discord. Yeah. So, Be'lakor's face-to-foot style. He's got 10,000 HP. Be'lakor also has some really other, solid abilities. He's got the Whisper in the Darkness. He does remove immune to Psychology. He's got the Lord of Torment, so this allows him to heal, which is pretty good. And yeah, he's very strong. Be'lakor was the tyrant of the days of old. He got a minor nerf, but I still think Be'lakor is very good. Like, he is so annoying to stop. Like, so annoying. Dark Elves have good tools, though. Corsair handbows. Malekith can go fisticuffs with him a little bit, with like a Soul Stealer on like a blob healing him. You don't want to duel Be'lakor, but, if you have to, you can, for sure. So Demons of Chaos going to move up. I'm really curious about Voidlord's build, because, like, I don't see this build working super well. Like, I feel like they have so many good counters to it. Okay, this makes more sense. Pink's coming out. They have 130 range. They can outrange the Corsair handbows, and they give you consistent DACA if you can protect them. This makes more sense to me. Like, the Plague Bears, I guess Plague Bears, Exalted Plague Bears, do have 70 range, so they can kind of, okay. Blackheart Corsair handbows actually have 70 range too, but with good control, Tim the Wilder should be able to get in, get a volley, and pull back using his speed. Yeah, Be'lakor does heal. He does heal. It's a conditional heal, though. It's not like a constant heal. Let me show you guys. It is the Lord of Torment. So he gets regeneration as units run near him, or waver, or break, or whatever. He builds it up. He has the Slaanesh mechanic, because that's how Slaanesh typically works, right? So here they come. The old Demons of Chaos is going to be chilling up on the point. It looks like Voidlulls is going to be going for a consolidated central push. On this map, you usually have two options, right? You partition a small amount of your forces to hold this, and then you just hold the two objectives. Or you do like a brute force push down the middle, which is harder to do, I'd say, but depending on the matchup, it's very viable. Especially if you're like have an artillery faction, brute force pushes work well, because you have a cannon line right here. And then you're just barraging while your main army pushes up, and then you just control these. And then what that does is, it forces them to come from their, like, loosen up objective 3, and then you go take that. That's like one of the main tactics here on this map. So, the Blues stand at the ready, General. A lot of focus fire. They do have 90 range, I guess. So maybe the Corsair handbows will pay the price. I don't know. Maybe Voidlulls has some like weird scheme or weird build that we don't know about. It's been practicing in the depths of VM. This is a clan war right now as well. This is RTK versus VM. A duel of fates between these two clans. So Exalted Plague Bears getting in position. Demons of Chaos going to be pushing into this army as we do see more Corsairs coming out for the Dark Elves. A single Scourge Runner and more pinks. The colors of the rainbow, man. We got, what do we got? We got pink, we got blue, we got green, we got gray. It's like the full rainbow here for these guys. So on the bottom side, we do see Spears grabbing the objective. Tim's going to be getting a double cap. We see Nurglings coming over? What are they going to get done? I mean, maybe a second Nurgling. I guess a Nurgling versus Spear unit isn't the worst, but it feels like a little bit of a strange investment if you ask me, but maybe he's going to be sending out another Nurgling. Or, you know what I can see him doing? is sending the Nurglings and then pulling in some Fleshhounds to rear charge. That would actually be very strong for maybe taking that point. Because again, remember, they have access to Fleshhounds. So, Corsair's going to be getting a little bit of DACA. Nice Gaze of Malice, going to be breaking through the shields. And, oh, really nice there. Beautiful timing by Tim. The Corsair Handbow is able to get some good value into those little demons. Not going to be crumbling them, obviously. But yeah, look at the blues. They fight back reasonably well. But it's all sunshine and rainbows when the blues still have ammo. When they run out, they're going to be forced into melee versus Corsairs, which could be a little bit tougher. Bellicor, the Dark Prince, does take quite a bit of damage from those handbows. Not too much, but about 400 or 500 damage, which is not insignificant. And handbows moving up, doing a little bit of skirmishing, shooting into the shields of the pinks and blues. But yeah, look at this. The pinks actually proven to be a pretty big threat. I mean, even though they lack armor piercing, they still have, you know, a good volume of fire. I mean, 80 models, good range, and yeah, that is a lot of damage going into the Corsair. So Tim is being pushed back a little bit. It might be time to send up the melee units. And we do see a breath attack going down from Malekith on top of the blues. Not like the most high value target, but not a terrible choice either, just to get them off the battlefield, get them crumbling, and reduce the numbers of your opponent's army here. So Plague Bears are on their way up. Will the Corsair Infantry engage? It looks like we got Dread Spears coming up, basic Corsairs, and the blue and pink push does seem to be doing pretty well, actually, as the Corsair Handbows here are forced back. Bellicor, the Dark Prince, going to be landing on the ground, going after the Bleak Swords, and Malekith kind of doing the same thing, landing over here, going after the Fleshhounds of Khorne, trying to get a little bit of a crumble on those guys. He doesn't quite get it, but, you know, he's trying his best. Dread Spears trying to head up and intercept the Khornehounds. And now this objective is being contested. We got a lot of tanky units here, man. And the Festering Stooges did get one volley off, but now they're going to be attacked by Corsairs. Festering Stooges will 100% win this fight, and Bellicor, oh, beautiful pit there. Really, really good cast. That's a nice one by Void. So Void's going to be casting that on the Blackheart Corsairs, and that is a big, big value breadwinner. But Dark Elves are holding. Value trading is reasonably even, and we do get some Dark Riders coming around the back. Dark Riders going to be screaming in, trying to get us around here, I would imagine. Very cost-effective Corsairs. Corsairs fighting into blues and pinks in melee is extremely good for the Druchii. Up in the sky, we do see Malekith. He has activated the Soul Stealer, using it on the Festering Stooges. Is not a bad idea. Try and get rid of some of the more elite units. And now Malekith is going to be going in after the elite units, which is smart because he can kill the models outright and drag them down relatively quickly. Now we get Screamers moving in. Screamers and Nurglings on the low ground objective. It looks like it's Corsairs versus Nurglings, so pretty big win for the Dark Elves down here. As Tim the Wilder does get the pick on those Nurglings here, but very, very aggressive posture from the Demons of Chaos. And, you know, all it takes is getting a couple of hounds into the back line to really change things up. So Dark Riders do get on top of the pinks, temporarily shutting them down, but good counterplay by Void. He's going to be screaming in the Screamers, pun not intended there, actually. And the Fleshhounds also get us around, immediately breaking those Dark Riders. And, you know, honestly, the Dark Elves could potentially get overwhelmed by all these Fleshhounds. Tim is up in value right now, but much of that value is tied up in Bellicor. I would say in terms of the army trading, it seems to be going a little bit better if we look at it for the Demons of Chaos. Many of the Plague Bears are still in line. Their pinks are over here. Here we see Corsairs routing, Fleshhounds of Khorne coming in from the far side doing some nasty, nasty work. The Hounds of the Blood God, really, really good unit. And are we going to be seeing a Pit of Shades right here? I could have sworn I saw a Pit of Shades going down, but it looks like it was not the case. That's kind of the tricky thing about Bellicor is, like, you want to focus him, but he's so hard to kill that sometimes if you over-focus him, the rest of the Demons of Chaos army can just kind of run rampant, right? Good coffee right there. Good stuff. Bleak Swords and Dread Spears on the way up. Currently, Tim is maintaining a decent little value lead. Tim does also have healing on Malekith. Good Pit of Shades, but again, it's only Dread Spears, so not going to be a terribly impactful fight here. As the Fleshhounds of Khorne do collapse the flank, we do get Corsairs still grinding very, very well in combat. So multiple Corsairs and Dark Riders still entrenched here. And now we have a big duel of fates. Malekith versus Bellicor here. All right, and a Soul Stealer is going to go down. That's going to be a really good Soul Stealer. So it hits Bellicor, it hits the Exalted Plague Bearers. That's going to do some big damage, and that is going to keep Tim's character nice and topped off. All right, so Dark Elves get their murderous prowess. You see the purple glow that hits their entire army. So for the next 83 seconds, they are going to be getting leadership, vigor, a melee attack, charge bonus. This is when the Druchii really, really pull ahead in value because they just go pretty much apeshit. Yeah, that's an apt analogy. Chariots running through these units. The Witch King trying to fend off some of the Fleshhounds of Khorne. Plague Bears fighting on the back objective here versus the Spears. Spears will, of course, lose that fight, but should be able to hold on for some time. But the Demons look like they're going to get the capture weight on the objective, guys. He needs to get these guys up on the point. Like, all these Corsair handbows need to be, like, moving on to the point right now. Granted, I think that Tim is just more focused on value trading. I think that's really going to be kind of his main jam here, as we do see the objective flip to the Demons of Chaos. Side objective very firmly controlled by Tim. His Blackheart Corsairs, oh, they're going to go for a rear cap. I actually really like that idea. Those are kind of a tough unit to remove. That's a really, really clever girl play. Another Pit of Shades going down. Really, really good one. Bellicor are going to be dropping some shadow magic up on these guys, and they are not going to be enjoying that for 1 second. as it does go through and does quite a bit of damage. Value trading barely favoring Tim, about 1,000 value here, kind of fluctuating back and forth. Be'lakor up in the sky, running from the Witch King once again. Malekith going to be hunting with the Destroyer in the Iron Circlet, as Be'lakor does land on the ground. And that was a bait attempt. He was trying to bait Malekith down to the ground, where he could be surrounded by Screamers and or Fleshhounds and different things like that. And another Soul Stealer is going to be going down in Be'lakor. Dark Elves are going to be getting this objective back, it looks like. Yes, we got Corsairs, we got Bleak Swords. The Plague Bearers are slowly being grinded down, and I feel like Voidlaws is starting to fall behind more substantially in terms of momentum. I do feel like maybe Void should have just played Objective 1 and played the side. Like, pushing into this Dark Elf like missile position felt very precarious. Granted, he's made it work relatively well, and he still has a lot of stuff, but much of his army are like these pinks here, which seem to be in relatively dire straits. But yeah, Tim needs to do some housekeeping. All these units routing, he needs to unsummon the hell out of those things, like to make sure he doesn't run out of units, because that can happen, especially against demons and undead, because they're constantly getting their units refreshed by the disintegrating and crumbling, and you're not. So if you're not on top of your housekeeping, you can straight up lose the game. So he needs to do some housekeeping. He needs to do some, that was Tommy Boy, right? The housekeeping bit. Housekeeping. Super good. Malekith, though, bullying Be'lakor a little bit this game. And the objective has been held by the Demons of Chaos. The Plague Bearers holding on like champs. The score is actually very close. And guys, could the Demons be flipping it back despite the value differential, which is only 700? It seems like they might be able to get this bottom point. The Corsairs trying to fight off some Fleshhounds. It looks like there's some Chaos Furies out there. So those Corsairs are going to be breaking. And looking at the points right now, Voidlaws is behind, but not by too much. And it looks like there's a Master out as well. Okay, the Master of Puppets is pulling these strings. He's chasing down Be'lakor right there, man. 3,000 HP, anti-large. Malekith is hot on his tail, guys. And if Be'lakor dies, this could be the game-winning play from Tim the Wilder that will send him to the grand finals of today's major tournament. We will see. This objective flipping as well. Having the Master run over the objective, yeah. Man, Be'lakor cannot get away. On the ground, his speed isn't so good. And it looks like he's going to be running all the way back to his spawn. He's going to be getting some Fleshhounds out. And the Master, will the Master take the fight here? That was an aggressive push, man. Really aggressive. Malekith is just right on top of him. Maybe another Soul Stealer in the back pocket. We'll have to see. So the Master is going to be fighting here. It does have 90 armor. And Be'lakor's at 1,800 HP, guys. If Be'lakor dies, this game's 100% over, I think. The Demons of Chaos, much like, you know, like tabletop armies like Imperial Knights, are very dependent on their big characters. And he's trying to run, but the Dark Elf Master on the horse is just going after him. And remember, Be'lakor is wounded right now. So his speed is lowered. He's, I believe, has multiple tiers of wounding. I'm not sure. Yeah, he does. So his speed is down by 10%. Be'lakor finally escapes, just barely. And now this objective might actually flip here. The Master and Malekith could maybe flip this one. We'll have to see. As far as this point goes, Demons of Chaos are holding on pretty well. Plague Bearers proving to be a very annoying unit as Corsairs try and shoot them. And the side objective has flipped for the Demons of Chaos as well. So there's many things in the game that are going very well for Void. Void's Be'lakor is at 1,100 HP, guys. He's very low. And that could have been it, right? Like, if Be'lakor dies, the entire Demons of Chaos army takes a massive leadership hit. They get crumbled quicker. I think the Dark Elves are able to kind of grind out a victory in that way. But with Be'lakor living and still coming and causing terror routes, and Be'lakor is healing now, guys. Because when there's routing units nearby, the Lord of Torment is active. And he's going to be able to get those fat heals. And Tim is, you know, going to be pressed for sure. Now here, looks like the Master is a Malekith, going to be staying on this objective and fighting, which I do like quite a bit. Granted, Void still does have the capture weight there. And the Dark Elves going to be maneuvering over to try and get the side point back with more Corsair infantry. We get some more Bleak Swords. Dark Elves could still very much win with a double cap right now. So I think they just need to focus on a double cap here. As Be'lakor has healed up to like 1,400 HP. Yeah, he's gotten about 400 HP since he kind of started. And the Dark Elves are completely given up on this objective. We see Corsairs coming out, but we got Exalted Plague Bearers. We got more Plague Bearers, Furies. Pinks just kind of shooting away. The Pinks have accrued how much value? 900. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. 900 on these ones. Pretty respectable. This objective, dude, the Fleshhounds of Khorne are going apeshit. Oh my god, they're tearing apart these guys. I mean, you can't underestimate their stats, man. 39 melee attack, 40 melee attack. Soul Stealer will be okay here. The Fleshhounds of Khorne do, of course, have spell resist, being a Khornate unit. So, oh my god, 50% spell resist on these guys. The Dark Elves, I think, are in trouble, guys. I think they're in serious trouble. It looks like Voidlaw is going to be coming in with a narrow victory here. I don't see Tim the Wilder having the time to get these points back. What a great game by both players, though, man. The Lord of Torment doing some work. Yeah, Voidlaw certainly doing a little bit of tormenting right now. As a bit of a mass rout for the Dark Elves as they are pushed off the side of the battlefield. The Haggard Demons of Chaos, led by the Dark Prince, doing some serious work. Honestly, I think if Malekith had gotten the kill and the Master had gotten the kill in Be'lakor, I think that's GG. I think that would have been enough, but Be'lakor wouldn't have come over here and terror routed all these units off. It would have been a very different battle. Now, is there any chance for Tim to get the bottom point. He's got Corsairs, trading well into Nurglings, holding off Fleshhounds. Spears here fighting as well. But Voidlaw's going to be sending some Haggard Nurglings to jump on the side point, which is a very, very strong play. Just going to kind of get that cheap capture weight, which is going to be taking some time to drag them down. And the Bleak Swords trying their best to move up. Malekith the Witch King on his way back. The two Master of Puppets over here definitely not pulling any strings as they're being wrecked by these Fleshhounds. 19 leadership on them. Yeah, they're killing the models somewhat quickly. They might win that fight. It's going to be a little bit hard to tell. This objective, we got Bleak Swords back here. Malekith trying to get a little bit of support from his troops as he is being focused by the Pinks. And Be'lakor is up to 1,700, Malekith at 23. So Be'lakor might actually come in with the steel chair right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see him descend and attack Malekith and just rout him. Because Malekith is only at like 14 leadership. He's very, very beat up here. So more Dark Riders coming in. Low ground objective is not going to be flipping in time. I think Tim is out of the game. I don't think he has any chance yet. He might not realize it yet. It's obviously very hard when you're in the pilot's chair to notice what's going on in terms of the peripherals of the game. But it's looking like it is going to be GG here, as I just don't think the Druchii can get through the Plague Bears quick enough. The Exalted Plague Bears, guys, I think like some of them from the early game are still alive. Look at that. They're still going, man. These Plague Bears are from the Dark Ages. What a great game, dude. This objective is kind of flipping as well, but it looks like there's going to be some Pinks over here. And the Fleshhounds finally finished off. But yeah, you don't want to mess with Fleshhounds, man. They're a very, very scary unit. And Be'lakor, the Dark Prince, the truly maniacal cackling going on as he does come in and exacts vengeance against the Witch King. The Witch King is slain after dominating Be'lakor the whole game. He finally gets his revenge. And the Dark Prince of Chaos is going to be emerging victorious as the Druchii rout off the point. GG, well played. What an amazing game, man. What an amazing... Dude, all the games today have been really good. Like, sweaty, back and forth, heavily contested. And Void with the reverse sweep in the series. So he lost the first game. And he managed to bring it back. And it looks like he's going to be getting the W here. As Tim the Wilder goes for the ceremonial, trying to finish off Be'lakor kill here. But that's not going to happen. The Dark Prince was close to death. Honestly, one or two more hits, he might have actually disintegrated. But man, oh man, he just barely held on. And that is that. GG. Well played, man. And now we are going to be going to the other lobby. So let me get the code from Anticity and Housecat, and we'll be jumping on to the top side of the bracket. Yes, the return of the Sith. That was totally a Sith moment. Yeah, that was totally a Sith moment. Be'lakor did good. He probably carried 30. Yeah, he paid for himself. That's it, though. He didn't do much more. He just paid for himself. Plague Bears were pretty awesome. I mean, they tanked for a long time. Fleshhounds carried, though, hard. Fleshhounds are just so good. Really, really good. Screamers, Pinks, you know. Nurglings, that's what's cool about demons. You get, like, the best of everything, right? From what the demons have to offer, which is pretty neat. So let me load back here, do this. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a 2-1 victory for Void. So let's refresh the lobbies, and it looks like I can host. All right. Turn top 4. Okay, let's just do this. Hopefully, oh no, you gotta do that again. Curse the Baggins. All right, there we are. All right, let's get the codes. Let's give them to our team. Let's give them to our team. Unless they have a lobby or something, we'll see. But we should be able to get these bad boys in here now and get this next match started. GG, well played. Hey, Tim, great games, man. That is a tough opponent, and you played like a champ. You played like a champ. Yeah, Fleshhounds are really good, but Khorne has other good units. Like, Khorne Warriors are good. I also like their Marauders. Marauders aren't bad. Fleshhounds are decent. Their Marauder Horsemen are also quite good. So yeah, there's plenty of options here. All right, so the map is going to be the Road to Val's Anvil for the first one. All right, so let's pop that, get that going. And let me tag these two gentlemen here. Housecat of War and Anticity. Good luck, have fun. All right, it's showtime, guys. Another hyped match here. Super exciting stuff. Versus Housecat of War. There we are. All right. Let's get this party started. Housecat of War's name needs to be fit a little bit more appropriately on there. Looks good. Yeah, scrappy games, dude. Scrappy games. Very scrappy. Awesome stuff. GG to everyone who played. It was awesome. Be'lakor was Palpatine at the window. He was. Be'lakor is very much a Palpatine. Oh, it looks like they already had their builds ready. Okay, so it looks like it's Empire versus Slaanesh. Now, Empire actually does have some secret techs against Slaanesh. I'm curious if Anticity is going to be using them. I don't want to say anything in case Housecat's listening to the stream, but yeah, I've had a couple practice games in the shadows versus other top 16 players with Empire versus Slaanesh, and I've been able to defeat them. So I haven't posted the video, because I want it to be something I can use in a tournament and surprise someone. But yeah, it's not unwinnable. However, it's still Slaanesh favored, but the Empire can win it. I love that he's bringing Empire. I know Anticity's been grinding the Karl Franz campaign for like weeks. Just brutal. Just head going at it with the declaring war and everything in the Ultimate Crisis. So he's probably very good with Empire units. Like he knows how they perform now, which is cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. Thank you, Ant. I do appreciate that. Yeah, this house cat has claws, dude. House cat of war. He's got the Vermintide picture, which personally makes me like him more. And let's go update the brackets. Yeah, we got to do that as well. All right. So with the 2-1 victory, Void is going to be going to the grand finals to face, which guarantees him a cash prize. So even if Void were to lose the grand finals, he'll still get a $100 cash prize. The winner gets $200. So if he wins, he gets $200. If he loses, he gets $100. Now, Anticiity versus House Cat of War. House Cat of War defeated Ulrich Rahl and also took out Roflin, who's a very strong player. So there's no easy players in this tournament. Like everybody here is very, very strong. So yeah. Pretty neat, man. Pretty neat. All right, looks like they're ready. Let's get this party started. Good luck, have fun to these players. Channel our boomer energy. Yeah. No, I mean, guys, here's the thing. The players have global bans, but they only have a couple. So yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking it would be Wagon spam. Wagon and State Trooper spam is good against Slaanesh. There was a very high-level Korean player in the Warhammer World Championship who was defeating Slaanesh players with Empire using wagons backed up by 1 million spear troopers and like halberds and things like that. So I don't think he used halberds. I think he used spears and spearmen with shields. So the halberds are a bit of a tech maybe against Chaos Warriors. But yeah, I like this build. It's pretty cool. I do like it. So players have global bans. So in total, every single best of 3 or best of 5 series, there's going to be 4 factions that cannot be played. So it was the players' choice to not ban Slaanesh. They opted to ban other things instead. So yeah, I wonder what they banned. Probably Warriors of Chaos, Tomb Kings maybe. Hey Ross, thanks for becoming a member, man. I really appreciate it. Weren't you already a member on the channel? I could have sworn you were, Ross. Thank you. The halberds are just maybe a tech against Chaos Warrior, I think, to give you some armor piercing. Could be the case. So yeah, guys, wagons, just insane damage, really tough to lock down. Their 90 armor makes them surprisingly resilient against the Hellstriders. So you're able to kind of just pull through them and just continue shooting and trade with them very effectively. So you have a Bright Wizard up in the sky, Burning Head, very good against the lightly armored Slaanesh units, halberds and State Troopers. It's basically the Mantide, It's basically the Mantide. Hadric says, everyone thinks they have a secret tech to stop Slaanesh today, but nobody has succeeded. Yeah, we'll see. We will see. Yeah, wagons are very meta in this matchup. So Devoted Marauders into the Sunset, Basic Marauders, and Sigvald. So this seems to be... Who used this build earlier? This was an RTK player who used this build, right? It was... No, wait, yeah, it was. It was Tim the Wilder defeated Void Lulls with this build. So I think that a lot of the guys in the RTK clan kind of share builds with one another. I think House Cat's an RTK, isn't he? You guys got to let me know in chat. He doesn't have it in his name, so I wasn't sure. But yeah, it's basically just swarm and don't give your opponent any good shooting targets. Because here's the thing. Wagons are not good against infantry, okay? And Empire State Troopers are terrible against Slaanesh infantry. They're going to get wrecked. Unless they're maybe like a Sigmar Sun or Flagellant type unit, it's not going to be a good trade. And even then, Flagellant's trade downward. So, yeah, I dig it. Grenade launchers are what counters this build. If you just get grenades like buffered by State Troopers, the Slaaneshi infantry will fold like a piece of paper. Grenade launchers are one of your best friends in this matchup. If you can protect them from Hellstriders, this map is obviously very good for Slaanesh too because it's very open and big, so it's the kind of playstyle that they like. But again, the players had all the information going into this. They knew exactly what they were getting into, so it's not like it's like a surprise for anyone, right? So this objective, the Empire, very simple what they're going to be doing, guys. They're going to push up here. They're going to try and take this point with superior numbers, and then they're going to just shoot and control these 2 points. So that's going to kind of be their game plan. It's just holding these 2. Which makes sense. You don't want to be playing that low ground objective, I don't think. It's too much open field. Slaanesh is going to go 2 balls deep and do his thing. So, yeah, Bright Wizard's going to be coming in very min-maxed with that Burning Head, looking to target down some of these guys. And every time he says an angel gets its wings. That's true, Hex. That is true. Yeah, and, adorable puppies get pet and, all sorts of good stuff. Exactly. So here comes ye old Bright Wizard. He's going to be rolling. trying to drop some burning heads. Certainly not going to drop them until, the fighting starts. How are you going to deal with Sigvald with this Empire build? That's my question too. Like Sigvald, so this point, guys, this one is free. Like when if you were doing like a bingo card of me, like in all my like ridiculous sayings that like I just can't help but say, like this is like the free one in the middle for Slaanesh. Like Empire does not want to try and contest this till late game. I don't think, because Slaanesh can just respond with like superior mobility and just hammer you. Empire is going to stay consolidated and try and push down, and we do see grenade launchers coming out. Yeah, so Anticity knows the power of the grenade launchers. He's been using them in his campaign. So here they come. They got their cool floppy hats. They're going to be riding for Sigmar and trampling these elven tents. I would do the same thing. Who fits in these tents? Look at these things. I guess the horse is pretty big, yeah. So the elven tents do get trampled, and immediately there's going to be a response of the Hellstriders, so the grenades are going to be forced back. This is a pretty rough situation, and they're all like stuck on the houses and stuff. Oh no. Oh, not like this. Losing a grenade this early would be an absolute disaster. It looks like there's going to be some halberds coming up. It looks like he manages to get away. But Hellstriders are very scary. So down here, we do see the wagons unleashing a pretty hellish salvo into the Devoted Marauders. But again, this is a chaff unit, so it's not that significant. And here we do have the Prince Sigvald moving up. Sigvald's going to push back the wagons, and shooting Sigvald is not cost-effective at all. So those grenade launchers just barely survive. And they didn't lose any models, actually. Not a single one of those brave Sigmar Knights fell in that battle, so that's good. They're going to be very much online to help you out where you need. I feel like you need like a Karl Franz character to give Sigvald the business, for sure. But yeah, easier said than done, right? He's a very good duelist. So Anticity's actually trying to snipe Sigvald. That is a bold strategy, Cotton. Don't know how that's going to work out. Getting some good shots. Sigvald does get a little bit of an attack on the wagon. Not able to kill a wagon model, but does pretty good. And the free low ground one is taken. So Slaanesh is just going to be chilling on a double cap now. Like, you don't need to push into the Empire here. Empire coming in with archers, which I do like a lot. I think archers and basic archer units are very, very good against Slaanesh and their light armor. And this is where Sigvald gets super annoying. Like, super, super annoying. As he's just going to run in and tar pit your forces and just be this, like, annoying thorn in your side the entire battle. In the meantime, the backfield definitely needs to be covered. The Furies need to be shot down by all of these wagons, if possible. Archers can also put a little bit of DAC into them, but I'm surprised to see Housecat using the Furies in a diving. Okay, he's diving the grenade launchers. That is fair play. The grenade launchers are one of the few things here that can really do a lot of work against the Slaanesh army, so he's sacrificing the Furies basically to deal with those. The Empire should bring out some Empire Knights or something maybe to try and run down those Furies. Granted, wagons can do it as well. If you could just kind of get the wagons back and shoot, they can do some solid work. So the State Troopers of the Empire have engaged against the Slaaneshi forces. We have Spearmen versus the Devoted Marauders with Hell Scourges. The Spearmen are going to get absolutely dominated in combat here by the Hell Scourges, most likely, even with the little uphill advantage they might have. We haven't seen any burning heads yet, not quite. Grenade launchers still being chased pretty heavily by the Furies as the wagons try and peel. And is the Empire going to be getting any sort of cavalry out? No Zentler's Reichsguard, no heavy cav. Usually you want one heavy cav unit just to try and like get rid of Furies in your backfield in this type of a situation, in my opinion. But again, could be right, but we'll see. Value trading is pretty even, though, which is, good. Anticity's up by about 400, I think, 400 or 500 value. You get more Furies descending here on the archers on the far side, going to be shutting them down temporarily. And the problem is the Empire doesn't really have any good peeling tools for Furies. There's no, cavalry of any sort. And now we see them coming out. So we do see the Empire Knights, as we see Hellstriders with Slaanesh coming around the back. Very stressful stuff. Empire Knights with a head-on charge and Hellstriders don't trade badly, actually. It's a decent trade. With archers lending a little bit of fire support as well, it should be a win for Anticity. We'll have to see. So Free Company Militia are moving up. State Troopers holding firm. Halberds actually doing very well against the Devoted Marauders. You can see the Halberds trade reasonably well. Just their armor piercing, of course, it's pretty insignificant here, but I guess their high melee defense is what really does it. So Slaanesh going pretty ham in the backfield as the House Cat of War continues to pursue him. The wagons of the Kraken King going to be maneuvering about as the Free Company Militia come up to provide some Overwatch support. I really do like Free Company Militia against Slaanesh. Their pistol is very exceptional against all these lightly armored units. And they can also be used as a melee buffering tool because they're pretty proficient in melee, and they really, really do a good job for sure. But this objective could be flipping. Slaanesh is really going pedal to the metal here. Furies and Marauders all day. And with the grenade launchers not being able to kind of do their job, it seems like it's very, very tough for Anticity to clear out these infantry. Because the wagons are actually kind of not dead weight here, but they're not super exceptional against a lot of these units. So the grenade launchers only got 28 kills, 300 value, and we're pushed off the battlefield. Sigvald is doing God knows what. I don't know what he's doing. He's on a little bit of a vacation here, but okay, looks like he's going to be pulling back in now. Have we seen any burning heads? Maybe we have. I don't know if we've seen any of those bad boys used. Halberds holding the far side here. So we do have the Halberdiers holding there. We got Halberdiers holding here. Spearmen, archers getting some good firepower into the Devoted Marauders as more State Troopers are sent forward to do battle versus these Slaneshi heretics. And now we get more grenade launchers online. So if these things can function, but House Cat of War, man, like you said, this cat has claws. These Chaos Furies are doing an excellent job just shutting down everything in the backfield. This Burning Head could be okay. Also could do a little bit of friendly damage against the Halberdiers here. We'll have to see. Oh, does end up going through some more of these Devoted Marauders. Not bad. And like I said, the free bingo card here is totally chilling. These Spears are just down here. They're living their best life. And, you know, this entire time, the point lead for the forces of Slaanesh is increasing. And Slaanesh might even have the capture weight to get this objective soon. The State Troopers here are looking a little bit worse for wear. Halberdiers holding to the best of their abilities. Up to 53 kills and not a bad amount of value. 62 on these guys. And, yeah, pretty decent little performance here. Empire Knight's going to be charging into Spears. Yeah, it's going to do some okay damage, but generally speaking, they're more of like a sweeper unit. And Sigvald just cackling back here, guys. Look at that, just absolutely cackling. I mean, all the wagons are literally just shooting Sigvald. This is such a meme. Oh my god. And he's getting low-ish, I guess. I mean, he's almost down to about half health. You know, having him in open field, at least the wagons can shoot him. If Sigvald is like in a bunch of infantry, it becomes like pretty much impossible to finish him off here. But Empire's going to be focusing on value trading. And he is pulling ahead. A lot of that value, though, is shooting Sigvald in the back, I think. So, you know, if Sigvald manages to heal through that, it will nullify much of the value lead that we do see for the Kraken King here. Granted, Anticity does seem to be getting just the man-tide here. So this kind of dense mass of State Troopers pushing up and through and are slowly wearing down the Slaaneshi forces. And Sigvald is on the run. Wagons are really fervently going after him. If he had some sort of a Spirit Leech or something, man, Sigvald would be getting wrecked pretty hard. But there it goes. Sigvald is maybe going to die to the wagons, guys. He's trying to get back to his battle lines. He's trying to get back to the battle lines. If Sigvald can just like get inside these like this like big mosh pit of fighting troops here, that could be very strong. Yeah, Slaanesh might be running out of steam a little bit. Currently, the House Cat does have a decent point lead. He's almost got 600 points to Anticity's 300, but a double cap, it's still double cap territory, 100%. So Sigvald is pretty close to healing capped. Wagons, I think you gotta commit to killing Sigvald and or the Caster now. And the Caster is going to be a pretty choice target as well. The Caster is on a horse. It's pretty open. And oh my god, the dreaded War Wagon countering Sigvald. I love it. I mean, he does have a silver shield, so if he's facing the right direction, he does mitigate 55% of those shots, if I'm not mistaken, but it adds up, man. There's a lot of armor piercing on these wagons. They don't mess around. And Slaanesh does have some cavalry coming in. These are actual Seekers. Seekers are a pretty good stopping power unit. And the State Troopers eventually are able to push these forces off the objective. So we do see the Devoted Marauders with Slaanesh here being worn down by sheer numbers. And the Man-Tide is here. Man-Tide is back on the menu, man. It's ever since the reduction of State Troopers, it does add up. When you have like 100 of them, like Anticity does, it can make a pretty big difference. So big value lead, 7.3 to 3.9, ladies and gentlemen. So the State Troopers are ready, General. They're moving up, so we got Archers and Spearmen moving for the point here. And House Cat of War taps out. He saw Sigvald dying, and the Sons of Sigmar defeat Slaanesh with the Man-Tide. He didn't even have to play the objectives. He's just like, yeah, man, I'll take it. I do think House Cat of War still had a chance of winning. Maybe. I don't know. He's pretty slim. Pretty slim. Pretty slim indeed. Yeah, the Wagon Stump, I mean, look, they still didn't get crazy value, though. Like 600, 500, 500, 700. Not a single wagon over the course of that entire game paid for itself. The Empire truly split the value over like all of its units. I really like the basic Archers. I think that's a great inclusion. Yeah. Really cool to see an Empire victory for Sigmar, man. Anticity doing us proud. I'm happy to see it. All right. So looking around, very, very solid performance. And a part of it was maybe Slaanesh should not have taken the fight up in the high ground objective. Like, they had the two objectives. Maybe you force the Empire to overextend out into open field, and then you party, right? All right, guys. There you have it, the Man-Tide. A lot of it was the choke point, though. If that was open field, the Empire would have been in, a much harder fight, for sure. But Anticity played the map like a champion. He played it so well. All right, stand by. Let's see here. 1 second here, guys. Just sending the map. Voidlaw's asking about the maps, just kind of sending them their way. And will the House Cat find its way back? We are now on the Gates of Ekron, which is a map I really like as well. All right, see how this goes. I love that game, man. I love it. That was awesome. You know what's probably going to happen, guys? Professor Pone says, Turin, apparently you didn't watch our game of this. Yeah, this match. That's true, Pone. That's true. Yeah. Hey, so Hadri's in chat saying Slaanesh needs some serious buffs now. So what's going to happen is, Creative Assembly is going to watch only one game on this entire stream. They're going to only watch that game. And they're going to be like, oh, look at that. The nerfs were enough. And then Slaanesh will continue to be a tyrant for like another 6 months, another year. That's what's going to happen. No, he didn't get army lost. Yeah, he didn't get army lost. Yeah, Anticity was about to take the middle objective too. I mean, he was up by 4,000 value, and Sigvald was about to die. Sigvald was actually very low, so I guess focusing Sigvald worked. I didn't think it would, so I certainly will eat my words there. He made it work. You know, normally sniping Sigvald is impossible if he stays in the melee fight with a bunch of infantry, but Sigvald got like exposed and overchased into open field, which I think was part of it for sure. I think that was part of it. So let's see what these guys got. Let us see what schemes are afoot. Okay, looking good. Looking good. Great, answering some questions, and we are all good. All right, so Gates of Ekron is a cool map. It's like a dwarf theme map. It has one lane and then like a big open field. Empire would actually be really good against Slaanesh on this map. This would be like an ideal situation for sure. We must buff them. No, Decay, don't put that evil on us. What lords are you hoping to see played that you haven't seen in previous matches? I will answer that question once I see what they're playing. Yeah, and I can let you know. So I don't actually have a mullet right now, really. No, I don't. The mullet, I'm taking a break from the mullet. It gets really long, and then like when I'm driving in the car, the hair's like blowing in my face and my eyes, and I'm just like, you know, you gotta like shower. Dealing with it, like it's just a lot of drama. I will have it. The mullet only comes for like epic occasions. It's getting there though. I could get it again soon. Yeah. And I just hear Anna in the other room saying no. Oh my god. He's like, no. That's so funny, dude. That's so funny. Would a subterranean battle tournament ever happen? No, definitely not. It would be fun to do as like a one-off stream, but yeah, not like a full tournament. It's just too one-dimensional. Like any faction that needs to flank you just has 0 chances in subterranean usually. Because they're just like these narrow alleys where the dwarves just cackle and just mow you down, you know? Sigvald? No, don't buff Sigvald, please. Yeah. I have to shower, yeah. Okay, Anticity might be restarting something, I'm not sure. Let me see. He's restarting his game. No problem, he'll be back in a second. And we will get him in there. Long hair is a pain to take care of. It is, yeah. Someday though, maybe for Halloween next year. Maybe for Halloween. Is there a way to donate without? Yeah, you could through either super chat or through the link on the stream, and then you could just shoot me a message like privately if you don't want it to be public. Yeah, totally. You could just message me in Discord. And by the way, if you guys want to get involved in multiplayer in either this game or any of the games I cover, you just head on over to Total Tavern, which is my Total War Warhammer esports website. And there's the Discord link up top. So you can just join through here. Pretty easy. Pretty easy. Dwarf mirrors only. Dude, that sounds like hell. Ambush battle? Oh my god. We actually had an ambush battle stream, like where we played like 4 or 5 ambush battles in a King of the Hill game. It was pretty funny. Someone actually won one, actually. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, typically, like if you have 2 evenly skilled players, the person being ambushed will never win. Well, not... Maybe you could cheese a win. Like, there's some factions that don't really care as much about being ambushed, like Vampire Counts, because they just, like, move everything in a big haggard blob with Mortis engines and whatever. So, like if you were playing, like, a melee faction ambushing Vampire Counts, they probably wouldn't be that upset. Yeah, they probably wouldn't be that upset. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting habits. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. Whatever's best for you, brother. Don't stress it. Don't stress it. So Norska is being picked by Anticity. Norska is a top contender so far on the season. And it looks like it might be Norska versus Bretonnia, which would be very exciting. I'd certainly love to see that matchup. So taking a look at the stats on that. Norska is currently sitting at the number 3 ranked faction. And it's not, they're pretty, I would say Norska is not like imbalanced or anything. They're just steady. They're just steady and they have answers for a lot of things in the meta. Norska, I feel, would be favored against Bretonnia. Bretonnia is sitting at a 50% win rate right now. You can see them here. Right, so they are chilling, 50-50. Empire, I think, is a little bit lower. Empire is not easy to play, but I think, like you saw, they have some tools. Who's Empire been losing to? Yeah, Empire just have like no chance against dwarves. It's so awful. I mean, you can win, but it's really typically when you see Empire beat dwarves, it's a skill mismatch. That's usually what it is. Hope someone plays Rats. We could see Rats today. I think Voidlaws might play Rats. I can see him doing it. I don't think Anticity will. Oh, never mind. It looks like it's Khorne. Khorne's a great faction too. I think Khorne's really solid. But they're still doing their picks and bans, so we'll have to see. We will comment on that as soon as we go. Weird game modes, ambush subterranean. Hey, Louie, thank you for the 50. Hot damn. And Habits. Dude, you guys just coming in with the 1-2 punch right now, man. Jeez. I got the left. I got the 1-2. Yeah, the jab straight combo. Dude, is it Louis or Luis? Hopefully I didn't mangle it. Thank you so much, man, for the 50. And Habits, guys, I don't see any messages, but I really appreciate that, man. It helps me pay because I'm paying all the prize money out of pocket for this tournament, so it does help out a lot. Thank you guys so much. And Frostlight, for the lady, how is the 50% mass buff for? Yeah, it's really good actually. Yeah, it's really, really good. Yeah, Frostlight. Bretonnia is definitely better. Foot Squires are much better. They trade up into a lot of things. And yeah. We also see the Cavalry doing quite well. Dude, thank you guys, man. Means a lot. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Louis and Habits, all you guys. Very generous. All right, so Dwarves versus Khorne is the final matchup. It's a fun one. It's a very fun one. You guys wanted a matchup where there was no magic? Well, here you go. None of that overpowered magic here. Although technically Khorne literally does drop a sword from the Realm of Chaos. So it's kind of magic. And the Dwarves also have runes, which, you know, it's magic, right? So a little bit, but yes, it is going to be a brawl. This is a very good Dwarf map. It has that narrow lane where the Dwarves can push. However, it's a well-designed map in the sense that you can also move through the forests in the middle and get nice pushes on the Dwarves while avoiding some of the shooting, which is quite good. So a lot of good things. A lot of good things. Hey! Yazzie. Oh, man, I don't know how to say your name, but I'll just call you Yazzie for now. Thank you so much for the 50, man. What is your picture, by the way? What is that? Is that like an old school paladin from something? Hang on, let me look at this. I have to like make this bigger. It's like gonna bother me if what is your picture? Yes. Thank you, man. Thank you, Click. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Helping me pay the prize pool. All right. Let's do it, man. We'll do it together. Yeah, what is that? It's like a paladin from something. It looks horribly familiar. I don't know what it is. Thank you, man. Means a lot, brother. Means a lot. Thank all of you guys. And Dwarves versus Khorne. So Khorne against the Dwarves. What I like to do in my personal playstyle here is double Cultist on foot, just to grind and summon Bloodletters on the Dwarven back line, and then mass Shielded Chaos Warrior to just like endure and grind with obviously Fleshhounds dive in the backfield, and then Bloodletters can be summoned to fight once you've dealt with blasting charges and missiles. But typically Warriors, actually, I'm a big fan of. Thank you so much, man. Khorne would disagree with the sword thing. He's just tossing down one of his old letter openers. That's true. Yeah, nothing magic there. Yeah, that's fair play. But I mean, everything in the Realm of Chaos is magical, right? Like everything. Yeah, I suppose. I don't really know. The Chad Stag. Your picture is so ridiculous, dude. I love it. It's just like who thought of that? Was that you? Did you just randomly come up and draw with that and draw it? Like, or is that from something? Using it for so long, I can't even remember, he says, with the Paladin picture. It looks like a Paladin from old school World of Warcraft, like the Paladin from the Naxxramas loot. Yeah. Chad Stagg, thank you, man. I'm too weak. Me too, man. I feel that way every day. Ricardo, $5 to help out with organizing your champ Turin. Keep on trucking. All day, every day, baby. We'll push through these annoying ass allergies and we'll keep going strong. We will keep going strong. Yeah, I get it. I get it, Chimp. That's true. That is true. Yeah. But it's all good. It's all good. Khorne hated magic, but he needs sorcerers to open the way for his demons. There you go. See, you know, Khorne's got to figure it out. Dwarfs probably in this matchup. Blasting charges are very good because they wreck any infantry unit and they have armor piercing. So if they have to fight Khorne warriors, it's obviously a losing fight, but they will put a little bit of a dent in their armor. Do we see Quarrelers or Thunderers here? I like Thunderers a lot, but the Arc of Fire is a little bit tricky. But I would still probably bring some guns. I would even bring an artillery piece here, maybe. Khorne's really good at shutting down arty, but yeah, I think like bringing the Goblobber could be really good. Just parking it in the back and just kind of bombarding the whole game. Penguin, for holding up the multi... Hey, thank you, man. On your back like Atlas. It's quite an analogy, man. Certainly a lot of great people in the community. I do really appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. We're not going anywhere, man. We're not going anywhere, baby. Korn doesn't need sorcerers, just WWE fights. Yeah, that's true. Korn would definitely thrive in the WWE. Penguin, thank you so much for the kind words and for the donation, man. You guys are pouring it on. Thank you. So her name is Fraser. Some of my clan has a stag. Oh, okay, got it. I got it. It's pretty great. I like it, Chad Stag. It's awesome, dude. Korn Wrathmongers would be wild. Yeah, oh, there's going to be some cool DLC stuff for sure. Like, the Chaos factions are not, you know, there's characters that they don't have that they could be added. I really want to see Tamercon, the Nurgle toad riding guy. Like, he rides a toad dragon, and I want to see Nurgle toad dragons. I don't know if they'd be good, but I don't care. It's like, just give me the toad dragon. Let it come. Let the toad dragon feast. Let the boy watch. All right, looks like Anticity's ready. If he wins this, he goes on to the grand final to face Voidlaws, which would be quite a duel of fates. And let's see here. All right, perfect. Kark is saying it's really interesting that nobody banned Slanesh in those previous series. Yeah. That's really funny. I love it. All right, here it comes. It's go time, baby. The Dowie coming to the gates of Ekrend. I don't know who to root for here because, you know, I enjoy both of these players quite a bit. Both very fun to watch. So we'll try and stay neutral here. The picture seems to be of an old dwarf cleric from a Pathfinder RPG. Ah, very cool. Very cool. Adam, thank you for the tenor. Hearing Empire can't beat dwarves makes me feel so much better. As before I found your streams, I can never beat dwarves, and I just thought I sucked. No. Adam, you don't. You're not. It's not you. It's not you, it's them. Yeah. No, dude, it's a hellish matchup, bro. Hellish. I almost beat a top 16 player in a tournament recently with Empire vs. Dwarves. Okay, let me just screenshot these. I have these like weird desync thing. I think it's on this map sometimes. Okay, screenshotted. Oh, it looks like Anticity might have crashed. I'm not sure. All right. And houseplant. Or no, house cat. There's two. There's a house cat and there's a house plant in our tournament today. If we crash on this map again, we will switch maps and let you two do repicks. All right, so they're coming back. Looks like there was a crash of some sort. I don't think Anticity crashed. I think it was just like a weird desync bug. It happens. Yeah, Adam, it's not you, man. Thank you for the donation. And Michael, for making my master's research bearable. What are you studying, man? What are you jamming, man? What's your field of expertise? Thank you again, Michael, for the donation, and I'm glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. Really, really want to get that, man. I want to get that tabletop channel going so bad. You have no idea how much I'm going to enjoy that. I couldn't finish my master's without your content. Oh, I'm glad to hear it, guys. Yeah, I'm here for you. You guys can all pursue higher education while I just am a giant man-child playing video games. That's what's gonna go down here, dude. Yeah, I got my bachelor's degree. That's cool, I guess. Yeah, it's something. It's something. Didn't really help me at all, to be completely honest. Didn't really help me at all. I guess a couple of the jobs I had wouldn't have hired me if I didn't have a degree. So, yeah, it is what it is. My guess is he's studying Warhammer 101, baby. Hell yeah. Oh wow, that's a pretty serious degree, man. Do you speak the language as well? Or that's a not degree per se, but a field of study, actually. Yeah. I took a like when I was in college. So I studied Japanese for 4 years in high school, and I got to the point where I could do like basic conversational Japanese, like really basic. And no, I don't like anime, but nonetheless, I went to go study Chinese in college. I just wanted to take a class to see what it was like. And oh my God, Chinese is such a hard language compared to Japanese, man. Japanese for me, I don't know, it was so much easier. Like the vocal inflection in the Chinese language of like how like you'll have one word, it's spelled the same, but like it has a different vocal inflection and it can mean like a bunch of different things. Dude, it is so hard. He's not a giant man-child, he's our giant man-child. Yeah, it's hard, dude. Always be the giant man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%, Jason. I got you covered. I got you covered. Unsubs don't like anime. Okay, to be completely fair, the blanket statement of saying I don't like anime isn't completely true. Or accurate, I should say. I do like Dragon Ball Z. What you say, mate, grabs the rubber katana. Oh my god. Chinese is famously... Dude, it's so brutal. Yeah, Chinese was really hard. Okay, so I like Dragon Ball... This is... I'll be really quick. I like Dragon Ball Z. I like the original one. I like the Fist of the North Star. The Records of the Lotus War. That's pretty much the only ones I really got into, yeah. Like the really old school, 90s grim dark ones, like cyberpunk type stuff. Those ones are fun too. But yeah, any of the new stuff I haven't gotten into too much. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are in game 2. It is going to be the forces of House Cat and his Dowie facing off against the great Kraken King with his Cornate warrior build. So coming in with dual weapons and Chosen of Corn with Minotaurs. Super exciting stuff. So, Gyrocopter Brimstone Guns. Obviously, quite good here. They kill chariots, they kill minotaurs. What's not to love? Very, very good against Khorne. Aside from that, it is going to be Felix Jaeger. Oh my god, we got Felix. Wait, does he have a beard? Whoa, what the hell is this? Wait, does Felix have a beard or are those the bush? Hold on a sec. Okay, we'll come back to him later. Felix, he grew a beard from hanging out with the dwarves. Thoric Ironbrow as well. So Thoric's very good. We got Quarrelers to shoot down Marauders and Bloodletters, things like that, and basic Dwarf Warriors. So for the Kraken King's army, it is going to be Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons, Furies coming out to counter the Gyros, Chaos Warriors with dual weapons. Now you might be asking, oh, dual weapons don't really have good armor piercing. Well, their stats are so crazy, and their bonus versus infantry so good that they connect so efficiently that they can still actually get through armor relatively effectively as well. So that is pretty much it. Looks like Khorne's going to be taking the side point. Dwarves going to be doing a consolidated push with the Royal Dowie Air Force. And Dowie Air Force. The Dwarven Air Force. They're coming. And did he actually straight up grow a beard? I can't focus on anything else till we resolve this. Guys, wait, no, I think it's the shadows. I think it's the shadows making it look like he has a beard. No, I don't think he does. But tell me he looks like he had a beard, right? It's just his hair? Yeah. Gyrocopter is using quite a bit of ammo to kill the Marauders of Khorne with dual weapons. They are a 575 gold unit, so it's not like an insignificant pick here. But obviously, you'd want to be shooting at the Chaos Warriors with armor, which is what's going to happen now. So the Gyrocopter is going to be lining up, and they're going to be unleashing a big salvo of those shots into the Chaos Warriors, which is going to be good value. These are like a 1,000 gold unit, close to, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. So Felix Jaeger and Thoric Ironbrow, kind of chilling. The dwarves, what are they going to be summoning in? Looks like they have some dwarf warriors with great weapons coming up, which will trade very cost effectively into the Chaos Warriors. Yes, they will lose, but for 500 gold against 1,000 gold, they will do relatively well. I think it was just stubble. Yeah, it looked like he had a little bit of a beard, which that would be super cool if it the game yeah, when Felix is on the dwarves, he grows a beard because he's amongst them. That would actually be a really, really fun kind of thing for multiplayer. But yeah, these Chaos Warriors of Khorne, obviously they want to get the objective, but they're going to get Shadow Realm for that. The Gyrocopter Brimstone Guns getting some good work done. Not that they've accrued a ton of probably value, probably a couple hundred apiece, I would imagine. Yeah, 200 give or take. But Khorne is going to be sounding the horn of war. So we do have an ambush. Chaos Warriors coming through this side. We got Furies waiting to jump into the missile line here of House Cat. And also, Anticity brought, he won a game earlier on his stream with these. He's got the Chosen of Khorne with dual weapons, baby. Oh, yeah. This is exciting. This is really, really exciting. I love the Chosen of Khorne. They're so badass. So, yeah, they'll annihilate any of these Dwarven troops, obviously. Their stats are pretty insane. The Dwarves are actually pushing up to take the objective, though. So, Housecat knows he's going to be playing this lane focus. So, he's going to be just trying to control these 2 points here as the Dwarves do summon in some more Dwarf Warriors. The Gyrocopter Brimstone Guns able to pound these Chaos Warriors down, which is quite good. So, 1,000 gold unit is gone. 816, 2,400, but this is about 2,400 gold worth of Gyrocopters, right? Granted, you can unsummon them if they use all their ammo and get a little bit of a refund, which will probably be very cost effective. So Marauders of Khorne getting focused by the Quarrelers. We see Furies flying in. Furies going to be going after the Gyrocopters for sure. So how good is the micro going to be for Housecat? He should land them on the ground and then just support with any troops that he can find. That's really what you want to be doing. So Marauders versus the Proud Dwarves. The Dwarf Warriors should be able to win this fight. These Marauders are basically on death's bed. So I don't think they're going to last terribly long against the Dwarves here. Granted, they will do some damage. Khorne is very, very good in melee. And oh yeah, he's got the Herald of Khorne on the motorcycle. Check it out. Oh, I do love it. Herald of Khorne and the motorcycle is so cool. Locust of Wrath is going to be saucing up these Marauders, and honestly, now they're trading very, very effectively. Some of the Dwarf Warriors are overextended. Really good landing here. Several of the Chaos Fury units are a little bit kind of bogged up in combat, and you land on the ground. You let the Dwarves kind of peel these units. Blasting charges coming in as well, doing a little bit of friendly fire damage, but clearing out the Chaos Furies, and then the Gyrocopters can get back up in the sky, and you're going to be living your best life. Now, are the Dwarves going to go for the backside? It doesn't look like it. We do have some Chaos Warriors in the forest here. Marauders, and it looks like the Chosen have now emerged. Chosen going to be battling Dwarf Warriors, but the Rune of Doom from Thoric is going to be giving these Dwarf Warriors 50 plus melee attack, so it will help them fight these super elite units. However, even with that stat buff, these Dwarf Warriors still will lose to Chosen of Khorne very, very hard. 76 weapon strength, a bonus versus infantry of 10, 56 melee attack, what's not to love? So Khorne completely smashes the Dwarves off that objective. Absolute bully beatdown. The Minotaur is going to be pushing downhill, getting a big saturating charge into the Dwarves. A little bit of a risky one, as they are now going to be a little bit more vulnerable to some of the Gyrocopters and some of the focus fire that we could see here. And the Dwarves are just going to be, doing the Dowie Tide, man, moving up with as much as they can. The back objective is secured by the Blood God, and now it looks like the Rune of Wrath and Rune, not bad against those Chosen. As Thoric moves in, and Felix moves in as well. Felix is really, really solid here. He does have a bonus for his infantry and armor piercing, so if Felix is going to be going after these Chosen, I mean, that's great. Plus, he'll also be healing up the Thoric character nearby as well. Commando, thank you so much for the 50. Some great streams lately. The Island FFA and Pwn Skaven ambushes were enjoyable. They were, I agree. Thank you so much for supporting today's tournament and the multiplayer community. Thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate that. Into the action. Quarrelers shooting into the Minotaurs of Khorne. Dwarves continuing to push. Will Khorne run out of steam? And we are not seeing any play on the back objective. But if you go for the back objective with a lone Dwarven unit, if it's not a Slayer, it could be killed by many, many Khorne units, right? Chosen of Khorne, though, still an absolute buzzsaw, cutting through many of these Dwarven infantry units, but Thoric as well as Felix are helping to kind of dispatch some of the more elite units. And now we got Slayers moving up onto the point, ladies and gentlemen. Slayers will be good against all of these things. Slayers are great against Minotaurs, also very, very good against Chariots if they can catch them in sustained combat. And now the Slayers will be going after the Khorne Tours. Now, Khorne Tours are pretty good because they do have heavy armor, so they will be slightly more durable against, compared to Beastmen Minotaurs and things like that. So we'll have to see how that goes. But is Khorne going to push back the Dowie? The Dowie do have a pretty big point lead, 6.1 to 4.9. Dwarves unsummoning Gyrocopters, and they do unsummon that one away from the Furies to get them back in the pool. Maybe get a partial refund, nothing terribly substantial. More blasting charges are on their way out, and the Slayers are going to be a problem. Granted, the Slayers engaging versus Chaos Warriors is a little bit of a micro mistake by House Cat of War. You're not going to want that. You want them to kind of be back and just be kind of sweeping and screening the Minotaurs. Oh, a big charge coming in for the Kraken King. His Herald plus the Minotaurs and some more Chaos Warriors coming to liberate and help out these Chosen right here from their dire situation that they're in. So the Chosen of Khorne were kind of getting outmatched, but now the Herald on his motorcycle is going to be going after Felix, and Felix is not going to like this. The Herald is really, really solid anti-infantry. He does have 260, a bonus for his infantry on the motorcycle. Rune of Doom is active, so the Dwarven army is going to be very sauced on their stats. Even the Haggard Dwarven Miners will be rocking 44 melee attack, which will help them cut through the Chaos Furies here a little bit. And we do get more Slayers coming up. Honestly, at this point, I think Slayer spam is 100% the way to go. So Thoric Ironbrow, Duel of Fates versus the Herald of Khorne. Thoric is also large. The Minotaurs are not great weapons, so they won't be, as brutal against him. But Felix able to kind of stand shoulder to shoulder with Thoric as the Khorne Tour is going to be rushing in from all directions here. So here they come. Minotaurs of Khorne up in the high ground. We have one here, we have one here. The Dwarves have a pocket of Dwarf Warriors fighting here. They let their Slayers fight to the bitter end against these Chaos Warriors, and I guess at the end of the day they did win, but a pretty, brutal fight for those Slayers, and they take heavy casualties, really, really heavy casualties. But the Dwarves only have a 1 cap, although Objective 3 is going to be, poked by the Dwarves. But Bloodletters, yeah. See, this is the thing. Dwarves are really not good at side pushing against other factions. Typically, their units individually can be picked off by, speed and things like that. So, a little bit precarious. But the Exalted Bloodletters are just going to absolutely annihilate them. It's going to be a brutal fight. It looks like he's going for it, actually. Yeah, House Cat's committing. Dwarf Warriors, but how the hell are you going to deal with these guys? Exalted Bloodletters were born and bred for one purpose, and that's basically just cutting Dwarven infantry apart. Bonus versus infantry, insane melee attack, really good weapon strength, and they are not going to be messing about. But the Dwarves are pushing back Khorne here. The Minotaurs, Bulls on Parade, they've been listening to a little bit of Rage Against the Machine. What album is that on? I think it's on Evil Empire, yeah, for Rage Against the Machine. My favorite Rage album is actually The Battle for Los Angeles, but yeah, they got some cool stuff. Objective's going to be swinging. The Dowie are pushing, man. Felix Jaeger, as well as Thoric Ironbrow, showing no mercy with their Slayers. And the Minotaurs kind of struggling to find a home here, but it looks like they're going to be rotating up to this back objective So this looks very similar to what we saw with Tim the Wilder on his dwarves against Void Lulls, in which the dwarves are value trading efficiently, but the points are just kind of being snaked as they commit very heavily to capturing these side points. Now, as far as this goes, we do have dwarf warriors here, but yeah, good luck here, man. This is going to be a disaster. I think at this point you just like say, screw this, I'm going home. It's still the point where dwarves can win on a double cap, so this whole gamble over here may have been a bit of a mistake from the Dowie. Granted, it did not bait out, but it did force out a very expensive summon here from Anticity with the Exalted Bloodletters. But yeah, they're going to get like a million kills and just cause a ton of havoc, and this objective is going to be staying for the Blood God for sure. So Thoric has secured this objective, but he needs to get this home objective like really soon. It's going to get to the point where he's going to need a triple cap against Anticity, and yeah, that is going to be very, very rough indeed. The Thoric crew doing great though. Definitely probably time to send these Slayers back here with Thoric and leave a couple Longbeards and maybe Felix here to defend this point. You're going to have to kind of partition things off, but Anticity's bouncing between the points very, very well. Dwarves unsummoning some stuff. We do get some Longbeards and Longbeards with Great Weapons moving up, but they are going to get absolutely wrecked by these Minotaurs. Like, we basically have, like, everything Dwarves hate, like monstrous armor-piercing infantry and Chaos Chariots, right? Like, with no Slayers to be seen. Like, these Dwarves are going to be having a very miserable time of things, that's for sure. And Khorne is collapsing with a lot of its speed. Chaos Warhounds, a couple Warriors, and the Herald's going to be buffing the stats of those units. The Exalted Bloodletters, no surprise, barely taking any damage, and you know, the best defense is a good offense in the eyes of Khorne, although that's probably more of a Slaanesh thing, although probably a Khorne thing too. As, yeah, the Dwarf Warriors here just get absolutely massacred, so poor little guys. They tried their best. Now, Thoric's going to be moving back with Felix. Slayer's going to be chilling on the point. We do get some more Dwarven Warriors, so Longbeards moving up to fight these Chaos Warriors, which will be very cost-effective. The Longbeards do have very, very good, you know, sustained combat stats, and yeah, should be able to hold back these Coronate Warriors for a long time, actually. But will the Dwarves be able to secure their home point before it's too late? It's still double cap territory, but I'm not sure for how long. Adri's saying E-boys. Oh my god. Yeah, Robert, there's certainly a chance of that. Certainly a chance. So here comes the crew. Felix, Thoric Ironbrow hustling over there. Anticity with a good Hound intercept, a very, very smart play. Keeping them from getting to the point, buying every second counts for Khorne here, like every second. Because they are behind in value. Oh, is that going to be the Sword of Khorne? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, the hammer comes down. Now, it didn't do that much damage, but still enough to put a bit of a dent in these Longbeards to soften them up for the Minotaurs and some of these other units as more and more Longbeards move. And the Dwarves do start to get some capture weight back in the point. But will the Dwarves be able to kind of secure their prize here? This is going to be very good for Housecat. Housecat's getting Slayers directly on the Minotaurs, and I don't know if Anticity is going to be focused on this, considering he's very, very hyper-focused on this back battle. So this could be a colossal victory if these Slayers are able to kind of just sit and fight the Minotaurs. But I think Anticity's paying attention. It looks like he's trying to move away here. Longbeard's in a 2v1 fight, doing very good, but, you know, just outnumbered. Chaos Warriors, it's about 1,500 versus 800, so they're going to lose that in terms of just, like, pure gold trading. But now what's going to happen is Anticity's going to be using his maneuverability. He's going to maneuver back to the other objective, and he's going to take that from the Dwarves. And the Dwarves will resecure this one, but the question is, will they have enough time to do everything? So we see Dwarves trying to fight for this one, and looks like some blasting charges are on their way out. So Housecat of War knows that he's probably going to be forced into triple cap territory. So he's starting to play for the triple cap, which I do like. Slayer's chasing very heavily, Anticity running. He's only lost 2 of the Minotaurs here, so not too bad. They should be able to get away, but this objective certainly going to flip. Longbeard's running back onto the point to try and get some capture weight to buy time for the other Dowie to get here. And the horn is sounded once more in the deep, as the Dwarves are now going to be doing a big, heavy push. And Khorne is going to start running out of steam in terms of their ability to bounce between objectives like this. So this is like, Anticity really needs this. If he doesn't get this objective, the Dwarves might have a decent chance of getting in this game and getting the W, which Housecat of War really needs. If he does lose this game, he's straight up just out of the tournament. So, and Anticity will be advancing on to the Grand Finals. So Slayer is piling in, getting a nice karate chop into all the Minotaurs. Felix Jaeger has arrived. Thoric Ironbrow is very, very close. The Dwarves are really, really hammered on this point, though. The Longbeards finally break, and the capture weight's going to be going to the Blood God as they have infantry units. Slayers, though, doing awesome, awesome work. Now, where are those Exalted Bloodletters going to go? Looks like they're going to go for the back point, and honestly, nothing here is really good against them, although we do see some Ekron's Miners looking to intercept them. This is a good play. So if you've ever played against Dwarves, one thing about the Miner infantry is that they're pretty god-awful in killing things outside of blasting charges. So you can tarp hit their advance with even the crappiest of units. And look at that, the blasting charge, they're like, sorry brothers, we must get to the objective. You must weather the explosives. And yeah, the blasting charge, you know, crumbles those Chaos Furies. Probably was worth it at the end of the day. So the dwarves going to be trying to contest this point. Looks like they do have the capture weight advantage. The Minotaurs, the Bulls on Parade, are now going to be maneuvering over. So Anticity really, really bouncing back and forth super aggressively. Nice blasting charges right there from the Ekron's Miners, taking a ton of HP off those Exalted Bloodletters, or I should say a fair amount, not a ton. A ton is a bit of an exaggeration. But they still haven't gotten this point back. Khorne's coming in with more Chaos Warriors with dual weapons, and I think the dwarves are running out of time, ladies and gentlemen. I really do. And a single Chariot's going to be coming over. No Slayers here to kind of help out. And the Dwarves just going to be hustling up to the point. We do have some Haggard Chaos Warhounds here. And Fury's on their way over. You know, Anticity desperately just trying to hold on to every point he can. Because he's really behind in value. The Dwarves are definitely out trading. But the mobility, the static nature of the Dwarves, that's one of the ways you got to beat him. Because Dwarves are really good at value trading. But obviously they struggle in more dynamic situations where you have to play multiple objectives. And blasting charges coming in, that should help to finish off those Exalted Bloodletters. They're at about 2,000 HP, and the Dwarves may have an opportunity to get through them now. But this is a do-or-die fight here for the Dwarves. They really need to get it. The side objective, obviously, is going to have to be taken as well, so we need to keep some tabs on this. We do see some Dwarf Warriors moving up there, and Anticity is just going to be throwing Furies at them. But for the Dwarves, it's really important to force path through them, ignore the Furies, and just get on the point with everything you can. We do see some more Longbeards coming up for Dwarf Warriors, which is a good call. Slayers would be ideal, but you know he might not have any in the pool. And how are the forces of Khorne looking? Chaos Warriors here, holding back a hell of a lot of Dwarves. As we see these Dowie making a rush for the point. The back point looks pretty secure. Man, Anticity's holding on just barely in this game, guys. It is super tight. The Dwarves are going to be capturing this one, which is really, really big. It looks like, yeah, the Miners make it up. These Dwarf Warriors need to be force pathed up onto the point, though, 100%. Because Khorne doesn't really have any capture weight here. They have, like, you know, a couple Furies and really tattered units, but really it's not a whole lot. And, yeah, he's got Miners and different units there, but he is really running out of time. The Dwarves need to get past these Chaos Warriors somehow with these units. Grab everything and force path through right now. That's your only chance of winning. Because you only have, like, yeah, barely any time whatsoever, because Khorne currently has a double cap on you. Look at this, guys. Razor close game. Anticity's basically out of steam. Like, he's just spending units. What you see on the battlefield is what you got. Oh, my God, get him on the point. Get him on the point. The way he's moving this unit is giving me anxiety. Come on, man. You got to get there. Oh, my God. Okay, now he moves on to the point. Capture weight's pretty heavy. And the capture weight on the other side, is it going to be enough? The Dwarves are so close. But I don't think they're going to get it here. Oh, my God. They were just like 30 seconds away from winning this game. Another 30 seconds and the Dwarves win, I think. They get this point, and this point would be taken as soon as all these units arrive. Wow, an Anticity with a close win. It's too late. And then Hadrius has to apologize. Oh my God, what a great game, dude. What a great game. GG, well played to those two mighty champions. GG, well played. What a match. What a match. Dude, that was close as hell. The maneuvering between points was really cheeky and really sweaty. I loved it. And now, speaking of sweat, the Exalted Bloodletters were awesome. The Minotaurs were awesome. I love it, man. That was such a good game. That was such a good game. GG, well played. All right, so that is going to be a 2-0 victory for the Kraken King. Well played to House Cat of War. Solid, solid player. Clearly, just very heavily contested games. So now we will be moving on to the Grand Finals. So House Cat of War, GG, well played to you. I'm just going to remove you here, and so we can get Void Laws in. And now it is time for Void Laws versus Anticity. For anybody who, was running some bets on this, I would suppose that some people might have guessed this could happen, perhaps. Although Anticity had been taking a little bit of a break, so, we didn't know what to expect coming in, but he's still proven he's still got it. He's still got it, man. All right, so for the Grand Finals, the first map is going to be the Black Ark. Black Ark. And here we go. Super hyped for this one, man. Great games today. Really, really good finale to Season 2 so far. I've been very happy with this. Should be a great final set. I agree. This is like very, very sweaty. So let's get Void Laws. Okay. So let's set up everything. All right. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, close game, man. Close game. Just that's the thing with dwarves, man. Yeah, you really gotta be really careful where you send individual units. It's tricky. House Cat played so well, though. House Cat played so well. Totally could have won it. Great game. All right, Void. Okay. And Anticity. There you go. Let's see if Void Laws can get in the lobby. Looks like he's here. The Dark Lord is here. And, you know, Void Laws being a Vampire Count main, it really makes him like a villain, you know? Vampire Count mains have always been the villains of Warhammer. They're always like the WWE like heel, you know? Like the guy you respect their talent, but you kind of root against them at times. No, but yeah, no, Void's, he's very strong, very strong. Anticity is very confident with his Vampire Count mirror, is he? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we haven't seen too much Vampire Coast being played. I mean, this would be a good map for Coast. Black Arc is good for them. Artillery, good, you know, mass, good control. You can't finish this game without casting a Vampire Counts game. It's just not right. John, don't wish that evil on me. I do not want to... Okay, Vampire Counts, as long as it's not a mirror, I'm down. But yeah, if we get into like the mirror territory, it becomes very tricky. Yes. All right, guys. The battle is on. It's going to be... not sure yet. Yeah, doing their picks and bets. So, obviously, it's best of 5. It's a longer series, which is... We want some rubber matches. We want some rubber matches. Colby Covington would be a Vampire Count main? Probably, he definitely would. He would definitely be a Vampire Count main. Yeah. Yeah, he would probably be a Slanesh main, which is kind of in the similar territory. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't really know. Yeah, you think we're going to be seeing some Master Necromancers be brought? Flying around on their little horses? I don't think so. Vampire Counts, you usually see Manfred for the wins. You see Blood Dragon for dueling. I think that Void Laws likes the Blood Dragon. The Blood Dragon or like the Lamian Lord would probably be his go-to. I'm really surprised. But there are global bans, so like this gets really into an interesting situation where do we see them, like Anticity doesn't really have a main. That's kind of the thing about him. Like, yeah, you could say Coast is his like thing, but I don't think he mains Coast. Like he plays them maybe, but like he's probably better at other factions than he is at Coast nowadays, I would guess. But like Void Laws has a couple clear-cut mains. He really likes Undead. So if you ban against Void Laws, you probably got to ban Vampire Counts. I would definitely would. I wouldn't want to play as Vampire Counts. That would just not be fun. Yeah, Professor Pone says, yeah, 50 factions and we need mirror matches. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, dude. Like, the spice of life in this game is the fact that we have so many factions, so we don't have to run into mirrors and things like that. That's also what I like about Age of Empires is how there's so many factions. So you can get like a pretty good range of matchups and whatnot. Yeah. I love Age of Empires, man. It's so fun. Age of Empires and Total War are just such great games. Total War is amazing. Yeah. I remember, man. I remember when Total War Warhammer first came out, I was so excited. I didn't even know anything about Warhammer, like fantasy, before then. It was like opening this Pandora's box of just like awesome lore and a cool universe and a cool community. Yeah. Back in the old days, I used to sit in my office at my old job and watch Heir of Carthage videos. That was my jam. Yeah. So they're doing their picks right now. So, okay. Anticity bans Vampire Counts, okay? No Vampire Counts in the series. And then Void Laws bans Empire and Lizardmen. And then Anticity bans Slanesh. So Warriors of Chaos are on the table, but Slanesh is not. So the factions that cannot be played at all in this series are Vampire Counts, Empire, Lizardmen, and Slanesh. That is the full repertoire. Yeah, that is the full repertoire, yes. So did I start tabletop after Total War Warhammer? Not quite. When I was really young, like 10, 11, I did collect. And I had a really terribly painted army. Like it was just like Space Marine stuff, yeah. And I had some Warhammer Fantasy miniatures as a kid, I think. I think like I bought a couple at the store, but I never like got too hardcore into it. But I didn't really know what it was, you know. Yeah, Heir of Carthage is the man, dude. I would love to cast some tournaments with Heir. That would be really fun. It's tricky because he seems to have a different schedule. I think he was like works during the day and then does YouTube at night, which I'm usually like the reverse when it comes to casting tournaments. But I would love to do something with him. It'd be really, really fun. Tomb King's Mirror? I don't think it's going to happen. No, I don't think it is. So Anticity is giving us 3 factions right now. I'll keep you guys updated once we have more details, and we'll go from there. Yeah, Tomb Kings is going to get played, 100%. We're going to see them. It's a best of 5 with Tomb Kings? Yeah, no, they're going to get played. So Anticity goes with his 3 picks being Norska, Tomb Kings, Vampirates, banning Tzeentch. Norska, Tomb Kings, and Vampirates. Those are his 3 picks. So now Void Laws will respond with a counter pick, essentially. And we'll see what it's going to be. We will see what it's going to be. Tomb Kings, I think Tomb Kings actually do lose to Norska. So if Void Laws could go Tomb Kings banning Norska and then just get like Tomb Kings versus a Tomb Kings mirror or Vampirates versus Tomb Kings. Yep. Oh man, no. Oh wow. Okay. Void Laws goes Tomb Kings banning Tomb Kings. So now it's Tomb Kings versus Norska or Vampire Coast. I think Anticity is going to play Norska. Norska has a history of upsetting the Tomb Kings, even pre-patch, like pre-nerf. So that's pretty cool. This is the showdown, Nick. Yeah, this is the grand finals, man. Anticity is probably going to pick Norska. It'll probably be Norska versus Tomb Kings, I would wager. Or Vampire Coast. He's sitting on Coast. He's thinking about it. I would actually like Coast versus Tomb Kings. That'd be really fun. Like the undead, very different styles. You got bomber mobs against Tomb King's infantry, which are really good. But you have to watch out for Carrion sitting on top of them and just shutting them down. So, yeah, the Pyro Shaman cramps Tomb Kings. He does good. Yeah, he does good. He does okay. Vampirates, guys. The Kraken King returning to his roots. Now, Tomb Kings just got nerfed somewhat heavily, but they're still a top tier faction. They lost leadership on a bunch of units, and on top of that, they got their Realm of Souls reduced. But Vampire Coast also got nerfed. They got their leadership nerfed as well. So it's not really going to be that big of a difference. They both kind of got brought down. So like it's really kind of like, you know, crosses the other one out essentially, which was kind of fun. Sand and Water, yeah. It's a very apt title for this novel that's being written here. Professor Pone says, "And don't mess this up." I love it. Yeah, this is hype, man. This is fun. I love it. Getting to see him back on the old coast. Oh, man, this is fun. It's taking me back to the olden days. This brings me back. If he doesn't bring Deeps, he can't be the Kraken King anymore. It might be Deeps. He might do Lore of the Deep, actually. Yeah, like Kraken's Pull and Tide Call to clear out like the Kepler Guard and other units like that. Maybe. It might actually be better. It might actually be better than Lore of Vampires here. The Vampire Summons are nice. Invocation's always nice, but yeah, I don't know. I would probably go with Vampires because I'm more comfortable with that. But we'll see. We'll see. I do favor Tomb Kings over Coast if they... Yeah, Tomb Kings can do well here. Queen Bess is also a threat. But the problem with Queen Bess is that Tomb Kings will just spam Carrion. They'll bring like 3 or 4 Carrion and just like land on top of it, and it's basically dead. So that's a bit of a problem there. A bit of a problem for sure. Is there a title for Void Laws? He's had a couple in the past, but nothing that really stuck. He's just been he's been a Vampire Count wizard for a long time. But Vampire Counts got banned in the series, so he's not going to be playing them. Empire and Lizardmen also got banned as well. It was an interesting one. Void Laws banned Empire Lizards against Anticity. Anticity does play Lizards and has been getting into Empire as well, it would seem. Could take both. I don't think bringing a double caster is a good idea here. It's too expensive. Vampire casters are not cheap. The characters are pricey. It's not like an Empire wizard that with one spell costs like 500 or 600. Vampires typically cost more because they're better fighters and have better stats and all that. Yeah, so I would wager it's going to be a single caster. Vampires sometimes do that. Like Vampire Counts, you'll see like a Hellsteed caster with Spirit Leech and Immortal Will, like that flying troll character to just like really have a nasty goon squad. But I don't think we're going to be running into that here. Yeah, Black Ark is okay for artillery, but Tomb Kings are the dark wizards of shutting down artillery. With Carrion, Nakar Horseman, and Skeleton Horseman, really good at diving. And on top of that, Tomb King's artillery is really strong also. Like Screaming Skull Catapults, if you bring like 4 of those, you can potentially pound Tomb King, or pound Vampire Coast. Like Void Laws has a bunch of different ways you can play. I would actually say this is probably a Tomb King's favored matchup. Granted, I could be wrong. But yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? We will see, my friends. The final duel for today's Season 2 Championship is going to be VM versus ODM. 2 of the bigger competitive clans. I think ODM has a couple really strong domination players. Obviously, Anticity himself, Zyphos, and I think Outer Region is in there, but I don't know how active he's been. I think a lot of the ODM guys still play a lot of land battles. VM is a mixed bag. You get people playing both formats, and RTK is very heavily focused on Dom. As you saw. I mean, today we had like, how many RTK people in the tournament? Like of the 16, I think like 7 or 8 of them were from RTK. So Clearly very, very strong contenders. All right. So, as I suspected, Screaming Skull Catapults, Ushapti Grapos, Archers, and Arkan. And for Anticity, it's going to be the dreaded Gunnery White taking command of the army. And it looks like a rush. Yeah, this is very much a Tomb King's rush. Check that out. He's got 4 of these guys. 4 animated Hulks, double Depth Guard, which are going to get annihilated by the Ushapti Grapos if they charge head on. Bombers and Deckhand Mobs. Wow. Not going to be trying to contest the range against the Tomb Kings here. Interesting. I'm really curious how this is going to go. If I didn't know the players and I just saw these 2 builds going head to head, I was loading into a replay, I would assume that the Tomb Kings build would win. If it was played optimally. I would just assume that. But the fact that it's Anticity, you know, top tier player, could mix things up, but Voidlaws is very nasty. He's very, very nasty. You know, I myself, I've won, you know, a handful of tournaments in Total War Warhammer, competitive tournaments, and have done well for myself, but when I run into players like Voidlaws is probably one of the only players I've ever run into where I just feel like I'm really outmatched. Like, really outmatched. Like, I've played pretty much, you know, anyone in the top 16, and I can go back and forth with them, but when I run into Voidlaws, like, and, you know, Moffat and those kind of guys, like, there's something about their playstyles that's just so brutal to play against. It's so brutal. Yeah, it's just like, man, okay, it reminds you that there's levels to this. There's people who practice a lot and are just really on point, and, you know, you guys get the point. Ark in the Black here, Spirit Leech and Buna, very good. You're going to be using those on Tomb Guard, or excuse me, the Depth Guard, you know, Syreens, whatever. Arkan's a really good character. Chosen of the Gods, double Catapults. Catapults can trade in terms of artillery. They do very, very well. And yeah, especially with the new leadership debuffs, these things actually tank your leadership when they hit you. So they have the take cover. So now that the base leadership of many of the undead is much lower, that's going to be leading to crumbling very, very quickly. So animated Hulks move it up. Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mobs, Bombers in the back, animated Hulks as well. On the other side, we do see Depth Guard, animated Hulks, and yeah, Anticity going to be going for a double cap and maybe just sitting and waiting. Like those Conquer AoE players that will beat you 1v2. Yeah, for sure. They'll get you. They will get you. So it's going to be Skeleton Warriors coming down here. Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Warriors. Obviously, Anticity is more than ready for this. And what is Ark in the Black going to be doing? Maybe going to be dropping a Skeleton Summon to try and target the advance of some of these Vampire Coast units? I would suspect maybe that is the case. We will see. So Ark in the Black, hustling up. Is he going to be dropping a Buna on the Depth Guard already? Or would a Spirit Leech be more effective? I guess I would need to do a little bit of testing. Ushapti Grapos is maneuvering down. So the Ushapti Grapos is going to be sitting here, and they will be just blasting fat firepower downtown. So they're going to be shooting into the zombies and the bombers and all these different units here. So it is on, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it's going to be a double cap for the Vampire Coast initially. The pushing momentum is going to be on the Tomb Kings. They're going to be the ones needing to go forward. Really, really good play here. This is the good stuff. Bomber mobs are one of the best counters against Tomb King spam, infantry spam. So being able to get a skeleton summon on top of the bombers is pretty good. Potentially doing some damage. Probably won't crumble them. You can see Anticity's trying to like pull through, so he's grabbing his bomber mobs and he's trying to flee the scene. Overall, he's only lost 8 models, and it shouldn't be that disastrous. Granted, these guys do last for quite some time, but Ark in the Black just having a good old jolly time as we see some Skeleton Horseman Archers coming out. Interesting choice. So Anticity's army doesn't have any long-range guns, so the 140 range on these Skeleton Archers is going to be very, very good. Catapults also bombarding in very, very effectively, and the Chosen of the Gods are going to be going after the bomber mobs, because here's kind of the rock, paper, scissors of it, right? If you're the Vampire Coast, you will win the frontline engagement decisively against Tomb Kings if you have bombers. If you don't, you lose it. That's basically it. Like, bomber mobs are the big deciding factor. Yes, Depth Guard can do well, but Depth Guard also get focused by Ushapti and all sorts of other units. And look at that. Chosen of the Gods just kind of parking themselves right here. We got 2 Skeleton Warriors, which will get wrecked. So I think for Tomb Kings, like a centralized kind of push is going to be the way. And just trying to value trade and just brute force them off the battlefield. Oh, the Fate of Buna. So Fate of Buna goes down, takes those Depth Guard down to, wow, that is brutal against Depth Guard. Jeez, man. That is some nasty, nasty damage. Bomber mobs here still being attacked by those damn skeleton summons. And the Ushapti now going to be turning about face, so they have a nice downtown firing angle on the Depth Guard. So the Depth Guard of Anticity are getting absolutely pounded here. And he's probably wishing right now that he had played like a more ranged build, because it just seems as if the Vampire Coast is getting picked apart by Voidlaws' build. Like, just absolute brutality. Bombers are getting killed. The depth guard are already crumbling, like a huge expensive unit. Void doesn't even need to play this objective. He can just park these skeletons here and wait. And then, like, you know, if that objective ever gets, like, opened up, he can move in. So Ark in the Black's going to be going in, recharging his sword. And Anticity is going to be forced back, currently down 1,500 to about 300 value. The catapult's still moving up, but Bomber Mob's completely getting collapsed. And Skeleton Horsemen jumping on top of Pistol Mobs, only a 300 gold mob unit, so it's not a huge deal to get them compromised in this way, but Anticity's going to have to pull the trigger very soon, because the longer this goes on, you know, the worse it's going to be. That is for damn sure. I know that's a very obvious John Madden statement, but it is certainly a very apt description. So Depth Guard and Animated Hulks on their way in. It looks like these Depth Guard did stabilize. Anticity summoned in a Vampire Fleet Captain of Vampires, and he was able to get an Invocation, which kept those Depth Guard alive right there. And overall, Bomber Mobs are collapsing, Ark of the Black doing his thing, and we see Carrion coming out. What are those Carrion going to be doing? Are they attacking the Fellbats? Are we good? Oh, they're going after the Salt Lord Scuttlers. Oh my god, Voidlaw's so quick on the draw with that. So it looks like it's Carrion just flying right past the Fellbats, not giving any shits. And the Salt Lord Scuttlers, a very, you know, somewhat expensive unit, 750 gold if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be shut down by the Carrion, and it looks like a Spirit Leech going to be going down as well from Ark in the Black. Or is that going to be a Buna? Oh my god, he Bunas the Salt Lord Scuttlers, which is basically going to KO them. Looking very dominant. Anticity has not gotten up over 500 value so far. And Voidlaws is at almost 3,000 right now, so very nasty stuff. As we do see the Skeleton Warriors still bumping and grinding here. Screaming Skull Catapults have good armor piercing. Discouraging the leadership of the Depth Guard will lead them to crumbling that much quicker. And overall, Void seems to be in a very, very commanding position of the game. Salt Lord Scuttlers, they're dead. Those Salt Lord Scuttlers you just saw, those things are gone. Now, somebody in chat asking about Queen Bess. Queen Bess is situationally okay. Against any faction that has ranged flying that can just dive it, it's going to be bad. But yeah, it's very niche. It's very niche. But I've seen it win games and tournaments before. On the other side, it looks like it is going to be the Skeleton Warriors diving in. Voidlaw's using his Horsemen to try and shut down the Bomber Mobs here. Might be able to effectively get that. We'll have to see. But overall, value trading is pretty colossal. And yes, we do have healing on the forces of the Vampire Coast. But overall, like, Void's army is taking very little damage. Some of the spheres in the front are being worn down, Carrion shutting down Bomber Mobs. Anticity spamming out Animated Hulks, which are going to get wrecked by archers and spears, I would wager, but yeah, it seems like the catapults and the Ushapti Great Bows, man, are just really, really problematic. So Nahakar Horseman coming in, one of the best light cav units in the entire game. Unbreakable, great stat line, 38 weapon strength, will absolutely plow Animated Hulks on the charge. Here we got the Kepler Guard. Kepler Guard will defeat these Depth Guard. Kepler Guard are also one of the best infantry units in the game, as well as we do see the Skeleton Horseman Archers kiting back against the Depth Guard here. So the Depth Guard trying to get in a fight, but Void certainly not giving him one. Now, looking at the points, Anticity has had a double cap for quite some time. Could we see some sort of a comeback from the Kraken King in that regard? The Ushapti summon down here has been used, so that is the Tomb King's army ability. The Realm of Souls, kind of triggers it essentially, and well, I guess deaths on units does. It's a different Realm of Souls Ushapti. Okay, you see what I'm saying. But yes, so that's going to be clearing the objective. We do see some Nahakar Warriors coming out, as well as some Nahakar Horsemen. So this bottom objective is going to be flipping to the forces of the Tomb King. So that means that Anticity is going to have to somehow push Voidlaws back and get up on this point and get a double cap here soonish. He still has he doubles his score essentially, but it's still double cap territory. That's 100% the case. Animated Hulks dragged down here. Voidlaws' archers pounding into the Animated Hulks. We do see the front line of the Vampire Coast starting to buckle a little bit. They have a couple tattered bombers back here. Here we see the Depth Guard being kited. So Voidlaws, just every unit, he just does such a good job of protecting. Like every little ounce of value he can squeeze out of this lemon, he's doing it, man. He's getting it. These archers get away. Haggard archers are tying down Depth Guard. Invocation going down from Anticity, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And it's only a matter of time before this objective flips. We do have the Skeleton Warriors and Horsemen clearing off the point. Anticity is going to be sending up some halberds here, as well as some, more halberds, but they'll get 2v1'd by a Nahakar Warrior. These guys are just really, really good. Really, really good. So here they come, moving on up. And we do see the old Animated Hulks battling into the spears. Coast looking very, very Palpatine right now. And I'm not talking where they get to shoot Force Lightning back, after he gets electrocuted and he's just kind of sitting there. That's totally what Coast looks like. Except Mace Windu's going for the kill this time. He's not going to let Palpatine come back. Again, just kind of the... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, I thought the health bar for Ark of the Black was the Deckhand mob. And I was like, okay, maybe this is how he gets back in the game. But no, Arkin is still very healthy. He probably has his Tomb Blade. He's got Horsemen supporting him. He should be more than okay. And these halberds, yeah, Anticity going for the Undead Tide, but it is nowhere near the Man Tide. That is for sure. The Man Tide is way cooler. But Nahakar Warriors coming up, more of them. Horseman could obviously just tar pit and block these guys down, go after the pistol mobs. You see a Spirit Leech going down on the Gunnery Wight, which is the lord of the army. So if the Gunnery Wight were to die to Ark in the Black, that means that the entire basically army here for Anticity would be Karate Chop. So, all right, so the battle does continue to rage on. Catapult shooting downtown, going into the zombie pirate deckhand mobs, just absolutely wrecking them. Look at that, one volley from those catapults with the new leadership modifiers puts them to negative leadership for a moment. Pretty crazy. But yeah, this point's gonna flip. It's only a matter of time. Little vampire summon going down to buy a little bit of buy a morsel of time if you could. Skeleton archers on their way back, gonna be able to finish off the depth guard and or the animated hulks. And it looks like the Kraken King with some very, very cunning plays. I mean, he's a very scrappy player. Despite being down almost 5,000 value, he's still, putting some stress on Void Laws, that's for sure. And Void Law still has some points to kind of get back here. And we do see another Spirit Leech going down. So the Bunas have done the job. Buna has killed Depth Guard, it's killed the Assault Lord Scuttlers, and now Buna's going to be going after the Gunnery Wights right here. So Nekar Horseman lurking in the back. Maybe probably going to rear charge into the Hulks. I wouldn't be surprised to see that, like a rear charge trying to stop those guys up. But Nekar Warriors are super cost effective. Skeleton Warriors also trade pretty well into the deckhand mobs. And Arkin's going to go jump on the pistol mobs to recharge his Tomb Blade, I would wager, as the Tomb Kings look to be securing the middle objective. So these guys going to be dragged down. This looking quite precarious as well. So despite the fact that we haven't seen Void Laws in too many tournaments lately, I believe he's still on the leaderboard, because what Void Laws usually does, let me explain this, is the season will start, okay? Like Total Tavern Season 3 will start. Void Laws comes in, he wins like 2 or 3 tournaments, and then he disappears for the entire season. You just don't see him again. He guarantees that he's going to get a spot in the grand finals with the money prize, and then he disappears, and I think he trains in the shadows with his friends. And then he comes back, and nobody has seen him play. Nobody knows what's going on with him. And he gets there. GG, well played. I mean, that was very much a build thing. Anticity's micro was fine. It was just, the build was very, very optimal for Void, and Anticity's build just couldn't do anything to it, really. It seemed to struggle pretty hard. Very good micro as well. Very good micro. GG, well played. Tomb King still top tier, man. Oh my god, he had Aaron Essa in reinforcements. I think that's just a cheap lord to have the cheapest lord possible in reinforcements. Yeah, depth guard, 300 value, 229. Crazy stuff. All right, game 1 of the grand finals has come and has passed. And now we're going to go to the next one. It's going to be the Glade of the Everqueen. All right. The Glade of the Everqueen. And then after that, we have Celestial Lake, Borderlow Landing, and Itza are the maps. So we will see how this goes. Yes, it is time. The Dark Souls boss music, yeah. Tristan, that's pretty funny, man. Yeah, you make a good point. So what are they going to pick now? Vampire counts are banned. Void Laws likes High Elves, actually. I've seen him play High Elves in tournaments. He did lose with them earlier on the Crater of Decay. He lost on the bottom side on the semifinals. Tim the Wilder almost had him, dude. Like, Tim the Wilder almost had Void Laws. It was really, really close. It just goes to show the quality of all the players we have today. That could have been the finals as well, right? That could have totally been the finals. Yeah, Gunline is hard, though, against Tomb Kings. Let me tell you. Because Screaming Skull catapults annihilate your gunline, and, Carrion are so annoying. They just land on top of your artillery, and, they just kill it. It's or keep it from shooting. It's, trying to go gunline against Tomb Kings seems, impossible. I still think Tomb Kings are just so strong. They're so strong. He disappears back into the void. Yes, exactly. He does. He does. Thank you guys all for joining today. It's been a really fun stream. If you're enjoying the stream, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit and helps more people find multiplayer. So do your thing, man. Do your thing. So I'm going to go watch their picks and bans now. Let's see what they got. Okay, it looks like they're scheming a little bit, which is fine. Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. the Voltaren. I use the Voltaren stuff, yeah. That helps with my old hand problems, yeah. I think Anticity is going to play Tomb Kings now. Why wouldn't you? They're just so strong. And they're so easy. They're so easy to play compared to other factions. They're easy, they're strong, and they also have a high skill cap. It's yeah, Tomb Kings are great. They're just so strong. It's all these unbreakable units that have really good stats and just getting healed. Arkin has always been really good. I've always felt he's the best lord. He's one of the best lords for the Tomb Kings, for sure, especially as it pertains to legendary lords. Lord of Nakara is really good, but like Spirit Leech and Buna, those were like game changers. And like the Skeleton Summon is really good. Buna one-shotting Salt Lord Scuttlers really killed the momentum of Anticity, and then you also saw the Depth Guard getting Buna'd, like just nasty, dude. Buna's not a cheap spell though. It's like 20-something wins of magic. It's like 22, I think, or 19 or 20. It's somewhere in that ballpark. Like for the Light Gods, shares for the Share Thorn. Exactly, man. Yeah. All right, what's it going to be, man? What is it going to be? The Kraken King is down one game, but he is not out. I think he could totally get back here. We'll see how it goes. So looking at, let's look at the leaderboard right now. For the, I think Void is there. So this is the Season 3 leaderboard. You can see it here. Yeah, so currently as it stands, Platypus number 1, Hadri's number 2, Subutai. See? Void lulls. Here he is. He just plays and disappears into the night. He's 19 wins and 1 loss in Season 3. This is our current season. And if you look at his like record here, he straight up hasn't played a game like in ages, right? The last time Void Lulls played a game was like, yeah, it was on the 18th. And then before that, it was like 2 weeks prior. He just like, yeah, it looks like Trex was able to beat him in a best of 1. That's pretty cool. Well played there. I got my Steam Tank picture, guys. Check it out. Yeah, so this is the current tail of the tape here. Same with Moffat. Moffat does the exact same thing. He plays like a handful of games and then he just disappears. Yeah. Probably just like, yeah, who knows, some wild shit. All right, guys. Heading back to the game. Yeah, no, that loss is a match loss. It's a match loss. So he lost the best of 1, it looks like. So Void's going to go Tzeentch, Warriors of Chaos, and Dwarves. Oh, he goes Dwarves himself. Oh, interesting. And he bans Dwarves. Okay. So Glade of the Everqueen is a decent map for Dowie. It's a smallish map. It's a small one. Let's see what the Kraken King will pick in response. The Batman of Total Tavern, I suppose. Although being a Vampire Count main, you can't be the hero. You have to be the villain if you're a Vampire Count main. Prof Pone is on the leaderboards. Yeah, he's there somewhere. You can find him if you go look. You can go to the leaderboard and search his name. Yeah, the stats from this tournament aren't being recorded because we're doing it offsite. Yeah, we're doing it offsite. I could have done it on the side, I suppose. Yeah, I probably should have, to be honest. It's all good. It's all good. The season things, the finals are supposed to run a little bit differently, so. Yeah, Zlatkovic. I wouldn't be surprised to hear it, with considering their playstyles, although, I mean, who knows? I don't think you're looking at the same leaderboards, says Bone, yeah. He's the Riddler of the Tavern? There you go. Yeah, the Riddler. Oh man, the Riddler's a meme character. Isn't that who's going to be in the next Batman movie? They kind of like revealed him at the end. Was it a new Joker? Was it a new Joker? They have that Irish actor who's playing him, I think. I can't remember. The Robert Pattinson Batman movie wasn't bad. I went into it with really low expectations, and I was pleasantly surprised. I enjoyed the really gritty, grounded, like grim dark, like kind of Gotham with with the I like the depiction of the Penguin like as like kind of a mobster, not as like comedic. And then I liked it. I liked it actually. It was fun. Every Duke main believes they're the hero. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and a goofy looking it's a Joker? Okay. The Killer Croc of the Tavern? I just threw a rock at him. Oh yeah. New Joker. Riddler was already the we had the Riddler. He was the first one, yeah, and then the Joker, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of Total War. Khorne banning Demons of Chaos. So we got Khorne being picked, and Void Lulls can pick Dwarves or Tzeentch. Interesting. What is he going to pick? Dwarves or Tzeentch versus Khorne is going to be the matchup. The 60s Riddler? Oh my god, yeah. And it's just like wearing that like spandex suit with like question marks on it. What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive. I remember before my before my grandpa passed away, he was very old. We used to sit on the porch and he would just be, smoking like 100 packs of cigarettes a day out in the middle of, the country where he lived. And I just loved asking him questions like, what was it like in the, in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, and just getting like people's perspective on that is like, it's so interesting, man. It's so interesting. Yeah. It's a shame, man. It's a shame. Yeah. So we got the Tzeentch versus Khorne, the Changer versus the Blood God. It is on, man. This is a classic one. I haven't seen this matchup in ages. Like, I think the last time I saw this matchup was, God, when would that have been? That would have been a long time ago, dude. A long, long time ago. Like, I don't know, Warhammer, like pre-Immortal Empires. This was obviously very common because we only had like 7 factions to play from then, but those are really the Dark Ages, dude. Riddle me this turn, yes. Riddler would be an avatar of Tzeentch. We could totally do that. If maybe we'll make a Tzeentch avatar for like 75 wins on TAVERN because it caps at 50 right now, so a lot of people are reaching their 50 cap. So I'm thinking of adding some new avatars for the higher ranks because there's some people who've already gotten there. You know, they've already gotten there. What was it like in the old times, the early 2000s? Yeah, no, that'll be me for sure. Oh my God, imagine that. Imagine trying to explain, like, you know, when I would talk to my grandfather, he would be telling me stories of, like, you know, Johnny Cash and you know, Hank Williams, the original, the country singer, and like Merle Haggard and like all these kind of old country style and Elvis and just, you know, and then like that's his memories. And when we're that age, it's going to be like, oh, let me gather around, children. Let me tell you the stories of Limp Bizkit and new metal, you know, like it's just, oh my God. You play on this new, no, I haven't played any. Is there new rules you're saying for banner rules and things like that? No, I mainly focus on domination because I think it's a better competitive format. So land battles are still very fun, but yeah, I prefer like a competitive RTS environment. So we had Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. That's true. Yeah, that's true. We did. Remember all the post-grunge rock? Well, post-grunge was like new metal. New metal was like late 90s, like Korn and Limp Bizkit and, you know, all those kind of bands. Yeah, man. It's going to be wild. Old man in a rocking chair telling fables about Chuck Norris to the neighborhood kids. Yeah. Oh, man. So, Tzeentch versus Khorne. What are we going to see here? Warriors, probably? I don't think we see bloodletters. I think that Khorne comes in with a bunch of warriors, shielded boys. Maybe dual weapons again? Anticity seems to really like the dual weapon warriors, which obviously will trade pretty well. And I feel like with Tzeentch, you go with halberds. Like Tzeentch chosen with halberds against Khorne are super good. They're really underrated. You could even bring like a Haggard Village type character, but I don't recommend that. Someone like Voidlaws really wants to capitalize on good micro, so you should bring like a flying character. You know, something like that. The Flamers of Tzeentch can do good, but they're also very vulnerable to being killed by Furies and Fleshhounds, depending on their position on the battlefield. Granted, you can't protect them with Screamers and your own kind of stuff, but it's a tricky one, man. It's a very, very tricky one. Total War is a game for boomers. Yeah, it definitely has the average age of Total War is definitely older than, you know, first-person shooters. Like I've one of my friends who was like really into FPS games. He's like, you know, he's what, 35, I think. Yeah, he's like, dude, when I go to play FPS games now and I'm just playing against all these Zoomers, I'm just getting crushed. I just can't keep up with their speed, you know. But like RTS games, like boomers, us millennial boomers, as we should be called, we do pretty good at RTS. Like RTS isn't quite as like demanding in that regard, unless you're playing StarCraft, and that is. Let's actually do a poll. I'm curious here. Let's see. All right. Let's see what I can actually look at the analytics real quick. Let me check. Used to be Tzeentch favored? Yeah, it's so long ago, man. It's so long ago. All right, so I'm going to be checking analytics. Let's see what that looks like. Let's see what the age ranges are on the channel. Kind of curious. All right. So obviously, the biggest geography is the United States. 37% of the people who watch and hang out are from the United States. The second biggest is the United Kingdoms, which 10.7. Germany is third, and Canada, and then Australia, actually. But yeah, so here's the analytics. So between the ages of 13 and 17, you ready for this? 0.5% of the channel. 0.5%. 18 to 24 is 19.5%. The largest percent, hands down, is 25 to 34, which is 56%. And then 35 to 44 is 17.5. 45 to 54 is 3.8. And 55 to 64 or 55 and older is 2%. So there's more people who are over 55 watching the channel than 13 to 17. Yeah. Pretty wild. I love it, man. I love it. Okay, so let's see if they're ready, waiting for me. Oh, it looks like they are. I was just having a boomer rant there. My apologies. All right. Yeah, that's us. Yeah. I love it, man. I love it. 29 in 12 days. Happy early birthday to you, Steven. There you go. Hey, Parsa, thanks for becoming a member. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Garland says, God, I'm old. Yeah. I feel you, man. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Yeah, I keep wanting to get back into like martial arts. Then I'm like, you know what? It's probably not a good idea. Probably gonna like mess up my hands or some shit. You're the 0.5. There you go, young editor. Look at you, man. You're carrying the torch for your people. You are a beacon of light for those in your demographic. Standing firm against the tides of us older folk. I'm good, darling. Love you. All right. So, let's get this party started. It is going to be Game 2. Void Law's up 1-0. And it's looking like he is going to be doing it. I knew it. A halberd build. Halberd builds are so good. Halberd spawn against Khorne are so effective. They like trade well into all of the Khorne stuff. Because what's really cool about Tzeentch halberds is they do magic damage. So even if they come in with bloodletters, you still mitigate that 20% physical resist. Blues and the weird spawn. Up in the sky, we have Kairos Fate Weaver. No surprises, blue fire. We got a couple Marauder Horsemen, and that appears to be it. So on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the Forces of the Blood God and the Kraken King coming in with Exalted Bloodletters, which I really like this. I mean, they'll be able to cut through halberds very quickly, even though halberds are, somewhat durable over there. Chaos Warrior dual weapons, double Exalted Bloodletter, Marauders of Khorne, Chaos Warriors, and unsummoning some Marauders to avoid his lord being sniped. I get you. Not the cheapest with Khorne, though. You do take a little bit of a deficit there. Furies and Horsemen. All right. The battle is on. So what's going to happen is Khorne is going to maneuver through the trees, and they're going to just bull rush that side objective. They're just going to go absolutely bananas for that third point. Meanwhile, they're just going to put some tanky infantry, some shielded warriors on their back point, and that is probably going to be the game plan. So Tzeentch could press the home objective. If you get like the weird spawn and a halberd unit up there, they could kill those Chaos Warriors relatively effective for sure. Relatively effectively. That's what my brain meant to say. I don't know why come on, man. Brain needs to kind of get going there, man. We did take our daily vitamins for these old bones, I know. The weather got really cold recently by California standards, so I was like, I wonder if I'm going to start aching, but thankfully I did, and I was like, all right, sweet. I'm still good. I'm still in good territory here. Chaos Warriors moving up. We got blues. Maybe Tzeentch is going to be doing a frontal push. Just going for the home objective of Khorne. Meanwhile, Khorne is going to be focusing very heavily on the outside objective. Kind of an interesting one. A little bit of lag going down there, as we do see the javelins screaming across. The Haggard Horseman duel. The Horseman duel definitely favors Tzeentch, because javelins have more range than throwing axes and like better arcs of fire, so. Nice blue fire there. Really, really good on the Chaos Warriors. Anticity tries to turn to mitigate some of the damage, but that's basically what Tzeentch players do, is they just spam blue fire. It's their favorite pastime. So the big chicken, Kairos, going to be landing. He's got his big pimp cane, and he was able to maybe kill one of these Chaos Warriors. Nope, doesn't quite look like it. Those Khorne Warriors, they can tell a tale of how a greater demon literally charged them and nobody fell. Very, very resilient folk they are. Now, Marauder Horsemen throwing axes on the other side. Going to continue hunting and harassing and battling Voidlaw's Marauder Horsemen here. It wouldn't be a proper Total War tournament, guys, if we didn't have a little bit of lag. Like, you need a little bit or else something feels off. This is the haggardness that binds our community together. We're not like we can't have it like Age of Empires where everything is like smooth and there's no lag. There has to be some misery and some haggardness. It's really what defines us. All right, so more shots going downtown. Horseman getting obliterated. My God, blue fire is such a good spell. Really, really good trading. So Void obviously heavily winning the Horseman trade. Void's Horsemen are all full health. Anticities are both at half health, right? So But Anticity is going to be getting the objective for his time. So even though he is getting a little bit out-traded in the skirmish game, he still, capitalizes on the, what's going on here and is able to take the objective with some durable troopers. More horsemen coming out, and Tzeentch is probably going to be patient, just keep spamming blue fire and trying to accrue a decent enough value lead. Where are the horsemen going to go now, by the way? Chaos Warriors are shielded here with silver shields, so throwing the javelin fire at them isn't going to be great. So here we see the Chaos Warriors with dual weapons pulling back, and the Marauder Horsemen just going to be running away from the throwing axes, obviously maintaining their range while continuing to counter-poke. But Tzeentch is going to have to push up eventually, and it looks like they're going to be doing a straight push. Now, will there be a counter push from the Kraken King where he goes to the back objective here with the Chaos Warriors? Kind of an interesting one. I don't think so, since Void has some units kind of like in the path. So Tzeentch knows they can't, play this for too long and is going to be moving up to try and take the home objective. The Halberd playstyle against Khorne is really strong. It's very strong. As a matter of fact, you can even get away with using Chosen against Khorne. Although Exalted Bloodletters do trade super well into them, so it seems like Anticity was like somewhat aware that could happen. And now what's going to go down here is that the Marauder Horsemen are going to be getting their javelins, and they should be focusing, if possible, the Exalted Bloodletters. Those are the biggest threat to his army, hands down. So we got Flamers of Tzeentch coming out. Check that out, guys. We got Flamers coming, and these things will do a ton of damage if they can sit and shoot. We obviously saw the great F-Pod. I don't know if you're here in chat. Shout out to you, man, for kind of innovating that playstyle. And there's going to be... Oh, look at that. So Tzeentch using... It looks like the graphic didn't fully load. What the hell is that? Oh, it was a Gaze of Fate. Oh, the plays. The plays by Voidlaws. He used the Gaze of Fate on Kairos to lock down the Exalted Bloodletters, and then he used the Tzeentch Army Ultimate to just Shadow Realm them. Man, he is so on point. That was such a clean play. So clean. Now on the other side, Fleshhounds of Khorne do get around the back, but there are little blue horrors here to kind of intercept them. And the Marauder Horsemen, maybe there are going to be enough to kind of take those guys down. We'll have to see. Now, Khorne could be winning this frontline fight. That was a really good play, but the Bloodletters are still 70 models. And here the Chaos Warriors are losing to the Halberds. Obviously, the armor-piercing advantage, and the weird spawn stacking on top of them, going to be sundering their armor down to 80. In the backfield, though, Fleshhounds are causing problems. Really, really good play here, using the Chaos Furies to try and shut down the Flamers, although maybe he should have waited for the Horsemen to kind of be a little bit further away. So ultimately, I guess it was not a good play, and they are going to be compromised and swarmed by those Horsemen. Looking at the value trading, though, it's pretty even now that Khorne's able to kind of get in saturated combat here. You can see, there's F-Pods here. He showed us that Flamers can be good. So Chaos Warriors are going to start out trading the Halberds, if they're unsupported, that's for sure. Here we see many of the harass units being taken down, but the Fleshhounds of Khorne proving why they are just one of the best units in the entire game, swarming into the Tzeentchian backfield. And will the Flamethrowers get online? That could be what changes the momentum here in this battle, as we do see the Flamers of Tzeentch going to start roasting these Chaos Warriors here. We'll see what kind of angles they can get. And there they go. Very nice. Yep, down they go. Chaos Warriors taking quite a bit of damage there as the pinks do kind of kite them backwards. Blues versus Chaos Warriors. Blues are going to lose that pretty badly. But honestly, you know what I'm seeing right now, guys? I'm seeing red, baby. And it looks like the forces of Khorne are just starting to really outgrind this kind of overextended Tzeentch force that doesn't quite have all of its reinforcements. A lot of the reinforcements that have been coming in have been getting intercepted and kind of pressured. It's been a little bit of a tricky pickle. Now, Blues going into guard mode, taking pot shots into the Marauder Horsemen here, able to get a nice break, as the Fleshhounds are going to be countercharged by the Horsemen and the Chaos Furies. So might be able to kind of drag those guys down. And I guess, you know what, Tzeentch is holding on better than I thought. The Chaos Warriors are still very durable, and the Spawn are doing a great job against these Exalted Bloodletters. They hit very hard against light armor, and they also sunder the armor of the other characters. Now Kairos is going to be landing, so minor value lead for Voidlaws. However, the objectives have been in the favor of the great Kraken King. Over on the side point, we do see Khorne's objective. Oh man, maybe going to be taken here. The two Marauder Horsemen might be able to defeat this Fleshhound if they work together. We'll have to see the power of teamwork. Looks like they're going to throw some javelins. Are they going to countercharge? Are they going to pull back? We do see Furies coming in. Furies are pretty good against Fleshhounds if they get the charge and the Fleshhounds are busy, because the Furies do magic damage and they have high melee attack, which surpasses the low melee defense and the physical resist of the Fleshhounds. So that's why you're seeing Voidlaws using Furies to constantly counterattack these Fleshhounds. So Flamethrowers are back online, and there they go, ripping some fat shots into the Chaos Warriors. What's good about them is you can always unsummon them after they use their payload and get a decent little refund, which certainly does not hurt. And there they go. Those guys are broken. Nice Chaos Chariot play. Chaos Chariot should be able to put some hurt on the pink cores. Probably going to be summoning out some Screamers from Tzeentch, I would imagine, to try and counter that. The Spawn are still fighting, but for the most part, Khorne has been able to kind of push Tzeentch out of its spawn. But the value trading is very even, and it looks like Voidlaws is going to be snaking the side objective, as he does have several Horsemen there. We do see some Chaos Warriors moving up onto the point here, but That's not going to be enough capture weight. The 3 horsemen will outcap them, and that is going to be an objective flipping for the changer. So the big bird is happy, and Khorne's looking a little bit beat up as well. The value is very even, though. I guess both sides are very, very tattered. And like we talked about, Screamers of Tzeentch are pretty much one of the only answers Tzeentch has for chariots. You know, Chaos Spawn kind of can, but they can't keep up with them, so it's a little bit haggard. But here we do see the Screamers with their anti-large attacks. They're going to be dragging down these chariots and forcing them back. And will Anticity be able to counterpush? We do see another army ability coming down. It's so good. The Gaze of Fate comboed with the Tzeentch army ability is so strong, dude. It just melts the remnants of those Exalted Bloodletters and brings these Chaos Warriors down into the trash. They just get absolutely wrecked by that, dude. So good. Now, will Khorne be able to get this objective back? We do see Chaos Warriors and Chaos Warriors. A lot of these dudes here. The Horsemen are pretty much out of ammo, so they're probably going to have to just pile in and fight. But I think Void is going to keep them alive, maybe do a little bit of cycle charging, or go for like a back cap and get real cheeky, because he still has some halberds here and some spawn. He could potentially threaten that home objective as well. Now, Anticity with a really good response. The Kraken King's going to be summoning out some Fleshhounds of Khorne, and they are going to be charging into the back of these Horsemen, which is going to pretty much shield their doom. These Horsemen are going to be dead in the water, despite their cool lance-looking spear things. This objective is going to be flipping back to the Blood God. But Tzeentch does punish the overextend a little bit. You can see the Exalted Bloodletters get killed, the Furies of Khorne being dragged down here. And now, if we look at Khorne here in the middle, I mean, do they even have anything here? Not really. Yeah, Warriors are buckled off. Kairos is here. And, you know, that's kind of the risk of not running a Lord. Like, yeah, you can't be sniped, but, like, Voidlaws has this big terror-causing beast that, you know, brings magic and really powerful army abilities and things like that. But, you know, Khorne doesn't really have anything like that. They don't have a Valkia. They don't have any characters that can really do a whole lot. And yes, there's a little bit of a bug where the damage value doesn't keep track of the Tzeentch army ability sometimes. It's very strange. So realistically, Tzeentch is pretty well ahead in this game, actually. Like probably by about 2,000 value, I would say. And you have to factor in Tzeentch's regenerating shields when you look at value too, because their units do heal just differently than, obviously. They basically have better healing than Nurgle, which is pretty funny. Like, Nurgle wishes they had Tzeentch's army ability. All right, Halberds getting in. Fleshhound's going to be attacking, but they're going to get absolutely wrecked. Even by a low number of Halberds, backed up by some Furies, that's going to be very decisive. And Tzeentch is going to get this objective, and I don't see Khorne having the steam to get these points back. Khorne is maneuvering with its warriors, but they just can't be everywhere at once. And what Tzeentch is going to do is just take this objective and then just brute force through these guys with, like, terror routes. And this big chicken alone is going to be a problem. All right, here comes another blue fire. This is going to get a lot of kills here, probably. Oh, cleaves through those guys. Absolute obliteration. So they take some huge casualties. As a matter of fact, they're now wavering. And we do see some flesh doggies moving in and looking to hunt down the pinks. Pinks are okay in combat. 22, 26, 28. Like, they can fight flesh hounds. They obviously would lose one-on-one. But they can hold their own. They can hold their own. We got Forsaken. We got Marauders coming out. We got more Screamers of Tzeentch. On the backside, we do have the Fleshhounds of Khorne. And they will be losing this fight 100%. And Khorne does have the points lead. Looks like there's going to be some horsemen harass on the other side, so just going to get some horsemen and park them here and use the ammo to kind of pick off these tattered units. Screamers actually have good AP value, so you can use them to kill armored infantry. They're not quite as good because their bonus for large really sets them to that next level, but yeah, the horsemen should be able to kind of clear off these Chaos Warriors. No problem. So Voidlaws with very, very clean fundamentals, man. Playing a very, very tight game. Up in the sky, we do have Chaos Furies. Chaos Furies going to be flying across, looking to do battle. But Tzeentch Furies, I think, usually, I don't know who wins that. Obviously, with the shields down, the Khorne Furies win it because their damage output's better. But with the shields on, I'd have to do a little bit of testing. But yeah, Anticity doing a very good job, valiantly holding on to this back point. But this is kind of like the last of what you see from him. He's got his like Fleshhounds like running around, but not really a whole lot of meat in his army. And I do think that Voidlaws is going to flip this objective. He also flipped this one. I would not be surprised to see Anticity tap out here. Like, Kairos is just going balls deep on everything. He's just flying around. He's terror routing. He's got his big drumstick. He's beating on things. And actually, I don't know where Kairos went. Did he get unsummoned? Did Voidlaws do the ultimate sweaty unsummon on Kairos to get a refund when he ran out of magic and then just summon more shit in? He might have actually done that. You know, that's actually a pretty incredible play because it gave him the Horseman to pressure this point and just triple cap it. Man, what a game, dude. What a game. I mean, very one-sided game. It wasn't as contentious as the previous one, but still a really good showcase of, you know, what Tzeentch can do. And despite having a very low win rate these days, Tzeentch is still a good faction. Flamers of Tzeentch did great. Horsemen did good. I really like watching Tzeentch. It's very fun. I love the halberd opening. That's my favorite part of it. Glory to the Changer, man. So if Void wins the next game, the series is over. That would be a 3-0 sweep, ladies and gentlemen. But the Kraken King will not go quietly into the night. I'm sure he's got some schemes in the corner, in the shadows. Yes, yes. Yeah, outstanding. Professor Pone just sent me a really good really good meme. I love that, Pone. That's really good, man. Thank you for sending that. Made my day, brother. Made my day. All right, so we have the Celestial Lake. We're going to be going to Grand Cathay for the next game. It's a map made by Medley, who is probably in chat. So shout out to you, Medley. Great map. We love it. It's one of our favorites. I include it in every single tournament I do. So shout out to you. Okay. Is Void Laws the best Total War Warhammer 3 player ever? It depends. It depends on the... He's definitely in the discussion for the GOAT, yeah. Or one of the GOATs, yeah. Because Void Laws was very dominant at the end of Warhammer 2. Like, at the end of Warhammer 2, Void Laws was karate chopping most people he ran into. He was winning pretty much every tournament. And has been very strong in Total War Warhammer 3, obviously. So if we take a look at the Hall of Fame, we can actually go look. Oh, a little bit of lag on my end. Hopefully that'll pass in a moment. So taking a look here. So this is, yeah, we want to go to Warhammer 2. So yeah, like Void Laws was, he won like a bunch of faction wars at the end, was winning a bunch of community tournaments. He wasn't really active during the Everchosen time. He did win the last Eternal Challenger League as well. As far as Warhammer 3 goes, Moffat won Season 2. Some of you guys in chat are joking and saying Moffat and Void Laws are the same person. If they are indeed the same person, you know, I don't think so, but I mean, I could be wrong. But Moffat won. Void Laws was top 16 here. We're in Season 2 right now. Houseplant won, so it's hard to say. Yeah, he's definitely a contender in that discussion. Yeah, definitely a contender. All right, so let's see what's going on. How are we doing? Am I still lagging a little bit? I saw the... Okay, it looks like it subsided. Falcon and Arrow. You know, you have to... Like, Falcon, I don't think was terribly interested in land battles. Or, excuse me, in domination. And, the thing about Falcon is he played for a long time. You know, he played for a long time in Warhammer 2. And, you know, if you're grinding competitively, like, training to be the best, it's tiring, man. Like, I keep myself sane because I don't really train. I just jump on and play a couple games with Hadries and some of my pals every now and then and playing some tournaments here and there. But, like, if you're putting your head to the grindstone and training competitively to, like, win the bigger events, it's, like, that's really tiring. So I think people just burn out over time and, you know, move on to other games or just things in their life change. You know, it's very rare you see people stay for, like, multiple games, like, over and over. There's a couple who have. Like, Zyphos is one of the GOATs as well, for sure. Like, he was an ECL champion in Warhammer 2. He was also a top player in Warhammer 1 and a top contender in Warhammer 3. So, yeah. There's a lot of people in the GOAT discussion. 100%. So, let's see, man. Let's see what they got. They're probably doing their picks and bans in the old chat here, so let's see. Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, and Norska. Ban nothing, says Anticity. Wow, the Chad, no bans. And what's Void Laws going to come in? It's not actually like a Chad play. It's a tactical play to save your bans for later. So yeah, that's usually what they want to do. Zyphos retired? He sure as hell is not retired. You don't say that you're retired and then go in and who did he defeat today? Let me pull that up. Yeah, let me show you guys. You're not allowed to say that you're retired if you just come into a tournament and defeat one of the best players in the world in Houseplant 2-0 and then almost beat Anticity in a very tight series. You're not retired if you're like competing with the best 16 players in the world and defeating one of the top seeds in the entire tournament. You're not retired. Or you could be retired and just be like one of those, like, it's like a Rocky movie where like the old man comes out of retirement and, like, you know, takes on the younger fighter. It could be like that, I suppose. Zyphos is your sensei, says Bone. I do appreciate that, Pescarable. It means a lot, man. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Oh yeah, we got UFC tonight. We have some good fights, I think. Yeah. Who's fighting? I think it's Stephen Wonderboy Thompson versus who's he fighting? Oh, he's fighting a younger guy, I think. Yeah, I'm probably going to watch that tonight. We'll see. We are going to see. So, Vampire Coast versus Warriors of Chaos. Interesting. I've been wanting to see some Coast. Like, we saw it earlier, but I want to see them. I want to see what they can do really effectively. Add a Hall of Fame section to Total Tavern. Player profiles, achievements, make the top players vote in one player each season. Yeah. There's stuff like that we could do. There'll definitely be but there's also some people we didn't mention in the GOAT discussion. Like Tlaxla and Soothsayer was super dominant in Warhammer 1 and 2 in the early Warhammer 2 days, and same with Onyage. He was a top Warhammer 1 player, but I don't think he did a whole lot of competition in Warhammer 2. So it's tricky when you're comparing, their achievements over all 3 games. There's tons of just players who are so strong. Felcon, of course. Felcon was really a Dark Lord of Warhammer 2 for a long time. Like a long time. And he liked to meme too. He liked to meme as well. Yeah, Kevin Holland, that's what it is. That's why I thought of it. Yeah, Wonder Boy versus Kevin Holland, yeah. Yeah, Wonder Boy's a fun fighter to watch, but he is getting older. I mean, he's closing in on 40, which for professional fighting is tough. There's a couple guys who can do it. Typically, if you're, and what I've seen in MMA is that if you're a striker, like aging like strikers don't do as well as aging wrestlers. Like wrestlers, and grapplers seem to be a little bit like can handle aging better, but like really explosive fighters who rely on their explosiveness, they tend to have to retire at earlier ages and kind of fall off a little bit. Yeah. Anticity was also a dark wizard too. I mean, he's in the discussion too. Anticity was very dominant at the end of Warhammer 2, or competitive for sure, winning big tournaments. And has been really, really strong in Warhammer 3 as well. Labadimir says, my first online match was for Shetland Apache. Shetland's a legend of the community for sure. Like, so way back in the day, Shetland, he was like one of the original guys to like come up with rules for land battles to make them playable in tournaments, basically. And obviously hosted tournaments and really helped organize the community and all that. Yeah. It's good times, man. It's good times. It's good times. Rusty says, my second multiplayer game was against Void Laws on Turin's King of the Hill stream. Yeah. I remember my first encounter with Void Laws. I do. I remember it. What is the prize for this tourney? $200 for first, $100 for second. Yeah. Normally the prizes are bigger, but I couldn't get a hold of my old sponsors, so they seem to have disappeared. But you guys helped out a lot. Thank you so much for your donations. It basically paid for the prize pool, so that helps me a lot. Thank you guys. Yeah, Void Laws is Lord of the End Times. Kind of, yes. Celeb says, my first tournament game in Warhammer 3 was against Anticity. That was just, that's brutal. Yeah, that's not easy. Yeah, so what do the Warriors of Chaos do here? I guess just shielded warriors into the sunset with like Hellstriders and Sigvald? Sigvald probably Sigvald, right? Archeon is actually pretty good against Warriors of Chaos too, though. But he's very vulnerable to, not vulnerable, but Spirit Leech Spam can kill him. Yeah, you could bring death on Vampire Coast. You definitely could. Yeah, Arrow had a really nice run in Warhammer 2 as well. He was very strong, winning the Everchosen. Obviously, he defeated Tlaxla and Soothsayer in the grand finals of Everchosen, which is no small feat, and was able to do very well in a bunch of community tournaments and whatnot. Yeah. Is Void Laws the Everchosen? So the Everchosen tournaments were not the most competitive tournament in Warhammer 2. Like, not by a long shot. They had some competitive players, but the fact that they were invitationals pretty much, in many ways discredits the competitive nature of them, because there was tons of great players who maybe didn't come because, they might have had a laggier connection or, other variables, whatever, availability. Everchosen was more of a showcase event. Everchosen was really a really good showcase though, because it showed people like a highly produced, competitive showcase of Warhammer essentially. So that's what it was for. But it definitely was not the most competitive. Like, if we're talking the history, the first Everchosen was like, there was literally like 2 competitive players in the first Everchosen at the time, like 2, and they played in the finals, of course. But there was like campaign players in the first Everchosen. It was very casual. That was like the trial run, obviously. Yeah. But yeah, it was still a ton of fun, man. Ton of fun. Frostlight, thank you for the 15. Indeed. Are you saying indeed like Teal'c in Stargate SG-1? Yeah. Arrow and Felcon, IMO will stay at the top of my Total Warhammer. Oh yeah, for sure. for sure. They're definitely up there. Yeah, Falcon won pretty much every major tournament in Warhammer 2. He won. Falcon is hands down like in the GOAT discussion. I would have to really think about it. I don't know what I would say. Yeah, because Falcon won several. Eternal Challenger League was super competitive. Like, that was an open 8-week qualifier, and Falcon won like 3 of those. So did Flying Taco in here in chat. He's a beast as well. But Falcon won 3 ECLs, I think. He won many faction wars, and he also won Everchosen's, which again, like I said, not the most competitive, but Falcon also dominated community tournaments. When he was at his prime and playing a lot, dude, he was karate chopping community tournaments. Yeah, very strong. So yeah, definitely. So yeah, if we're saying it'd be much easier to have like a GOAT discussion if we're talking about a game specifically. Like Warhammer, if we're talking a GOAT over all 3 games, that becomes like a broader discussion. If we're talking GOAT for Warhammer 2, it's much easier. Or if you're doing 2 and 3, it depends on what combination you're doing, because there's different players who range during different times, right? All right, guys, enough about GOATs. Even though the Beastmen are really fun. It's a shame we didn't see him today. Ladies and gentlemen, game 3 here in the Grand Finals. It is going to be Void Lulls on the Forces of Vampire Coast, facing off against the Kraken King. Going to be hearing the Call of the Deeps. It's a cool-looking build. Check this out. We got Exalted Heroes, 2 of them, as well as a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Fire. I like that. I like that. The double Exalted Hero to just like hunt Vampire Coast characters, kind of a cool idea. Chaos Warrior Halberds. In theory, they trade okay into Depth Guard and into the rest of the infantry and monsters that can be brought. Forsaken as well. And a really, really cool thought out build. Rusty says Falcon is GSP, Void Lulls is John Jones. Oh yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, that's great, man. That's great. Yeah. Okay, guys, let's just put this discussion to rest. The GOAT of Total War Warhammer is Professor Pone. There's no one who can rival his mastery over this game. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. When you guys type hello ? It makes me think the game has crashed. I was like, oh my god, is my audio cutting out? Did the game crash? Yeah. Come on now. All right, so we got Count Noctilus, Lamprey's Revenge going to be brought. Depth Guard, Bombers, and Shotgun mobs too. Okay. There is a Shotgun mob coming in. All right, look at that. Top of that, guys, we do have Animated Hulks, Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs. We got Depth Guard moving up, and ye old Count Noctilus. All right, man. Will the Kraken King get back on the board? It'd be pretty epic to see a couple comebacks followed by a rubber match in Game 5. But Void Lulls, he is not going to be showing any mercy. He is going to be going for the kill, and I certainly don't blame him. Inticity is too good of a player. No, you guys aren't going to trick me now. I'm expecting it. I'm expecting it. How dare you guys, dude? How dare you guys? But Turin, the game... Stop it. Stop it. You're actually starting to make me believe some of you guys. This is... this is madness. All right, Javelin's coming down from town from the Marauder Horsemen, doing a little bit of work against the Deckhand mobs with their 15 armor. Not a bad trade. The Hand Cannons of Void Lulls going to be moving up, and it looks like Void is, he's going to need more than one objective. Vampire Coast, not the swiftest faction in the world, but he's going for a big crab rush, man. The Krabby Patty build, yeah. Animated Hulks, Depth Guard, backed up by Lamprey's Revenge and Zombies and Bomber mobs. Are they going to be able to bully this army off? We don't see like an Archeon character. The Chaos Sorcerer of Fire is an okay fighter, but he's not amazing. I don't have the blocker up. Stop it. How dare you guys? You guys are so mean. This is ruthless. Ruthless trolling here. All right, on the side point, Marauders have got the objective. Forsaken are here. Double Exalted Hero, baby. Ready to party. Will they be able to handle the SpongeBob build? Yes, we have the crabs. I guess it's very SpongeBob. Lamprey's Revenge is using their shotguns. A lot of people forget these guys have shotguns on their back, so they can just kind of sit. But they're going to move in. Got to watch out for Halberds and Exalted Heroes, though. The Halberds need to be focus fired somehow. Count Noctilus has Pit of Shades. So it's probably going to happen as a Pit of Shades on these Chaos Warrior Halberds. And now we get Hell Scourges coming in. Interesting. So he's using the Hell Scourge variant. Look at that. The Hell Scourges are here. They have their whips. And they will be able to clear out chaff, but not so much the big monsters. The anti-large variant, of course, would be slightly better against the crabs. And it looks like Void Lulls is like pushing on every front, dude. He's like pushing here. He's got his bats coming up, the Salt Lord Scuttlers, no, basic bomber mobs. And dude, he is pushing every single point. It's not like he's going to be focusing his efforts in one spot. So you guys ready for the Pit of Shades? Crabs versus Halberds, obviously a terrible fight for the crabs, right? They would lose that. and it would be a massive upward trade for Anticity. But at Pit of Shades, they're super bunched up. Like, if we don't see a pit here, I'm going to be super shocked. Yep, there it comes. Pit of Shades coming in from the forces of Void Laws. That's going to be doing some brutal damage. Here it comes. 1, 2, boom, right in the face. And the Lamprey's Revenge, with the job well done, are going to pull back and use their regeneration, and the Depth Guard are now going to be surging forward. On the backside, though, Anticity with some very good micro. He gets his Hellstriders on top of the Bomber mobs, going to be shutting those guys down very effectively. And in the backfield, Deck Dropper Bombers are actually countering the Marauder Horsemen with reasonable effectiveness. Shotgun mobs moving up, Depth Guard moving up. This is a very risky playstyle against Hellstriders. Like, doing this big, wide map push seems pretty dicey. Now, zombies and Depth Guard here do get caught in a Burning Head. Burning Head does very good damage, but remember, these are only summoned crappy zombies, so that whole Burning Head there, basically just taking out a little bit of Winds of Magic. As the Wraithstorm's going to be coming down. Wraithstorm is the bound ability from Count Noctilus, summoning this bombardment from the skies, going down on the Chaos Sorcerer, and not doing too much damage at all, actually. Now, on the backside, Void Laws is certainly having a bit of a rough trade here. You can see that his Deckhand mobs are going to be getting, not Deckhand mobs, but Animated Hulk's going to be getting isolated and killed. And Void is now moving up in the middle. Depth Guard grinding against Hellstriders. Bomber mobs getting a nice salvo of fire into those Chaos Warriors. So the Vampire Coast push here seems to be having some relative success. Granted, value trading is dead even in this game, guys. Both players are grinding very well. Count Noctilus, though, giving the absolute dirty to these guys. You can see the Exalted Hero getting spanked by Count Noctilus. Noctilus does have a halberd. He's an anti-large character with extremely high melee defense, so he's pretty ideal against like horse-type characters like that, right? Scurvy Dogs getting in there, getting owned by the Hellstriders. Bomber mobs, though, doing some okay damage as they do saturate their firepower into some of these units. More bomber mobs here, still kind of poking and prodding, and it looks like Coast is getting really danger close. Like, Void Laws is just kind of like a boa constrictor here, just slowly constricting his prey with his movement pattern, pushing the forces of chaos back here, and then maybe he loops down here and concaves and gets the big kind of encirclement on his opponent's forces. We'll have to see. And Noctilus is a totally fine character to leave on his own, because he could just summon zombies on top of himself and buffer himself all day. Depth Guard here, trading okay, grinding through some of the units. It looks like the Forsaken have been pushed off the point. And you know what? Like, it looks kind of like the Warriors of Chaos are kind of getting pushed back a little bit. Here, really nice engagement by Anticity. So he used his Vanguard point. He came around or through the woods, I didn't see, and he was able to get his Hell Scourges to come harass his back point. So using the Slaanesh mobility as his marked units is very strong here. He gets a Scurvy Dog for free. He's forcing Void Laws to pull back with some forces. Seems to be working pretty well. Now, as far as this point goes, it seems like Warriors of Chaos are mostly Marauder Horsemen and characters here. The characters aren't going to be able to super quickly kill Lamprey's Revenge or Count Noctilus or the Depth Guard and Hulks that are coming up, honestly. They're more of like a sustained grinding type character. I personally prefer foot-based characters against Vampire Coast, but even still, there comes the Wraithstorm once again, nailing into the Chaos Sorcerer, and it looks like Void Laws with his Krabby Patty build is going to be able to get up and grab the side objective here. So Yield Coast is hailing the mighty, and they're doing it, that's for sure. Anticity, though, with really good picks, and it seems like even though Coast had the control in the midfield, Anticity is kind of pulling the value with his Slaanesh Cavalry, right? So here, the Hellstriders, the Slaanesh with the Hell Scourges, and these anti-large Hellstriders doing a really good job picking apart Void Law's forces as he does try and move up, and that's where Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos, they were like behind on value, but now Anticity is pulling up on value because of the good isolations he's able to get. Granted, it did come at the cost of the objective. So the objective here has been taken by the Vampire Coast, so Void Law is going to be grabbing that, but you know, the Warriors of Chaos have plenty of time to get this back. They, I believe, have a point lead of 575 to 340, give or take, and we do have the Animated Hulks and Depth Guard trying to push them out, but a lot of Marauders coming in. The Exalted Hero characters also, they don't have great armor piercing, but 400 weapon strength still is substantial, enough to get the Lamprey's Revenge to start crumbling. And how will Void Laws claw his value back in this game? He does have healing on Noctilus, so there is a bit of a value mitigation there with the healing of the Vampire Coast, whereas the Warriors of Chaos do not have any way to heal. As I can see on the roster, there's no Nurgle funny business going on here. And the two characters are now a little bit trapped up. Burning Head's going to come down. It won't do a whole lot. It will discourage the leadership on some of these undead units, which if they're already low, it will maintain their crumbling. So the Burning Head will make those Lamprey's Revenge crumble a little bit, a little bit longer, I guess you could say. So side point, Warriors of Chaos coming in with a big sandwich, but could this be an opportunity for Void to grind with Depth Guard, to grind with Count Noctilus and get some value back? We'll have to see. Because, yeah, the side objective at this point is going to be the one that everybody's fighting over. And now we get deck droppers coming out once again, which will be very good against these blobs of units. But this is very strong for the Kraken King. He's got his Warriors of Chaos here, and he's throwing those javelins and just getting huge value. As we do see a natural Manticore coming out. Check that out. So the Manticore is here, shutting down the Bomber mobs, just kind of chasing him. Wraithstorm attempting to hit the Chaos Feral Manticore, but all of those attacks did miss. The Depth Guard here must have some crazy good value. Well, only 275. You'd think they would have more. They've just been straight up fighting here and just grinding. Flaming Sword of Ruin going down on this Warriors of Chaos blob. Very, very strong. Currently, the objective has been swung back to Anticity, as we do see the Krabos trying to defend the bats back here. I think Rotting Prometheans and Animated Hulks, yes. Deckhand mobs versus Halberds. Halberds will obviously win that. We don't need to really pay too much attention to that. But the Depth Guard, what is their value now? They're only up to 332, so I guess they're not doing a whole lot of damage. I assumed they maybe would against all these lightly armored units and like Marauders and things like that, but it doesn't seem to be as much as you would think. But Depth Guard do, they have decent staying power with their healing, so they might last a little bit longer as another Manticore comes in. Anticity is just cackling, though. He's getting so much value, just sitting all these horsemen here and just picking. Really, really good comeback by the Kraken King. It looked like the game was a little bit scary for him in the beginning, but his open field picks and his character composition, though I didn't think it would work super well, seems to have worked well. Teaching me a mighty lesson, although only 400 value on this character. Noctul is still getting some nice shanks, actually able to almost rout the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, which could be a very, very problematic thing if that ends up happening. But I think the Warriors of Chaos with their value lead probably have this one. I don't know how Anticity could throw. I mean, he's got the Marauder Horseman. He also has 2 Manticores on the battlefield, guys. And 2 Manticores cycle charging into Noctulus or attacking Animated Hulks and or Rotting Prometheans is probably going to be enough. Noctulus is certainly in a little bit of danger here. As the Marauder Horsemen just kind of stand and poke. A couple Halberds back here probably need to be unsummoned to get them back in the pool. And Voidlulls seems to be on the precipice here of dropping a game. As these Depth Guard going to be getting taken out. We got a lot of Javelin fire going down here, ladies and gentlemen. And Count Noctulus still getting those nice anti-large attacks. Yes, he's trying. Good armor piercing too. He can definitely kill armored characters. But I really like the Manticore pick. The Manticores are really nice for shutting down the bombers. And, also they're not easy to kill for Vampire Coast. Like, yeah, if you have a functional gun line, something, yeah, you can shoot them. But when the game becomes more chaotic, I feel like the Manticores really start to shine. So Void summons in some Animated Hulks back here. He's moving them up, but that's going to take 10 years to get there. And, yeah, no one's going to get this objective. Chaos should be able to hold that. That Chaos Sorcerer Lord, though, is kind of beat up. Looking a little bit suspicious over there. So we do see the Animated Hulks, Scurvy Dogs, and more Krabos trying to fight. Getting a minor break on this formation, but the double Manticore here. And the double Exalted Hero, I think they're both still alive. Where'd they go? Or I think he might have unsummoned the Exalted Heroes. No, they're back here. Okay. So here's the Exalted Hero number 1, number 2. They're going to be able to use their high weapon strength to just cut through these forces. So that looks like it's GG. I don't see any comeback. He's really far behind in points. He's down 5,000 value. Really, really good comeback by the Kraken King. Defeating his own people, as a matter of fact. If anybody knows how to defeat the Vampire Coast, it's going to be Anticity, because he has played them for a long time, and he knows what units they don't like. So he clearly brought them and did a good job. GG, well played. What an awesome, awesome comeback in the series. So it looks like it's going to be a 1-2. Voidlaw is still up, but Anticity is on the board. That's a really big momentum shift in terms of morale and, and game leadership, I guess you could say. Anticity might have been wavering. But, he's rallied. His leadership's coming back up. It's still not perfect. It's in the 20s. But he appears to be back. There's nothing. Voidlaw's, I'm surprised he's still in the game. And maybe he thinks he has some sort of a chance to grind here with Count Noctulus and these Animated Hulks and things like that. This home objective is going to get taken by Anticity, and I think that will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I think that we'll see. I think we'll see Void tap out after that. When the side objective or home objective gets stolen by this big Chaos Goon Squad, that's probably going to do the trick. He's got Forsaken coming over with their 46 speed. Value lead just getting even bigger. Because again, when you're so far behind in value, it's only going to be getting worse from there. Your opponents are going to be trading better with you, and Javelin's picking apart these guys. Obviously, the zombies are not expendable, so they have good capture weight. But ye old Forsaken will be hustling up there. And we see the 2 Exalted Heroes getting on to the point. So, what's the response? Voidlaw summons out some zombie powered Deckhand mobs. They're going to be moving on over. And on the backfield, we do see this Chaos Warrior situation here. Voidlaw's still fighting with Count Noctulus, though, I guess. Still going strong there, man. Count Noctulus is difficult. Oh my god, is he going to cap this? That'd be pretty trippy. I think Anticity, is he in 1-cap territory? I don't think he quite is yet. Oh my god, Kosta's still fighting? Jesus, man. They're really going for it. This objective flips to the Warriors of Chaos. Obviously, a nasty goon squad. The zombie powered Deckhand mob polearms, trying their best to fight. Bomber mob's going to be trying to clear out some of the Chaos forces. They're pretty good here, actually, against all these bunched up units. And the halberds, obviously hard countering animated hulks, like easy peasy. Side objective goes back to the Vampire Coast, but Anticity does have 1,200 points. I wonder if he really thinks he has a chance here. Like, I know he's got the healing variable, so that's something to kind of take into account. What does he have in the back? He's got more hulks and more zombies coming out. Just kind of fodder for the Forsaken and for the Marauder Horsemen in terms of like focusing down large units. Up in the sky, the Bomber mob's getting hunted by the Manticores. We've seen this all day. We've seen this all day. Anticity appears to be in single cap territory, so even if he just had one objective, as long as he just held on to that, he could win. So Void would need a triple cap, which when you're down by, 5,000 or 6,000 value, I think that's going to be very, very tough to do. Unless your opponent, decides to go AFK and make some tea or, make something during the game. Yes. I don't see it happening. Pistol mobs on their way out. Pistol mobs are awesome because they have Vanguard deployment, but Forsaken are, they're lawnmowers. And these things are basically the grass. They have 6 melee defense against 42 melee attack, charge bonus of 40. If you guys want to see something get absolutely buzzsawed, here you go. Hellstrider's also coming in with the Vanguard from the Kraken King in the Forest. Warriors of Chaos showing why they're still a top-tier faction. Despite their win rate going down a little bit, they're still very, very strong. And the Zombos here are, you can see they're just getting their bread buttered. We see some Scurvy Dogs coming in and animated Hulks, but honestly, the Forsaken will trade pretty well into all these units, especially with some Hellstriders there, and he does tap out. GG, well played! All right, guys. So, Anticity is back on the menu, baby! 2-1. Great game. Cool build. Different. Exalted Heroes. I love to see it. He has defeated his own people. As now we get to the next match. And let us see what we are going to get. So for the next one here, the map is going to be... where are you at? Brackets and maps. Borderlow Landing. A big map. Certainly would be good for the Empire, Dwarves, Cathay. Well, not Dwarves so much. Cathay. So Borderlow Landing is going to be the map. Here we go. All right, so here we go. 1 second here. All righty, checking this. And there we are. All right, guys, we're going to another game, baby. Fasten them seatbelts. What are the picks going to be? Let's see some Nurgle? I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, it's getting interesting, man. We were at risk of a 3-0 there. It was looking mighty stressful for our Kraken friend. But now he is back. And Anticity and Void Lulls, the depth of their factions will be tested. We will see how many they can do. All right. Taking a look here. And there we go. All right. So they're doing their picks and bans. GG's being said. Players obviously scheming a little bit, so they have a little bit of time to kind of figure it out. Nickelback asking for Nurgle warms my heart for some reason. Yeah. Nurgle on this map would be god-awful. This is a pretty big map. This is like a Bretonnia map. This is like a Bretonnia, Empire. Anyone that has any sort of mobility can play this map just fine. Like, this is a bit of a rough map for Dwarves. A bit of a rough map for probably Nurgle. Although, to be fair, like, every map is tough for Nurgle. Nurgle would probably only like a map with, like, one objective in a corner or in, like, a choke point, and they could just, like, fight there with mortises and stuff. And, like, no missiles could shoot them. That would be the ideal thing. Did you see the Beasts of Nurgle are in Darktide? Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. No, I didn't see that. I haven't gotten too into Darktide. Darktide's one of those games that will, be popping. It'll be popular, and then, like, a month later, it'll just be kind of like, I don't know. We'll see. I'm sure it's a good game. It's just, I like to do PvP mostly. Anticity probably grabbing a tall glass of milk. Oh, does he actually drink? Is he one of those? He'll just have like a giant glass of milk on stream with him and just go through it. Drinking milk is like, it makes me very congested, like stuffy nose, and so I avoid it. All right, 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna go grab some water, refill my mug, and I will be right back.
More, Lord of Death, keep our souls, lest they fall prey to him.
All right, guys, perfect timing. Let's see what they pick. Gonna look at the picks and bans here. All right, so they are doing that. They got the globals and everything. And outstanding. So Anticity here, working out what he's gonna wanna do for the next pick series. And I will update you guys as soon as we have any information there for the Empire all day, every day, man. Yeah. The Mark of Chaos cinematic is so good. It's so good. If you guys haven't seen that trailer, if you want to see like one of the best Warhammer trailers of all time, look up the Mark of Chaos cinematic with the warrior priest like battling the corn warriors in the forest. It's so metal, dude. Oh, it's so metal. Yeah, the Cathay trailer is cool too. I don't know what's my favorite trailer of all the. I'd have to go look through them all. Sometimes I just like sit there at night and I just watch a couple of them. Like, oh, it's so cool. So Void Laws is going to go Warriors of Chaos, Grand Cathay, and Greenskins for his 3 picks here. So let's see. Let's see what Anticity will pick. He needs to come up with a counter for the Warriors of Chaos, most likely. Because Anticity has already banned Warriors of Chaos, so he cannot ban them again. So Void Laws is basically guaranteed Warriors of Chaos this game if he wants them. But there are some answers to them, right? But ooh, look at that, yeah. Void banned the Empire, which I would imagine Anticity would want to use against Warriors of Chaos. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, we got a Cathay pick. We got a Cathay pick for sure. To me, sons of Sigma, for the Emperor. Yeah, that trailer is so good. Oh, it's so good. Are we gonna see a Norska pick? Anticity's looking at Norska in the lobby. He hasn't typed it or declared it yet, but I think he's like considering Norska as an option. Azazel and Franz's trailer. Yeah, Franz's trailer is a classic. I mean, that was like when they first announced Total War Warhammer 1. Oh my god, that was so hyped. I remember because, I was playing, I had been playing a lot of Shogun 2. And yeah, I played Rome Total War, the original. Shogun 2 was probably the one I had played previously before Total War Warhammer. And then like when they showed that trailer of like Franz landing on Deathclaw and just roaring and like all the troops coming, I was like, oh yeah, dude. I remember being so hyped for that. I remember being so hyped. Anticity lost to Cathay earlier, did he? He has not forgotten his ways. Well, yeah. Anticity goes Norska banning Cathay. He banned Cathay. You called it, Medley. He banned Cathay. Wow. All right, so what's it going to be? We have Cathay banned, Norska picked. So it's Norska versus Greenskins or Norska versus Warriors of Chaos? Probably going to be Warriors of Chaos. Because I think Greenskins don't do too hot against Norska in my anecdotal experience. Could be wrong. We can check. We have a handy little tool here. Let's go to Total Tavern, check that out. See if it's been played. We can check the previous season too. All right, so stats. Let's go to Greenskins versus Norska. How are they doing? Has this been played much? Oh, it's only been played twice and it's a 50-50. Let's go to the previous season though. I think this is the previous one. Yeah. All right, so last season, Norska seemed to have a losing record versus Greenskins, actually. That was last season. All right, that's kind of interesting. So maybe the Greenskins are an option here. I don't really know about the Warriors of Chaos matchup. Let's see how Warriors of Chaos are doing against Norska. Yeah, it seems to be a 50-50, but it's not. There's not that much data on that. Yeah, Greenskins are great on this map, I bet. Yeah, Void Laws is... Well, yeah, it's Greenskins. All right, guys, the WA is here. So, yeah, Greenskins are good here because the mobility. And the Vanguard and the sneaky tricks. You can, like, move through the forest and steal your opponent's back point. Lots of cool options. Lots of cool options for sure. Yeah, man. This is hyped. This is great. Thank you guys all for joining. It's a fun way to kind of spend the old Saturday afternoon. It's Saturday today, right? I think it is. Yeah, it's Saturday. Okay. My brain just couldn't process it. I was like trying to figure out what year it is. What I would give for a 30-minute movie by the guy who did Astartes. I know. You just look at all these like major studios and like these fan projects are just so in touch with the community and so well done. It's just like, just let them do it. Just let this guy be the visionary of your TV show. Like if they just let the Astartes guy like do a TV show, like with those level of graphics, dude, you know how rock hard people would be for that? Yeah, man, it's just like, wait. Oh, and just said he was looking at Greenskins. I thought we had a mirror match for a second. Yeah, Greenskins are good. I actually think they're very good in Dom. They're fast. They can snipe. They have good skirmish. They have decent infantry. They have good. Greenskin Siege is actually really underrated. Like Greenskin rock lobbers and shit. Like I would, if I were Void, I'd probably bring like 3 rock lobbers straight up because it's only like 1,800 gold for a lot of sustained poke. You know what I'm saying? It's like a damage over time effect. Yeah. Yeah, the Astartes was so good. It was so good. I guess it's getting late for some of you guys in Europe, yeah, in other parts of the world. Well, thanks for staying up with us. It's been fun. Really, really good matches today. Every game, most of the games have been pretty competitive, and even the one-sided ones have had interesting innovations. So that's how we like to see it. I think the Astartes guy would work for a show. If you have to remember, if they were to do a show, like he would be the animation, and like you would obviously have like someone writing dialogue and the story and everything probably. Yeah, hopefully someone who's very passionate about. They need to get Henry Cavill and have him be some glorious custodian and or an Ultramarine. Yeah, I feel like following Space Marines would be more interesting than the Custodies. Yeah. Like any sort of, I mean, I know the Ultramarines are like the most boring vanilla Space Marine chapter, but they're still they would still be fun to watch. They're probably like easier to relate to than some of the other ones. Yeah. Have you ever thought of getting the SFO on the? I mean, SFO is like more of a campaign thing. It's really cool, but again, I'm just like more focused on multiplayer. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Henry's the man for sure. Yeah, absolutely. No, I didn't hear about the Witcher drama, but I'll perhaps look it up later. All right. So, Void Lulls versus Anticity. The Duel of Fates is upon us. Who will drop the hammer this game? Will the Greenskins bring home the Season 2 trophy, immortalizing Void Lulls in the Hall of Fame of Warhammer 3? Or will the Cracking King take the game and make it a rubber match, which would be super exciting? Yeah, I actually think that would be the way to do a show, though. Like if you were doing a TV show for Warhammer, I think like doing it from the perspective of Imperial Guard would be good, and then having like the Astartes like appear like throughout the show, like in these really intense moments. Because like I feel like if you do it in that way, when the Astartes do show up, if you make it like really impactful and really scary and like awe-inspiring and scary, I think that'd be a cool way. And like also you're not like having as much dialogue with the Astartes, so you don't get to like know them as well, and it's kind of like, I think that'd be a really cool, intense way to do a TV show for Warhammer 40K. And obviously we can relate more to the Guardsmen. I think it'd be easier from a storytelling perspective. I agree with you, F-Pod. I think that would be the way. And Nicolas Cage would be the perfect War Master Horus, just yelling all insane while he's being like overtaken by chaos powers. Oh yeah, all day. All right. Yep, looks like Anticity is ready. The Wa is upon us. Looks like he's going to be playing the Broken Leaf Tribe, I think is what that is. I can't quite tell. Yeah, loading in here. Eyes wide shut, but with Chaos Cultists. I always like to joke that like all the people in my town have like eyes wide shut parties, because it's like this, it's that kind of a town for sure. Yeah, like an Astra Militarum, like following a regiment of like Astra Militarum dudes would be pretty badass. Like fighting some brutal battle. You could even do the Cadia. Like you could do the Fall of Cadia. That would be like the most epic thing. Like, so you have the perspective of like a Cadian regiment like defending Cadia from the Black Legion and the 13th Crusade. And then like, you get to see the Black Legion, you get to see demons, you get to see like, crazy chaos cultists. And yeah, I think that would be really neat. And the ending of that would also be pretty epic. Because though it's a grim ending for the Imperium, it's like, I think the grim ending would really fit the Warhammer aesthetic to show, oh shit, yeah, this is a universe where things don't always like go well. Granted, some characters have plot armor, obviously. Like anyone who fights Mortarion has plot armor, right? In the, like in some of the, like they'll have like a single like named Imperium character battling literally this giant demon Mothman. Which like, in tabletop they would have no chance, but obviously in the books and things like that, yeah. Yeah, like Halo Reach, yeah. That'd be really cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the greenskin build. It's going to be a big haggard Wa. Orc Arrow boys, Orc boys. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. The Swamp Things. Oh, it looked like they had pet squigs there for a second. I was like, wait a second. Did the Swamp Things get a pet squig regiment? So the thing about Swamp Things is they can't be terror-routed, okay? So they cause terror, therefore they're immune to terror. And yeah, squigs, orc boys, archers, and Swamp Things unsummoning some goblins to avoid the Lord Snipe. And it is going to be a million Marauder Horsemen. Oh my god. Yeah, so these guys basically just got cost increased pretty heavily. So Anticity's army. So this army before pre-patch would have had like an additional 2 Marauders with it as well. So obviously pretty different. Throg the Troll King for Norska, Famir Balefiend, Marauder Champions, and Brutes of the Hound. That is going to be it. So look at this Marauder Horseman core. This mobility core for Anticity is so villainous. It is the heel. Going to be dominating the greenskin skirmish, that's for sure. You have the only thing you have is the Death's Creeper. That's the only thing you have to fight back against this. If Anticity manages to rampage some of the squig herds, if Void Laws too, that'd be very strong. Void better get those squigs back, because those squigs are going to rampage if they get a little bit more beat up. So Javelin Fire getting in there, it looks like it's not quite enough to rampage them, so. Because that would just be a freebie. It would basically just drag them through the mud. So on this side, we do get the Beast of Tashnar moving in, but Void Laws with the countercharge, he summons some Spider Riders from the Vanguard point, and Anticity is going to be losing the Beast of Tashnar for very little gain, so despite a little bit of a value win in terms of early skirmishing for Anticity, losing the Beast of Tashnar early to the Spider Riders, which are also shielded, mind you, against the Javelin Fire, is a pretty substantial blunder, for sure. So Beast of Tashnar are going to get chased off the edge of the map. He delved a little bit too greedily and a little bit too deep. Even still, though, Anticity's still in a really good position. His skirmishers are just dragging these Spider Riders through the mud, as well as the Death's Creepers, so they should be pretty good there. Throg and the Pit of Shades caster are going to be chilling in the middle, while Anticity's going to be getting his Brutes of the Hound to grab this point, and then I would imagine they'll rotate over. But Greenskins are really good at killing infantry because of Squigs. Squigs are just like the most jolly, awesome unit. When the Squigs go wild, they also get a leadership buff, so it puts them up to 48 leadership instead of 36, which is, not amazing, but for a 350 gold unit, it's not bad. On the other side, Anticity is going to be playing the home field objective, as we do get some Orc Arrow boys moving out. And, static archers have always been the theoretical counter against horsemen. It doesn't always work out like that, but, they can outrange the horsemen. If the horsemen come to fight them, Orc Arrow boys actually are okay in combat. So you guys get the picture. Horsemen going to be trying to stay out of range, while Void Laws is going to be moving some Orc boys over here, as well as some Biggins that he does have. We have some Condom Wolves, the premier condom brand of the old world. Looks like these bad boys trying to move around, and they're not quite able to find a home. I mean, they don't want to be battling into the Orc Biggins and those other units, right? So middle objective is taken by Void Laws. His Error Boy is going to be shooting into Throg the Troll King, so Throg is getting poked a little bit, but on Border Low Landing, there's this lovely little watchtower here, or a granary, I'm not sure what it is. But, you can kind of use that to your advantage a little bit. Some Marauder Champions moving in. I'm a big fan of Marauder Champions. I think they're one of the better infantry units, actually, for the price point in the game. For that, 1,000-point territory. Not only do they have good stats, armor, and shields, but they also have the Enrage mechanic. So they get physical resist, leadership, and melee attack the longer they fight. Oh, look, the Fanatics have come out. So Void Laws tosses the Fanatics through. And they are taking some of these guys to the club. That is for sure. Doesn't do insane damage, but wow, okay, that was actually really good damage. Pit of Shades going down from Anticity on the AP Gloonies. Really, really good cast there by the Kraken King. But now these Marauder Champions are going to be thrown into pretty much a counter. Like, the Squigs are going to just give them the dirty, right? Like, bonus versus infantry, armor piercing. They certainly know how to eat. So the Squigs going to be jumping in. Orc Arrow boys moving all the crew in there to fight. Side objective is taken back by the Greenskins, by the Wa. And the Orc boys and the Archers going to be doing some battle with the Skin Wolves there in the meantime. A lot of skirmishers. Anticity has a million Marauder Horsemen. He's trying to get the capture weight. You'll notice how he's moving the Horsemen up on there to try and outcap the Greenskins, but that's not going to be easy. Greenskins do have a lot of terrible Haggard infantry units flying everywhere, and they are going to be providing a substantial amount of capture weight. Although, look at this. Maybe Dorski's going to be flipping this one. Brainbuster coming down as Wurzag, the Great Green Prophet, has emerged from reserves. The Dancing Man is here, and he is on foot, and he's going to be buffing up this Greenskin army. It's only a matter of time before the Dreadwall comes, but man, those Marauder Horsemen parking in the back, guys. Look at that. They are they're holding on like champs, and they are certainly giving the capture weight that is needed to get the point. Over here, another Pit of Shade's going to be going down from Anticity, going to be piling in to those Orc Arrow boys, as the Beasts of Tashnar have returned from their hiatus. They are now here and ready to go. This would be a really opportune time for the Wa. We got Swamp Things battling Throg. Oh my god. Throg is surrounded by the river trolls. It is the troll. The troll toll is being paid. Now, he's good against them, of course, but the Swamp Things also hit pretty hard themselves. 100 weapon strength, poison, and Throg is also being focused by some of the Dakas. So some of the missiles are coming in, and the Orc Biggins and Orc Biggins piling in are really going to be changing the momentum of the fight. As Voidlaws does pull a little bit ahead, Marauder Horsemen not having the best time, just kind of throwing javelins into the Orc Biggins. Biggins are a good target, though. Biggins are a really good target for that. Guys, Throg is paying the troll toll. He's terrifying. Effigy of Dagit going down. So Wurzag is just dancing in the background, casting hexes on Throg, locking him in place, and the Swamp Things are just all over him right now. Terror Routes are obviously very pertinent here as well, right? They're going to be pretty useful. So double cap, we got Orc Boys sitting on the back objective. We got some Condom Wolves looking to come in the back, but they're going to get wrecked by these just masses of units. Skin Wolves are not good at crowd clearing like infantry. Now, Anticity's on the back foot. He's lost Throg to an extent, but if he manages to salvage Throg and keep him alive, I still think he's in this game. Because Throg has a lot of room to heal before his healing cap, and obviously, you know, the forces of the Greenskins invested a lot in trying to bring him down. Now, Swamp Things are moving back across. We got Orc Boarboy Biggins, the anti-large Boarboys moving in there, as the Swamp Things are continuing to make the forces of Norska pay the troll toll, and the Wah going down in the valley. The entire Greenskin army is going to be sauced with the power of Gork and or Mork, depending on the perspective you're coming from. And Squig Herds, yep, with Orc Boys, should be able to rout off these Skin Wolves, no problem. Now, Anticity's army is doing decently well, but everything is sunshine and rainbows until the Marauder Horsemen run out of ammo. And then suddenly you're going to have a bunch of like subpar skirmish cavalry in terms of melee combat. They're okay, actually. They're not subpar, but they're not going to be that great at actually fighting here. Swamp Thing's being focused. Beautiful play by the Kraken King, using the last of his ammunition to focus down the high-value units here in the Greenskin army. Beast of Tashnar collapsing in, and we got Squigs coming around to try and flank these horsemen as well as Orc Boys. And the Broken Tusk Mob? No, Orc Boarboy Biggins. They're just kind of on standby here. But yeah, Voidlaws is probably going to kind of wait to pull the trigger on these Boarboys until he gets a little bit more ammo. A lot of Daka coming in. We see missile line here, 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 and here as well. So there's a nice little amount of Greenskin pressure coming as it pertains to the missiles. And looks like there's going to be some sort of witchcraft going down here. I don't know what it is. Orc Boarboy Biggins, man, they took a lot of damage really, really quick. That is some nasty stuff. But the Wah is going to be flipping the objective back. Pit of Shade's coming in. And the Greenskins now have the momentum on the point. Looks like Voidlaws is up in value 6.5 to about 5, give or take. What is that? That is like an arrow, like a chevron icon? I don't know. I've seen that before. But the objective does flip. And like I said, Anticity's going to start running out of steam a little bit as the Horsemen do run out of ammunition. And yes, they can do some like split pushing. They could go and try and overload these Orc Boys to the back objective. But the Wah can respond pretty quickly. With this Vanguard point, they can get Spider Riders. They can get all sorts of stuff there. And the battle in the Pits of Hell continues. Orc Boarboy Biggins, backed up by some chaff infantry. We got Orc Arrow Boys up in the point, and honestly, they're not terrible in combat. They're drawing their arrows, ripping some shots into the advancing Norskin units. Wurzag, in the meantime, is back here. Oh, the Swamp Things are back. That is really not good for Norska, because that gives Greenskins a source of terror out here, which could potentially terror out some units if they're able to stabilize, although it looks like they might just get swarmed. Yeah, a lot of the Greenskins are in a bit of a mass exodus. A Manscore Summon did come in from Norska, which is good. That gives the terror out, and you can see the Greenskins certainly don't like the terror. Now we got more Orc Biggins coming in, certainly what they need. Orc Boys, and on the far side, Squig Herds and Orc Biggins just chopping through whatever they can find. And it looks like the capture weight's still going to be for the Greenskins here. Yeah, there was a bit of a terror route exodus, but the Banch Core is very, very low. You also have to remember the back objective is very open, so Voidlaws could use his Vanguard point and creep something over there like any sort of a Night Goblin, and probably would get that point. If he just sent like 8 peak loonies, I think he would for sure take that. It's Crumpin' time. Apparently it is. Apparently it is Crumpin' time. So the fight continues. Orc Biggins doing just great work. I mean, Orc Biggins are so good against so many of these Norskin units. I would imagine their value is pretty decent. Not that much, actually. I guess they got hammered by some of the javelins. Another unit of Orc Biggins is on its way over. Value is actually coming back for Anticity a little bit, guys. 7.4 to 8.3. The forces of the Norskins are pushing the Greenskins off the objective. Mass chain terror routes coming into play. And I don't know what happened to Wurzag, honestly. I don't know where he went. He's probably dancing in the shadow somewhere. He's just like off the side of the battlefield, not contributing, doing what he does best, which is dancing. Orc Boarboy Biggins routed. Throg's healing coming into play. Terror route's very, very big. Voidlaws is up in value, but that value discrepancy is nullified by Throg's healing. A lot of that value was against Throg, so this value is actually very, very even, guys. It was looking like Voidlaws might have been in a position to, take this game for a while, but Anticity's scrappiness, using Throg, using the Manticores for the chain terror routes has been able to kind of get him back in the match here. So Swamp Things are here. Terror routes maybe on the table. Skin Wolves are Pretty good against them, though. Skin Wolves with their anti-large werewolf claws should be able to kind of drag through those. You get another unit of Orc Biggins fighting up in the point, which is very cost-effective. Wurzag on death's bed here, guys. The Troll King and the Manticore are hunting down the Dancing Man. That's what happens when you don't bring him on his pig. If you bring him on foot, he becomes very, very easy to hunt, potentially. And if Wurzag gets routed, that's going to take away Winds of Magic for the forces of the Greenskins. And this is the Revenge of Throg. It is the Revenge of Throg. So 26 leadership. He's trying to hold on. The Wah's moving. The point's currently favoring Voidlaws, but Anticity is not far behind. Middle objective maybe going to be flipping here. This is such a close game. Is anyone going to be going for the back cap? I really do think Voidlaws going for a back cap could be a very, very strong play. Orc Biggins doing the work of Gork and Mork. You know, fighting everything here they're good against. They're good against Balefiend, good against Throg, good against Manticore, and the Skin Wolves. And it looks like they're just barely going to get the objective back. It's flipping back and forth so aggressively, dude. So the Greenskins just have a bunch of haggard shit. They're just throwing it up on the point. The value lead is pretty much even now, or non-existent. 9.8 to 9.5. As a matter of fact, I think Anticity might actually be ahead on value. It's really close. And if Wurzag gets routed off, taking magic off the table, that could be a huge variable for sure. So Orc Boarboy Biggins, or no, just regular Orc Boarboys. So not going to be quite as good here. This is a mean Norscan army. They have a full unit of Marauder Champions. That is not going to be easy to uproot, guys. They have Skin Wolves. They have a Manticore. Honestly, Voidlaws is looking like he's done for, guys. The Norskins were able to kind of endure the Wah, the initial beating. And now looks like Anticity might be taking over this game. If Throg had died, I think that's a game win for Voidlaws. I think he would have gotten the W. Very close. It's very reminiscent of the game we had earlier in which Malekith had almost killed Be'lakor. But, you know, had Be'lakor died, Tim might have been able to win that game, right? It's like crazy, crazy close. Orc Boarboys are going to be pulling back. What can the Watch do to get back in this game? Spam Squigs. Yes, Squigs are the answer. Although Squigs do get wrecked pretty bad by Skin Wolf, so you have to take that into account. Wurzag is back. He's going to be casting a little bit of magic here. Brainbuster going down to the Berserkers, who are literally on death's bed. Just totally Palpatine. Just trying their best. Objective theft in the back. I don't hate this. Couple little Spider Riders, and he does go for the Ninja. He probably should have waited to show the Ninja until he had more stuff back there to press. But he does have the option to get the side objective, and this could become a really wild kind of skirmish type game where the Greenskins just start playing the side objectives and just really try and outmaneuver. But back here, it doesn't look like there's much defending this. We have a couple Skin Wolves coming in, Squig Herds on their way. Another Wah going to be going down to the valley, so that will give these Orc Boys a fighting chance against these Brutes of the Hound with the stat increase. Here we have the AP Gloonies in here as well. Little ROR Goblins, adorable little guys with their shanks, going to be trying to fight Marauder Champions and Throg. Not going to go terribly well for them. And it looks like the side point might be taken. A couple Marauder Horsemen, the remnants of the once great skirmishing core of Anticity have come back. But Voidlaws is for sure going to play the side points. He's realizing the middle's not going terribly well. So he's going to be getting Spider Riders and just trying to swarm this point. But the Marauder Horsemasters, man, they show no mercy. They're Captain Insano, holding on like champs. So Forest Goblins, they get in. Marauder Horsemen, -7 leadership. Void's coming across with some Durkid Squigs. So he has some elite Squigs on their way over. You can see how good Skin Wolves are. That was a full health unit of Squigs. And even like these beat up Skin Wolves are able to potentially get the win here. Yeah, the Squigs are at 30 models. Their leadership's at 26. We'll have to see how that battle unfolds. It's actually pretty important. If Norsca were able to kind of jack this back objective, man, that could really put the Greenskins on the back foot. But Spider Rider's on the point, man. As long as Void just kind of sits here, I don't think Norsca has anything close enough. All their horsemen are still on the battlefield, really low, so he actually doesn't have any Vanguard. Beasts of Tashnar also note that they're on the battlefield, so they're not available for a Vanguard to come win this point. And Void, I mean, if he manages to hold on to 2 points, he for sure wins the game at this point. Like, it's not that big of a point difference. Wurzag is going to die, though. He is going to get absolutely massacred by this Manticore, so that's a big, big win for Norsca. Taking Wurzag off the battlefield is going to get rid of quite a bit of utility on the Greenskin roster. And we get Durkid Squigs, or regular Squig Hoppers, coming once again into the Skin Wolf Meat Grinder. And Skin Wolves will lose this. Just sheer numbers at this point. But they'll trade pretty well. Manticore on its way over. And where will Norsca go? It looks like Norsca is going to be making an effort to get its home objective back. So the Squig Hopper is going to charge into the Horsemen. Beasts of Tashnar, they are infantry size, so the Squigs will actually be very good against them. Spider Riders into Horsemen. Bit of a pitched fight, but is Void going to be sending more stuff over? He's got some Orc Boar Boys. And will the Squigs be able to carry this fight? I don't think so. I think Anticity with the sheer numbers, maybe we'll get this. It depends on how the Squigs do against these Horsemen. Beasts of Tashnar do get broken, and it is a double cap for Void. But for how long? He's got some Goblin Wolf Riders coming over. He's got some Orc Boar Boys. The back objective for the Greenskins is completely unprotected right now. Granted, there's not really anything threatening this. See, this is where Greenskins really shine. They really do well for themselves when the battles get wild and spread out. Like, they have a lot of good mobility and objective theft and all that kind of stuff. But the Squig Hopper is going to get surrounded by Marauder Horsemen here, should be paying the ultimate price as they do break, and we get a couple Goblin Archers moving up. Will that give the capture weight back to the Greenskins? I don't think so. Guys, it's like a 100-point game right now. This is really tight, actually. I still think if Anticity plays a really clean finishing, end game sequence, I think he wins it, especially with the Squigs breaking here off the objective. Spider Riders still fighting like champs. We get some Orc Boar Boys up here, too. But the objective held by the Greenskins, but will it be for long enough? Squig Herds on their way. He's going to have to recapture this as the Kraken King does get the objective back. He does get the objective back. Void Laws with his Orc Boar Boys going to be chasing down the Marauder Horsemen here. Manscore going to be terror routing these Spider Riders for sure. And now the capture weight is back with the Greenskins as the Squigs are going to be piling in to try and finish off these Marauder Horsemen. So yeah, this objective is flipping back and forth. What he really needs over here is like Throg or some sort of like an anchor character. And Norska is going to maneuver over to the side, and there's nothing defending that. Void might make an attempt to try and jack the middle with the remnants of his army, but he's pretty damn behind in value now. Anticity is pulled up, so Void's army is just going to be, overall smaller, right? Like way smaller. Squig Herd's still doing good though, man. Is there any sort of cheeky play in the middle? They could move there, but there's just a full health unit of Marauder Champions. This point's for sure going to be taken. We have 8 Peak Loonies hustling over here, but the capture weight with these Marauder Champs and the Skin Wolves and the remnants of the Brutes of the Hound, well, they'll have no capture weight basically, but that should be enough. So the Greenskins do flip the objective, and they have a double cap right now, guys. But Void's going to have to flip an objective really quickly to maintain that double cap, because this objective is going to go super, super fast. Marauder Champions have made it over to the point. 8 Peak Loonies, I don't think they have Expendables, so they do have full capture weight, but they are just too little too late. And here in the middle, we do see the Haggard Hordes trying to grab that objective in the back. This is actually a decent win for the Greenskins, as they do outtrade all the Norskin Skirmishers. We see Goblin Wolf Rider Archers trying to distract Throg for a period of time. Maybe if they won it and jammed over to the middle, we do see the capture weight advantage for the Greenskins, but it looks like he's still going to be trying to get this point back, which I think is a mistake. If he had just snuck some Goblins and Vanguard up to the middle, he could probably outcap this Marauder Champion here, but now he's going to have to fight with 8 Peak Loonies against a Manticore, and I don't think it's going to go super well. Throg, in the meantime, also fighting here, and it looks like, Throg's presence plus the quick reinforcements coming in for Norska was able to win the fight for them. And ladies and gentlemen, Anticity is going to be winning the game, and we're going to be going to Game 5. Epic ending for sure. This is what we all wanted. We wanted the rubber match. Although my stomach wants it to be over because I'm hungry, but, my heart wants the rubber match. So, we're there. 8 Peak Loonies fighting Marauders. They have enough time to get any objectives? I don't think so. Wolf Riders moving in. Trying desperately to get all these objectives, but Anticity is getting to the point where he would just win on 1 point. He's that close to, 1400 here. He gets the back point. The Greenskins are pushed off, and now he's going to be heading on over to the middle. Marauder Champions, just absolute linebackers. Very tough units to remove. These are just some big, thick barbarians, and they're literally as big as the Greenskins, which is pretty crazy. The Northskins don't mess about. So they will cut through those guys, and the middle objective here is, looking like it's going to be toast. GG! Norska has done it. Another chance for Nurgle, yes. Raise your Nurglite cups and get excited. He is back in business, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2-2. Looking at this. Greenskins, solid build. Solid build. I think if the Greenskins had started playing the sides quicker, they might have won. I think that Void committed to that middle grind a little bit too hard, even when he was losing momentum. I think that's what the turning of the tide was, because he started to do really well when he played the mobility and played the sides, but yeah, GG, man. Great game. The Horsemen, obviously crazy. Look at that. 1,400, 1,000, people ask why they needed a cost increase. That's why, because they're really good. So, GG. Manticore is also a great terror route piece. There were some big terror routes. All right. Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. What is the map going to be to close out today's competition? Where art thou, map? It is going to be going back to a classic. It's a me. All right. So let's get that Itza going, man. Coming back from an 0-2, I know. The mental fortitude. The mental fortitude of it. Yeah. Well, that's perfect, man. There we go. And let us see what is going to be picked in the last match. Yeah, with Greenskins, you need to do more split pushing. The initial skirmish was good, but then there was opportunities where Void could have sent a goblin to the side and maybe jacked an objective, and that could have won him the game, right? Just little things like that. Like if you held on to a side objective for a period of time. This is the grand finals. Yeah, this is the culmination of season 2 on Total Tavern. So this is the modern ECL. ECL was our old format. Total Tavern seasons are now our new format for the most competitive format we have. That I obviously am a part of. So yes, this is the pinnacle of competitive play for last season, and basically, yeah. So they'll get the crown and the big prize. All right, outstanding. Let's see what's going on here. Now let's take a look. Same as best of 3. Great series, lads. Just typing to the players. Telling them great series, amazing games. And Itza is the map. Yeah, it's time, man. Give me a Vampires win from Inticity. Yeah, Vampires are actually 0-2 today. I think they lost both games. Yeah, they lost to Warriors of Chaos and they lost to I can't remember the other one. It's been a while. It's been a while since I could. I remember. You guys remember Stained? Yeah, they had some fun music back in there in 2004, 2003, like those kind of times. Really, really fun stuff. Voidlul's his avatar picture in Discord is literally a cat wearing like a pink hat and a pink suit. It's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous for sure. All right, so let's see what they're going to pick here. Let's make sure to take off character loading so nobody loads in their campaign character to get the win. Gotta watch out. Pinnacle without Pwn, I know it's true. Good luck selling people on that. That's true. That's true. Stained is really good, man. Well, of course, the guy named Nickelback would have Stained on his playlist. They're basically kindred spirits. I mean, different. I would say Stained wasn't like as like people didn't make fun of Stained as much, but yeah. Their singer's really good. He is, yeah. I definitely enjoy them. They have some great music. No, it's not the Pink Panther. I don't think, because it's like a house cat. Maybe that's his house cat as like the Pink Panther. I don't know. All right, guys. So he's got Anticity's gonna go Tomb Kings, Tzeentch, Dwarves, banning Norska. Dwarves are actually really good on this map. Really, really good. So Anticity saving the Norska ban for the rubber match, dude. Oh, yeah. You've seen Norska, how strong they are. Anticity, I don't think he plays Age of Empires 4. He'd be good at it, for sure. Age takes some practice, though. You definitely got to stay up on it. Yeah. I only listen to early Warcraft PvP video songs. Hell yeah, Louis. You know how to live. Okay, Warriors of Chaos versus Tomb Kings. The ultimate sweat to end the most competitive tournament we got. Let's do it, man. Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos. I'm actually excited. When these two face each other, I don't pity anyone. It's like they deserve each other. It's like I wouldn't want to see like Tomb Kings versus like a weaker faction. Give them the sweat. Let it flow from you. So Void is going to be on Warriors of Chaos, and Anticity is going to be on Tomb Kings. Yeah. Well, Anticity and I used to play Age of Empires together. When it first came out, he played a little bit. We practiced, and yeah, he was solid. For sure. It's very different than Total War RTS. Very, very different. Like base building, the macro management. So. All right, let's do this. Did Random play today? No, he didn't, unfortunately. He's taking a bit of a break from the game. Understandably, people, who've been grinding for multiple seasons are going to take breaks here and there. And also, a lot of people are just waiting for DLC and new stuff, too. So, I totally get it. This is a real sweaty matchup. A real sweaty matchup. As a matter of fact, it's so sweaty that I need to eat a pistachio now because I'm getting pretty hungry. This one pistachio will power me to the later rounds here. It's become a food-eating ASMR stream. It should be pretty quiet, though, don't worry, all. Random is taking a break from Warhammer 3, says, hey, Jersey, put him in a home. Oh, man. Jared, that's not true. We actually saw Empire earlier today. Empire defeated Slaanesh. The Order Tide has had some love today. We've had a couple dwarf games. Like, the dwarves have done pretty well. They were, like, very close to winning 2 hard matchups. Very close. But just couldn't quite get there. Couldn't quite get there. Unstoppable Hellstriders versus a movable infantry spam. I think on Itza, I would 100% say that this is Tomb King's favored. On Itza. Not, yeah. Because it's like really hard to get into the Tomb King's back lines for Chaos. Like the Hellstriders can be really screened super effectively on Itza. Like if it were a big map like Black Ark, the Hellstriders can go more apeshit, but on this map I think it's a little bit problematic. Sponsorship from Pistachios when? I'm down, man. What company is this? I don't know if he even has like branding on it. Sign me up, dude. We sent random to go live on a farm upstate. Oh, man. Yeah, Dwarfs almost beat Slanesh too, dude. There's some great games today. Some really, really good matches. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. All right, so let's get this going here. Check it out. And we're all good. All right, I'm going to ready up. I would love to see some Archaon. Didn't we have this matchup in the beginning? Like of this series? I feel like it was so long ago. Didn't Void Laws win with Tomb Kings from the other perspective? I can't remember. It's been too long. Who would Benedict Cumberbatch play? Are you just like setting me up? You know it has to be Teclis. Yeah, he literally looks like Teclis and like just totally has Doctor Strange. You know, he knows how to play a wizard. His hand motion movement of like casting spells on green screens is probably A tier, S tier. Yeah. Paper Turin ASMR at 1 a.m. Oh my god, it's pretty funny. Yeah, pistachios are an expensive treat. Although like this, so I have like a giant bag of pistachios here. Maybe it's cheaper in California. I don't know, which is something you don't hear often, but we do have a lot of local agriculture. But this giant bag is like $8 or something, eight or 9, and it's like pretty huge, honestly. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna check out Dark Tide eventually. I don't know if my wife wants to play it. Like if Anna hits me up and is like, "Hey, I want to play Dark Tide with you," I'll play it. But I don't know if I would play it on my own accord. Yeah, pistachios are delicious. I didn't actually have. I didn't even try a pistachio till I was like 30 years old. I had never had one. Yeah, never had them. Damn, I got addicted once I got going. So the battle is ready. Let us know your predictions, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think is going to win? Let us know in chat. You rooting for Anticity or are you rooting for Void Laws? Let us know where your allegiance lies. Be quite curious to see what the opinions of all of you mighty warriors is. Archaon the Ever-Chosen versus Cetra. What a cinematic End Times-esque battle. You literally get the Lord of the End Times battling like Cetra, which is like just such a legendary character in Warhammer Fantasy, right? Dude, how hype is this? This is so good. This is so awesome. Archaon versus Cetra, man. I can't complain. Dark Age Rush pulling for Ent. There you go. You got your favorite. You think Void got this as House Duke Go Void? All right, we got fans on both sides. Yeah, this is great, dude. This is great. Archaon versus Cetra. If Cetra is on the Chariot, that'd be so hyped. Oh my god, is he? No, he's on the Sphinx. Okay, that's almost as cool. So, taking a look at the Tomb King's army. Obviously, Chaos is usually going to do pretty well, so you just want to bring meat shields. Skeleton Spheres for their price point, have good melee defense. Everything else in your army does the killing. Double Tomb Prince. Did he just out-tech Void Laws with the double Tomb Prince to kill Archaon? Maybe. These guys are weak to fire. Archaon does do fire damage, so you got to be careful with these characters. They can die very quickly. The Curse of Jaf, and we have Cetra the Imperishable. He can give himself anti-large with the Cursed Blades and also just spam spells for Lord of Nadkara. Ushopti Greatbow are very good. They can counter Horsemen. They can kill elite targets. They're just very good at almost everything. Sepulchral Stalkers, anti-large specialist, good against trolls, good against Manticores. A really good backline buffering piece for defending your Greatbows, and certainly can't complain. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the forces of the Warriors of Chaos, Archaon is a really good character hunter. Like Spirit Leech plus Slayer of Kings active, he will literally kill one of these Tomb Princes in like a couple seconds if he can isolate them. So it's really going to come down to character micro. Chaos Warriors into the sunset, backed up by Chaos Armored Trolls. The Troll Toll, soon to be paid. We will see. So there they go. The Chaos Armored Trolls eyeing the prize as the Sepulchral Stalkers are moving up, trying to get some free value. Very, very good Ushopti Greatbow at this point. As Void Laws is going to be summoning out some Marauder Horsemen. And it is go time. It is go time. So Sepulchral Stalkers, good damage. Just basic Marauders though, they don't really care about it. The die is cast. They are now Very aware that the Sepulchral Stalkers are here. Ushapti Greatbow's probably going to go after the Horsemen, I would wager. Try and take down the Throwing Axes. Voidlaw's being extra sweaty. He knows this is for all the marbles. This is the culmination of Season 2. So all of these units are moving. Archaon the Everchosen. Does he pop Slayer of Kings? He does, which gives him a little bit of splash damage, but it looks like he's missed most of his attacks or hasn't been able to connect really. So kind of a wasted Slayer of Kings, but a Spirit Leech is going to come down, and that was really, really fortunate for Ent. A couple attacks from Archaon the Everchosen could have actually killed like 1 or 2 soccer models, but at the end of the day, he escapes pretty well. Now, we see the Horsemen parked here. Horsemen, if they can get their Throwing Axe salvos into either Cetra and or the Sepulchral Stalkers, that'll be very strong. Cetra overextends a little bit. Manticore is there. We see Archaon going after the Sepulchral Stalkers, Warriors piling in, and Anticity is going to be taking up a defensive posture while the initial objectives... Look at this! The objectives aren't even open and it's like Mortal Kombat already. Uh-oh. Archaon maybe overextended himself as the 2 Tomb Princes move in. Archaon is battling Cetra, but is going to be trying to escape. Double Tomb Princes do get some nice anti-large attacks. They are beasts. And now Trolls are going to be getting pulled in to make sure that Archaon doesn't get chased down. Marauder Horseman still in a little bit of melee combat, but now, look at this! Archaon turns around. He's attacking Cetra. He hits hard. Man, if he had saved that Slayer of Kings and didn't blunder it earlier, he would be giving the business to Cetra right now, for sure. But even still, Cetra's taking quite a bit of damage. Hellstriders and Slanesh come in. We forgot about these guys. Getting a nice charge into these anti-large Sepulchral Stalkers. That's going to be very, very metal. We see the Chaos Trolls really serving as a nice buffering tool for Archaon and company. Now, what's scary for the Tomb Kings is they're value trading pretty evenly, but all 3 objectives belong to the Warriors of Chaos. But if Archaon or one of the characters gets, thrown in a bit of a sloppy engagement or something, that probably would be game for whoever that happens to. Hellstriders and Slanesh countercharging in, but the Kepra Guard are nearby as well. And even though Kepra Guard are an anti-infantry piece, they're still pretty good at cutting through anything that's lightly armored, so they might be able to help with these Hellstriders. We'll have to see. Cetra's in danger, guys! Oh man, I knew it was going to come down to the characters. He's surrounded. There's Chaos Trolls here, Spirit Leech going down. Voidlaw's channeling his inner Vampire Count's character gooning and just hunting. Absolutely hunting. As the Spirit Leech is going to be going down. Burning Head from Archaon. Beautiful Burning Head in the back. Hits all these Skeleton Spears, dude. Absolutely eviscerates them. And right now, we see the values really close. Is the Kraken King going to be able to save Cetra? It looks like he will. As the Hellstriders disengage. Archaon, in the meantime, attacking into the Tomb Prince here. But Archaon is proving why he is the Lord of the End Times. After this update, he's actually a really strong character. And look at this. He weaves through, dude. He's like a linebacker driving a quarterback. He gets back here and he gets on top of the Chosen of the Gods with Hellstriders. But a really good response from the Kraken King. Pulls out a bunch of Skeleton Horsemen to intercept those very low health units. And now Archaon is just going beast mode on these Tomb Princes. Oh my god, 870 weapon strength. Look how quickly he karate chops this lowly Tomb Prince. Oh man. That Tomb Prince is dead in the water, guys. He's crumbling. Leadership is tanking. Archaon steel chairs the Tomb Prince. And now he draws the Slayer of Kings and looks to go after the other Tomb Prince, who does have the bonus first large, but I think Anticity losing these 2 characters is going to be too much. Because with the 2 Tomb Princes being trapped up here, Cetra is going to be isolated versus Archaon, and that's not going to go well. He's the Lord of the End Times for a reason. As the forces of the Tomb Kings are pushed back, chaos is everywhere. Chaos is omnipresent. In the backfield, we do see the Marauder Horseman throwing axes getting some nice salvos, but also shutting down the Blessed Legion and the Chosen of the Gods. Spirit Leech going down, as Archaon now sets his sights over on Cetra the Imperishable. So he is going for the kill on the big boy, which would be brutal. Obviously, we know Undead had their leadership lord, which was very needed, but losing their lord and having that additional leadership penalty will lead to faction-wide crumbling. Hellstriders getting in here, on top of the Chosen of the Gods. Now Akara Horseman coming out, trying to peel the backfield. Anticity doing a really good job scrapping in terms of keeping the value even, but Chaos has all these objectives. Chaos is almost at 500 points, so their map control is just better as well. Forsaken moving back. Archaon is probably going to go after the Tomb Prince again. That Tomb Prince is really, really in danger there, but it looks like Cursed Blades going down from Kraken King just to try and get the healing across his army. Nice isolation here, as we do see the Sepulchral Stalkers are able to drag down the Chaos Pharaoh Manticore, so that's a really nice find. Archaon's going for the kill again, though. He spots his prey, and Cetra is at 2,000 HP. Archaon has crazy high melee attack and Spirit Leech. Talk about one of the best gooning characters in the entire game. Archaon's going bananas this game. Cetra's at 1,000 HP. He got whomped on by the Slayer of Kings. Absolutely whomped on. And I'm saying that as like a descriptor, not as the actual item being used. And Cetra is down. The Lord of the End Times has dispatched the man of many titles. Now Archaon's going to be setting his sights on more prey as he moves in and attacks the Sepulchral Stalkers. This could be the end of the road for our Kraken King as Void Laws has pulled a pretty substantial value lead. There's no more magic for the Tomb King, so no more healing. The objectives are captured very heavily. And, you know, these factions I feel are pretty evenly matched. I really feel like they are. Like, Chaos and Tomb Kings, when they fight, it feels like a good knockdown, drag-out fight, and you can really see it. But Archaon, trying to get the Sepulchral Stalkers here. His value so far, just a casual 3,400. Archaon is straight up putting this game on his back, because the rest of the Chaos Army's doing okay, but Archaon carried this. He killed the Tomb Prince, he killed Cetra, and now he's going to be going after another big prize. As the Haggard Troll Toll moves in, the Chaos Troll is going to be taking these guys to Poundland, if you're in the UK, or Pound Stretcher. It's going to be forcing them to eat at Weatherspoons, depending on where you're from. Some of you guys might get that reference. And Sepulchral Stalkers going to be crumbling here. Chaos getting Hellstriders to really, really put the nail in the coffin. As a very, very convincing victory here for the Warriors of Chaos. Anticity gambled by going for the, that character Goon Squad, and it was not able to stand up to Archaon. Archaon, even unsupported, was able to isolate these characters. Another of the Tomb Princes has fallen, and that's going to be it. Our Season 2 champion, surviving the reverse sweep attempt by Anticity, is going to be Void Lulls. Congrats to him. Great series, great duel between VM and ODM here. Always an honor to see those guys go at it. Great stuff. I'm British and just spat out my tea. Hey, man, that one was for you, Harley. All right, guys, let's break it down. Archaon, the Lord of the End Times, set 3,700 value. Crazy. The Troll Toll was paid. Archaon straight up hard carried that game. Cetra, absolutely dominated. Absolutely dominated. 407. The Tomb Princes got spanked. Like, this was the whole gamble for Tomb Kings to kill Archaon, and it did not work out. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. Void Lulls is going to be winning the $200 cash prize. Anticity will win $100. The season champion is going to be Void Lulls. So he has claimed the title as champion of Season 2 on our Total Tavern Esports League of sorts. Great series. I'm glad it went to Game 5. That was the ending we deserved. A cool, legendary lore duel between those characters. What's not to love, man? What's not to love? So, great stuff. GG, well played. Really appreciate them taking the time to play. Appreciate all of you guys who played. Thank you to the mods for helping out. And a big thanks to everyone who donated today. It means a whole lot and helps me pay the prize out of pocket. So thank you guys. Certainly softens that blow a little bit. All right, guys, until next time, congratulations to Void Lulls and Anticity for the great series. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. If you guys enjoyed this, do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Helps more people find multiplayer. Somebody in chat, how do you kill Archaon as Tomb Kings? It is easy. You use Arc in the Black, you put him on a horse, you Benny Hill Archaon, and you Spirit Leech spam him the entire game, and he will die. That's how you do it. GG. See you guys next time. Take care of yourselves. That is going to be it for today. And congratulations to our winner and everybody who participated in Season 2 of Total Tavern. GG. Well played. Void Lulls in chat says, thank you all. I hope you liked the Greenskins and Demons of Chaos. We did. We certainly really appreciated it. Well played to you, man. Congrats on the win. See you next time, brother. And that is going to be it for today.